Chapter 1187. Xianxia was the most restless. He held the small package in his hand and showed it off in front of Nun Jingyi as if he was presenting a treasure. She knew that this was Immortal Mansion and everyone was looking for a way to control it, so she was not overjoyed and only spoke in a low voice. After Xianxia finished speaking, Nun Jingyi was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she lifted the handkerchief and smiled. If it really is the 9 Heavens Black Lotus, there's no need to refine it into an elixir. The Grand Supreme's injuries will be healed if he takes it directly. Not to mention that you've also obtained 2 soft swords, and many miscellaneous things. The 3 of you have contributed the most to this trip to Immortal Mansion. Xianxia smiled sweetly, but then Nun Jingyi sighed. It's a pity, our cultivation is too low. We've only touched the threshold of immortality, or even seen the threshold. There are many treasures hidden in Immortal Mansion. We can't take the central throne and control the entire Immortal Mansion. I'm afraid we'll return empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures. Seeing that Xianxia was somewhat puzzled, Nun Jingyi looked at the throne that was still in full swing in front of her and explained to Xianxia, Xianxia, don't think that you've already obtained a lot of good things. Even this brocade handkerchief is rarely seen in the world, but the place you're going is only the place where the lowliest disciples in Immortal Mansion, or the place where the lowliest handymen can go. The pavilion you're going to, I'm afraid, is just the place where those handymen live. Ah? Not only Xianxia, but Peacock and Swift were also stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Sick leader, it's impossible. In that pavilion, there are many jade slips and magic tools. Even the Grand Supreme and the Great Master Chang Gung can't break them. Do the servants of Immortal Mansion have such cultivation? When Xianxia heard that the treasures he had obtained were from the servants of Immortal Mansion, he was very anxious. Alas, the ancient path of immortality. How can we speculate? Nun Jingyi sighed again. She pointed at the 7-colored cloud under her feet and said, Look at the 7 colors in the hall. The black and white colors are at the edge, the furthest from the throne in the center. Even if you have something to say, if you don't say it loudly, the person on the throne might not be able to hear it. Look again. Outside the door, there's a 7-colored jade passageway. The black and white passageways are at the side, and the entrance to the hall is also at the side. If they're not servants, they're also the lowest-ranked people. Peacock and the others felt dejected. Also, according to what you said earlier, there is a lake, a lotus pond, and a dozen or so small pavilions in the White Pavilion. If they aren't servants, how could they live so close to each other? Furthermore, one side is for men and the other side is for women. Isn't this where the servants live? But Xianxia was a little speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, If he is a handyman, why are there jade slips and magic tools in the main hall of the White Pavilion? Handymen in Immortal Mansion also need to have cultivation. Can ordinary people be handymen in Immortal Mansion? Nun Jingyi smiled. Peacock nodded slightly. That was right. The black and white jade passageway could even be used by martial arts masters. If it wasn't for the handymen, who could it be? Xianxia pouted and was a little unhappy. He tried to find a topic and said, Then, Sir Hierarch at the Daoist Temple, did you find a place for the handymen to live? How could they be as lucky as you? Nun Jingyi smiled and said, When the monks of the Daoist Temple left the temple, they found a large hall. However, there was nothing inside, so they had to go out and find another place. In the end, they found a room that looked like a Buddhist shrine. It blocked the middle of the passageway and they couldn't go in. Their so-called guardian disciples went in one by one, but they were all driven back by the endless pressure inside. Then she looked at Master Changxing in the distance and said in a low voice, Later, our sect also sent the inner disciples out of this hall. They went back to the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out from the Daoist Temple. They also wanted to go through that room, but they were blocked by the monks of the Daoist Temple. But according to what you said, the monks of the Daoist Temple also went to the White Pavilion. I think they also have a passageway there. At this point, Nun Jingyi looked at the top of the hall and said, I'm afraid it's going to be dawn soon. This Immortal Mansion, the central control is still not under control. Maybe, the 3 sects of Immortal Dao have to think of other ways. Then, she looked at the many people in the hall and frowned. I don't know if the fighting at the foot of Yaoshan has stopped. Looking at the situation, even if we let the people at the foot of the mountain up, there won't be many who can enter the hall. Sir Leader, a disciple said in a low voice, I just passed by the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out to take a look. At the foot of Yaoshan, there were heavy casualties and many of our outer disciples were injured. The key point is, the disciples of the 4 sects were in a mess. When I looked out, the disciples of the 4 sects were killing each other. Why is that? Nanjing Yi was surprised. Sir Leader, since the monks of the Daoist temple can go to the White Pavilion, I want to go to the Buddhist shrine. If I can go there, maybe there's a cave behind it. Peacock said in a low voice. You go and wait. Maybe there's an opportunity. Nanjing Yi nodded. Chen, give the brocade handkerchief to us. After this is over, we'll reward you according to your merits. Yes, I understand. Chen gave the item wrapped in the brocade handkerchief to Nanjing. The 3 of them were about to leave. At this time, outside of Yaoshan, the sky was bright. The killing of the inner disciples of the incense cult had stopped and the faint black gas on the ground had disappeared. There were only countless bleeding corpses lying there quietly. On the stairs, there were still many disciples climbing up to Immortal Mansion. Occasionally, there were a few who came down. The disciples of the 3 Immortal Dao sects and the Righteous Dao Alliance who were in charge of defense were all exhausted at this time. They casually held their weapons and stopped to rest. However, when they thought of how they had lost their minds and killed each other, they all felt a lingering fear and distanced themselves from each other. At this time, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Above Immortal Mansion, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The 7-colored brilliance gradually gathered and in a flash, it formed a huge figure. This person was bald and wore a long robe. His nose was straight and his eyes were thin and long. He looked very young, about 15 or 16 years old. A monk from the Daoist temple? The disciples of the incense cult, between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance were all stunned. At this time, the person spoke and his voice was like thunder in the sky. In the main hall of Immortal Mansion, everyone saw a different scene. Just as Peacock, Chin, and Swift were about to go out, in the main hall, a leader of an unknown sect threw out a rope-like object. He wanted to wrap it around the throne in the middle. However, just as the rope was about to wrap around the throne suddenly bloomed with a strong 7-colored light. The leader was overjoyed and laughed. This throne is mine. Before he could finish rejoicing, a human figure similar to the one outside of Yaoshan appeared on the throne. Ren Xiaoyao? Nanjing Yi was the first to recognize him. Her voice was full of hatred. Master Changxing, Master Tiangang, and Bai Yanqiu and Bai Zhangmen who were guarding the main hall all cried out in unison. Peacock and Chin were also attracted by the strange scene on the throne. They almost groaned. Ren Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao? However, Chin suddenly realized. No, when did this guy's nose become tall and straight? His eyes became slender too? This can't be Ren Xiaoyao. But Peacock and Chin were so familiar with Ren Xiaoyao that they were very familiar with him. Therefore, they were very sure that this person was Ren Xiaoyao. Although this Ren Xiaoyao did not have any hair or eyebrows. In the main hall, on the throne in the middle, Zhang Xiaohua slowly sat down. He looked down at everyone and smiled. Hello everyone, good morning. At the same time, his voice was also above Immortal Mansion. It was like a thunderclap, speaking to the people below Yaoshan. You. Or you? The leader who thought he had the throne asked angrily. Puma. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. It's this guy. There's no doubt about it. Chen gritted his teeth and groaned. This nose. Did he touch it with his hand? I am Ren Xiaoyao from Beidou School. I think. Everyone has already seen that I am sitting on the throne in Lingxiao Palace. What does this mean? There's no need for I to teach everyone. This Immortal Mansion. It's now Beidou School's. You're talking nonsense. What right do you have to say that this is Lingxiao Palace? What right do you have to say that this immortal mansion belongs to Beidou School? Immortal mansion is a gift from the heavens. Only the virtuous can occupy it. What right do you have? How dare you live here? The leaders seemed to be reminiscing about the brilliance of the throne. Only Nun Jing-yi from the cult of incense, Master Chang Xing from the Daoist temple, Bai Yanqiu from between the clouds and the water, and the leader of the righteous alliance, Zhang San, remained silent with gloomy faces. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and pointed up. Take a look, what are the two words on the throne? You don't even know the name of Immortal Mansion. I really don't know who taught you. If you can't, I know a gentleman who knows how to enlighten you. The fee is reasonable. I can introduce him to you. The leader was so angry that he almost jumped up. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua stopped smiling and said coldly, Immortal Mansion is naturally a gift from the heavens. My Beidou School follows the heavens and wants to use Yaoshan Immortal Mansion to establish a school. Of course, I am the most virtuous person. According to what you said, I have no virtue. Are you virtuous? Should I hand over the Yaoshan Immortal Abode to you? You sitting on it is the most natural thing in the world. Forget it. What's the point of talking to people like you? You can go now. Don't appear near my Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Otherwise, I won't be stingy with my methods. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua waved her sleeve. A ray of light flashed and carried the leader out of the main hall. It directly sent him out of Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Chapter 1188. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Although they had seen Zhang Xiaohua appear on the throne, they still had some expectations in their hearts. They wanted to use the power of the entire Jianghu to confront Zhang Xiaohua. The three sects of the Immortal Path had several seniors with profound cultivation. They had seen with their own eyes that they might be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua. In addition, there were tens of thousands of martial artists. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to stop them. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's godlike methods, their hearts sank. Seeing that everyone was trembling, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. Everyone, don't be afraid. I have always been reasonable. This guy really made me angry, so I treated him like this. I have appeared here and announced something to the martial arts world. How can I act rashly? Everyone calmed down, but they didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua was going to say. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I have a strange background. I don't belong to any of the sects in the Jianghu. I used to be a guardian disciple in the incense cult, but I didn't learn any of their moves. During the incense cult martial arts convention, I was expelled from the incense cult by Nun Jing herself. Is him Ren Xiaoyao. He defeated the disciple between the clouds and the water with a copper rod during the martial arts convention. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say it herself, the people who had a vague impression of him came to a realization. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Many people even looked at Nun Jing-yi, whose face was a little pale. I also wanted to learn from the incense cult and hold a martial arts convention. But since we have this Immortal's mansion and the entire Jianghu is at Yaoshan, I ask everyone to be witnesses. From today onwards, Beidou School is officially established in Yaoshan. In the future, Beidou School's disciples will roam the Jianghu. Please take care of them. At this moment, all the people present at the ceremony would clap their hands to express their congratulations. However, at this moment, everyone had not yet recovered from the role of snatching the immortal abode. How could they clap their hands? The entire hall was completely silent. Looks like no one wishes for my sect to be established? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Then, I can only celebrate by myself. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves again. Above the great hall, Yaoshan's seat shone with a seven-colored brilliance, like fireworks during a festival. It was abnormally bright. Amit Ba, young benefactor Ren. Seeing that everyone was silent, Master Longevity stepped out of the crowd and pressed his palms together. Young benefactor Ren, are you a cultivator of the immortal Dao? Grandmaster Longevity, if I wasn't a person of the immortal Dao, How could I have obtained the immortal mansion? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Young benefactor Ren, you have kept us in the dark. Master Longevity smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Master Tiangang and said, Young benefactor, you said that you were establishing the Beidou school and not the Tenryu sect? Young benefactor, I know about your relationship with Monk Gu of the incense cult and the Tenryu sect. Zhang Xiaohua knew what Master Longevity was worried about. She nodded and said, the sect I established is indeed the Beidou school. It has nothing to do with the Tenryu sect. As for the relationship between I and the Tenryu sect, that is I's private matter. I don't need to explain it to you clearly. Indeed, there is no need. Master Longevity muttered and nodded slightly. Bai Yanqiu looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He gritted his teeth and covered his chest with his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Xiaohua frown and say in a low voice, Everyone, please wait a moment. Then, her figure disappeared from the throne. Wow. When the crowd saw that Zhang Xiaohua had left, they immediately became noisy and whispered to each other. Peacock and the others did not go out. They returned to Nun Jingyi's side. What's going on? Nun Shuqing asked in a low voice. Her face was full of shock. Sai, this is a long story. Let's talk about it later. If you want to know, you can ask Qin Qin. She knows best. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, Not to mention the other sects, even the inner disciples of the incense cult lowered their heads and discussed. Zhang Xiaohua broke into the incense cult with a sword. It was one of the interesting stories of the incense cult for many years. Only then did the incense cult undergo a great change, followed by the martial arts convention and then Yaoshan. Many people did not know about the whereabouts of Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. Now that they saw that the affectionate young man had obtained Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and was going to establish a sect, who could hold back their excitement? Leader. Peacock whispered very sensitively, Great Elder Jing Gang. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly, then shook her head slightly. The two different actions seemed contradictory, but Peacock understood Nun Jingyi's difficulties. She sighed and nodded slightly. 3 people stood in the corner of the hall. One of them was Valley Master Nye of the Rejuvenation Valley. The other 2 were Si Yakong of the Weapon Forging Sect and Jin Xian of the Weapon Refining Sect. All 3 of them were injured. The other 3 people of the Jade Foundation Alliance were not present. The Jade Foundation Alliance was a very famous alliance in the martial arts world. However, they were not known for their martial arts. The 6 sects of the Jade Foundation Alliance should not have come to the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, they had seen Zhang Xiaohua slay the people of the Longtime Villa and knew the power of immortality. Since Yaoshan had the opportunity to set foot on the path of immortality, how could they resist? The leaders of the 6 sects had come and brought many disciples with them. They wanted to get their hands on the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion was truly tragic. Before they could set foot on the steps of the Holy Realm Dwellers was Siqing of the Viburnum Horse Farm, Ma Fuhu of the Subdued Tiger Horse Farm and Ingzhizhu of the Garrison Horse Farm died under a flurry of swords. As for Valley Master Nye, if not for the Crimson Flame pill refined by Zhang Xiaohua which increased his cultivation by several years, he would have died on the spot. Even so, the 3 of them supported each other. Although they were severely injured, they found a gap among the Righteous Alliance disciples and stepped onto the steps. However, by the time they reached the top of the hall, there were already many people inside. They knew that their martial arts were not good enough, so they did not dare to step forward. They hid in a corner, hoping to take advantage of the situation. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the 3 of them had an interesting expression on their faces. Valley Master Nye was pleasantly surprised, relieved, regretful, and disappointed. Si Yakong was filled with pure regret. He almost wanted to slap his own face. Zhen Xian's eyes were filled with surprise. He was even more surprised than everyone else. After all, he knew this Ren Xiaoyao. Moreover, they had drunk together before. Second brother, we're rich, we're rich. Zhen Xian could not suppress his joy. He nudged Valley Master Nye with his elbow and said in a low voice, This Ren Xiaoyao has a history with your Rejuvenation Valley. You, Sigh, fourth brother, you don't know, when Rejuvenation Valley was attacked, didn't Ren Xiaoyao come? At that time, I thought it was Ren Xiaoyao who brought the disaster. I was extremely disrespectful to Ren Xiaoyao and offended him. Valley Master Nye said with extreme regret. Bah, how is that called offending? I was the one who had eyes but could not see. Si Yakong gritted his teeth and said, I took back the things I gave him. I completely offended him. Hee, Zhen Xian said in a low voice. Big brother, second brother, it's not that serious, is it? How can someone from the Immortal Dao lower himself to our level? Moreover, second brother, didn't our niece reject the Immortal Dao expert and join this beta school? Isn't that right? Valley Master Nye's eyes were filled with joy. I forgot. Little Yu is an in-name disciple of Beidou School. He established a sect in this immortal abode and set up the Beidou School in this immortal abode. Doesn't that mean Little Yu is a disciple of this immortal abode? Congratulations, second brother. Zhen Xian smiled. From now on, our Jade Foundation alliance will depend on Little Yu. Sigh, isn't that so? If we had known this would happen, why would we have gotten involved in this mess? Third brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother wouldn't have had to. Si Yakong felt a wave of sorrow. Speaking of the three brothers who had lost their lives, Valley Master Nye and Zhen Xian were also very sad. They could not help but sigh together. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. That was exactly how it was. Just then, an unusually tall figure fell from midair in the Great Hall, landing right in front of Master Tiangang. Kongju? Master Changxing was stunned. Abbot? Kongju was also surprised to see Master Changxing. He stood up, rubbing his head. He looked left and right in confusion, then said loudly, Why am I back? Naturally, I dragged you back. A voice came from the throne again. Ren Xiaoyao? Why are you sitting there? Kongju clearly did not know what had happened in the Great Hall. He asked in surprise. Kongju, this Yaoshan Immortal Abode now belongs to my Beidou School. It's fine if you want to look for things inside, but you don't have to tear down my Beidou School building. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of this monk and said with a smile. Kongju rubbed his bald head and said embarrassedly, There's nothing in your building. I thought I'd find something good if I tore it down. It was only then that Kongju came to his senses. He said in disbelief, What? This immortal abode is already yours? Zhang Xiaohua ignored Kongju and turned to the crowd. The Yaoshan Immortal Abode's restriction is an ancient one. It's not something you can break. You should send your disciples to call back those who are searching for treasures inside. Then she looked at Nun Jingyi, Peacock, and Chin Chin. She said, Before I came here, you've already found things. That's your own fate. I won't pursue it. If anyone tries to take things from Beidou School's immortal abode again, don't blame me. I won't hold back. Leader, Peacock said in a low voice. Without waiting for her to finish, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and ordered, Send 2 groups of disciples in 2 different directions. Call back all the disciples of the Fragrance Order. Peacock nodded and turned to instruct a few disciples. A dozen of them hurried off. Also, send someone out and ask them to stop. Nun Jingyi thought of something. Seeing the actions of the Fragrance Order, the Daoist Temple also sent out enough people to leave the main hall. Only the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water and the Righteous Alliance were hesitant. After a while, several disciples left. Young benefactor Ren. Master Tiangang of the Daoist Temple took a step forward and said in a low voice, When I saw young benefactor Ren, I was the first to be led to Yaoshan Immortal Abode. But, all the places that we can go to, the disciples of the 3 sects have already gone to. I wonder, where is young benefactor Ren? How did he gain control of the central throne? Hee master, by right, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your guidance. I should answer your question. However, this involves the secrets of the Beidou School. I hope you can understand. Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid. How could she tell anyone about this? Amitba. It's fine if you don't say it. I'm just curious. Master Tiangang laughed. Everyone, the reason why Beidou School is established here and has invited all of you heroes to be our witnesses is to establish good relations with all the sects in Jianghu. My Beidou School does not intend to be enemies with any sect, especially the Fragrance Order and the Daoist Temple. I have some connections with them. I hope that in the future, everyone will treat my Beidou School's disciples well. If my Beidou School is able to do so, we will also cooperate and develop together. Hearing this, Nun Jingyi took 2 steps forward and smiled. If that's the case, I, Fragrance Order, congratulate Beidou School on its establishment today. I hope that Headmaster Ren's Beidou School will last for thousands of years. Thank you, Nun Jingyi. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and cupped her hands. My Daoist Temple also congratulates Beidou School on its establishment. I hope that Beidou School and my Daoist Temple will work together in the future and develop together. Thank you, Elder Nun. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands again. Although Bai Yanxiu wasn't very happy, he still cupped his hands and congratulated Beidou School on its establishment. After that, the Righteous Alliance and all the other sects in Jianghu cupped their hands and congratulated them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even bother cupping her hands for some of the sects that came later. She only smiled and nodded. Jade Foundation Alliance congratulates Headmaster Ren on his establishment of Big Dipper. Valley Master Nye and the other 2 said in unison and bowed. Jade Foundation Alliance? Zhang Xiaohua saw Valley Master Nye and nodded slightly. She cupped her hands and thanked him. Thank you, Valley Master Nye. Wow! Many people came to a realization. Wasn't Rejuvenation Valley's 3rd miss from the legendary Beidou School? Everyone looked at Valley Master Nye with fervent and jealous gazes. After everyone finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Everyone, my Beidou School has always been about winning people over with virtue. We don't bully others. However, if some people don't listen to I and challenge I's bottom line, then it will have nothing to say. As she spoke, she flung her sleeves and stood up. She said loudly, Disciples of all sects, this immortal abode is already the private property of my Beidou School. Immediately stop all actions of breaking the restrictions. You have the same amount of time as an incense stick to burn and return to the main hall in front. If you don't listen, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although Zhang Xiaohua was speaking in the main hall, her huge figure had already appeared above the lake of the White Pavilion, inside the White Pavilion's palace, in the corridor, and in front of the small Buddhist shrine. Seeing some hesitation on Bai Yanxiu's face, Daoist Master Haoyun stepped forward and said a few words in a low voice. Bai Yanxiu had no choice but to wave his hand. Several disciples immediately flew out, as if to pass on the order. Only Alliance Master Zhang San's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and turned his head to give the order. Several disciples also quickly left. However, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than 10 disciples from the Aroma sect and Daoist Temple returned. More than 10 disciples from between the clouds and the water returned. As for the Alliance of Righteous Tao, only a few disciples returned. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1189. Seeing that the time limit was about to be up, Alliance Master Zhang San stepped forward and cupped his hands. Sect Leader Ren, the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are not from the Celestial Sect. Many of them went and they were scattered all over the place. Also, we can't inform them in such a short time. Please be lenient, Sect Leader Ren. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Alliance Master Zhang San coldly and nodded slightly. Alliance Master Zhang San is right. Since Alliance Master Zhang San asked and today is the auspicious day of the Beidou School's opening, we should be lenient. Alright, I will give the Righteous Alliance another 15 minutes. With that, she waved her hand and a burning 15 minutes appeared in the main hall. Ah! Seeing this, Xianxia was extremely surprised and asked in a low voice, Grand Elder, this Rensha, is he really an immortal? How did the incense appear just like that? And it was lit? Shuqing Nun smiled bitterly. Silly child, this. How would I know? However, based on my guess, perhaps. Ren Xiaoyao borrowed the power of the Immortal Mansion to leave the main hall. I'm afraid that he might not succeed. I see. Xianxia nodded. No wonder. This guy's martial arts are a mess, but now he's so good. It turns out that he obtained the power of the Immortal Mansion. 15 minutes passed quickly, but only a few people from the Righteous Alliance had returned. Zhang Xiaohua's slender eyes narrowed even more. Just as she was about to speak, Alliance Master Zhang San smiled apologetically and said, Sect Leader Ren. I sigh, please. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. No need to say more. Do you still need some time to be lenient? I don't dare. It's just that there are hundreds of disciples in the Righteous Alliance, including Deputy Alliance Master Yen. I have no intention of challenging Sect Leader Ren's bottom line, but, you have to ask I to raise my hand. Zhang Xiaohua continued. Hee, that's right. Please forgive me, Sect Leader Ren. Alliance Master Zhang San said in embarrassment. Zhang Xiaohua coldly stared at him. With a wave of her hand, a circular light screen that was as tall as a person appeared in the hall. The light screen flickered a few times before it became clear. Inside the light screen was a place beside the shrine where two people were talking. Both of them were disciples of the Righteous Dao Alliance. One of them was the one who went out to send the message earlier. The person who sent the message lowered his voice and said to the other disciple, Su Kuan, go and inform the other disciples. Tell them to ignore any strange scenes. Those are all fake. Someone is hiding somewhere in the Immortal Mansion, pretending to be mysterious. But that person called himself Ren Xiaoyao. He said that this Immortal Mansion already belonged to their Beidou school. Disciple. Su Kuan hesitated. Nonsense. Ren Xiaoyao said that this Immortal Mansion belongs to Beidou school. Does it really belong to Beidou school? Alliance Master Zhang asked me to tell you that he has been in the front hall all this time. He didn't see anyone get the central throne. Ren Xiaoyao's sudden appearance must be because he secretly did something somewhere in the Immortal Mansion. Alliance Master Zhang has seen Ren Xiaoyao before. He's just a martial artist, and his martial arts aren't very high. Since he can get control of the Immortal Mansion, you can naturally do the same. As long as you catch this guy and kill him, this Immortal Mansion, wouldn't it belong to our Righteous Dao Alliance? Besides, the old immortals of the incense cult, the Daoist temple, and between the clouds and the water didn't have the ability to get this Immortal Mansion. How can Ren Xiaoyao get it? Can't you tell such a small thing apart? Also, Alliance Master Zhang will buy time for you in the main hall. Try to catch Ren Xiaoyao within this period of time. Otherwise, when we leave the Immortal Mansion, how will we get the chance? Today he's the founder of some Beidou school. Killing someone is unlucky. Don't worry, Alliance Master Zhang will definitely guarantee your safety. Su Kuan seemed to be persuaded by that person. He nodded slightly and left with his lightness skill. The person who sent the message was in the main hall. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his face turned ashen. How was it? Alliance Master Zhang, did you enjoy watching this? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the light screen disappeared. She raised her head and asked with a smile. Sect Leader Ren, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. We're in the Immortal Mansion of Beidou School. What can I say? Alliance Master Zhang San said without changing his expression. Well said, well said. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and laughed. At this moment, the incense stick had burned to its end. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the incense stick disappeared. Since that's the case, then all of you can stay here. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Killing people as a sacrifice to the flag is also a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, and a few rays of light flew out from her hands and disappeared in an instant. These are hundreds of lives. How can you be so cruel and merciless? Alliance Master Zhang San said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Just now, you solemnly vowed to get along with the various sections. Now you're so cruel. How can you win the trust of the various sects in the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang San as if she was looking at an idiot. Then she turned and walked away. She sneered and said, In order to win the trust of all of you, I have to give up my principles? You're so naive. Do you think that you can use the so-called trust of all the sects in the Jianghu to force I to submit? I already knew about your plan. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense and a half, I checked all the hundreds of disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Which one of them didn't have the blood of innocent people on their hands? Even all of you who came to Yaoshan killed many people in the nearby villages. How can I be afraid of dirtying my hands by killing these people? And you? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. You actually ordered your subordinates to destroy the piece of Beidou school in front of I. If I don't kill you, how can I? Sect leader Ren? A voice sounded. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the elder Chang Xing of the Daoist temple. Zhang Xiaohua was a little unhappy and asked, Master, what do you want to say? Cough cough, sect leader Ren. I want to plead for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang. Master Chang Xing was a little embarrassed, but it seemed that he had to plead for leniency, so he had no choice but to appear. Zhang Xiaohua's interest was piqued. She asked curiously, as far as I know, the Daoist Temple and the Righteous Alliance, Amitba. Sect leader Ren, this has nothing to do with the relationship between the two sections. Master Chang Xing smiled. Today is the opening day of your sect. There was blood just now, so it's really not good to kill again. Moreover, Alliance leader Zhang has been in this hall all this time and didn't leave the hall. Naturally, he didn't violate sect leader Ren's kill order, so, sect leader Ren, after hearing this, I also want to ask sect leader Ren for a favor. Nanjing Yi also took a step forward and said with a smile, for the sake of Mount Yao Immortal Mansion, who knows how many Jianghu disciples have died at the foot of Mount Yao? Now, the Jianghu's vitality has been greatly damaged, and the Righteous Alliance is one of the 4 great sections. If Alliance leader Zhang loses his life, the Righteous Alliance will be like a plate of loose sand, and in the Jianghu, won't there be more waves? Sect leader Ren, since you've already obtained the Immortal Mansion, why don't you show mercy? For the sake of the entire Jianghu, the Jianghu can no longer afford to be harmed. Moreover, for the sake of the Beidou school's disciples when they travel the Jianghu in the future. Sect leader Ren, please reconsider. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She didn't understand why Master Chang Sheng and Nanjing Yi were pleading for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang San. If other people were pleading for leniency, she wouldn't necessarily care. However, these two sects were related to her. Although she wasn't afraid, the disciples of the Beidou school would travel the Jianghu in the future. Nanjing Yi's words weren't unreasonable. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to herself. When Alliance leader Zhang San saw Master Chang Sheng and Nanjing Yi come forward to plead for leniency, his expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth, cupped his hands, and said, Sect leader Ren, was not strict with my subordinates and caused you trouble. I hereby apologize to sect leader Ren. Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, he flipped his right hand and slapped the head of the person next to him. That person's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Then, a few streaks of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth and eyes. His body collapsed into the black clouds. In the main hall, everyone cried out in surprise. However, they immediately gave Alliance leader Zhang San a thumbs up in their hearts. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was able to find a way out for himself in time. He used the life of a disciple of the Righteous Dao Alliance to find a way out for himself. He even killed the person who sent the message. Even if the Beidou school wanted to bring up old scores, they had no excuse. Alliance leader Zhang San was indeed a famous person in the Jianghu. Sect leader Ren, this disciple actually misinterpreted my intentions and gave orders on my behalf. He offended the Beidou school and I have personally punished him. I hope sect leader Ren can forgive the Righteous Dao Alliance's offense. After killing the disciple who sent the message, Alliance leader Zhang San lost his courage and cupped his hands. What a good Alliance leader Zhang San. As expected of the Alliance leader of the number 1 martial arts sect. This method is really beautiful. Second brother, you still have to learn more. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned in her heart. Her face was still cold, but she said, "Yes, no problem, no problem. Since the incense cult and the Daoist temple are pleading for leniency, and it really wasn't Alliance leader Zhang San's doing, what else can I say?" As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand again. Several rays of light flashed, and the corpse next to Alliance leader Zhang San also disappeared in a flash. While Alliance leader Zhang San was shocked, he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, "I have already sent the corpses of the others to the bottom of Yao Mountain." "Eh? What is this?" As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. She stood up with a look of surprise. Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua received the spiritual tablet of Immortal Mansion and sent the corpses of hundreds of righteous Dao Alliance disciples to the bottom of Yao Mountain, the faint black gas that was invisible to the naked eye emerged from the ground and wrapped around the corpses, sucking the blood from the corpses into the ground. When Zhang Xiaohua noticed this strange phenomenon, she immediately released her divine sense. On top of Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's godlike image seemed to be angry. Her divine sense covered the sky and covered the earth. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the faint black gas, the black gas immediately became alert and suddenly retreated into the ground. Before Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could extend underground, the entire ground trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A black gas flashed from the ground and quickly retreated into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was not enough. She could only shrink her eyes slightly and slowly sit back on the central throne. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 1190. That faint black aura. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't know about it, but Zhang Xiaohua just happened to know. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stand up and sit down again in just a moment, everyone was puzzled. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought, Master Chongqing glanced at Nanjing. Nanjing understood and said with a smile, "Sect Master Ren? I wonder, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nanjing and nodded slightly. She said, "Nanjing, you and the others have been fighting for a long time under Yaoshan, right?" Nanjing was a bit embarrassed, but she still nodded. "Yes, Yaoshan Immortal Abode is so annoying that even Sect Master Ren wants to take action. How can we be exempt? There are many people in Jianghu. I'm afraid the blood has been flowing since last night." Amitba, Master Chongqing sighed with emotion again. He put his palms together and said, "My Daoist temple was originally a pure land, but I had no choice but to do this." Good. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's interest was piqued. He first looked at Master Chongqing, then turned to ask Abbess Jing. At the foot of Yao Mountain, there were many casualties. I'm afraid there were more than 10,000 people. Have you checked the corpses of the dead? Checked? Nanjing was stunned. She shook her head slightly and said, "The situation under Yaoshan is quite chaotic. How can we be in the mood to check other people's corpses? Sect Master Ren, if there's anything wrong, please tell us directly." You'll know when you go down. I don't need to say more." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Master Du, I have something to ask. Please tell me the truth." Master Tiangang put his palms together and chanted, "Amitba, monks don't lie. Sect Master Ren, please ask. I wonder, does your temple have a magic weapon like a black flag?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked, "Black flag?" Master Tiangang was stunned. Without even thinking, he smiled and said, "My Daoist temple's artifacts are mainly made of Buddha's light. Black is the bane of Buddha's light. First of all, this color is wrong. Moreover, my Daoist temple's artifacts are made of beads and sticks. I've never heard of a flag before." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "In your opinion, this black flag, Tenria's sect?" Grandmaster Tiangang said resolutely. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned again. He stared straight at Master Tiangang, as if he was trying to guess the truth of Master Tiangang's words. Just now, when his spiritual awareness came into contact with the faint black gas, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't it the black flag that suppressed the lotus throne under the Daoist temple's Buddha space? However, The flag escaped quickly and Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness didn't see it, so he couldn't confirm it in his heart. Previously, he thought that the Daoist temple had done something under Yaoshan Mountain, but, looking at the expressions of Master Tiangang, Master Chongqing and the rest, it didn't seem to be fake. However, if the Tenryu sect had done something, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat believed it. After all, until now, there weren't many disciples of the Tenryu sect. Could it be that they weren't interested in Yaoshan Immortal abode? However, when he thought of the black flag that he had seen at the Daoist temple, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little far-fetched. How could something from the Tenryu sect appear at the Daoist temple? Yes, I guess it's something similar to that flag. After all, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen the black thing with his own eyes. He could only rely on his spiritual awareness to feel the black gas for a moment. He couldn't take it seriously. Sect leader Ren, after saying so much, what exactly happened? Nanjing asked again. Didn't I say it already? When you go down the mountain, you'll naturally know. I just want to remind everyone that the mantis catches the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Perhaps, the Tenryu sect has already set a trap under Yaoshan Mountain. Tenryu sect? Set a trap? Nanjing was shocked. The three sects had set a trap to kill Sakura, but they didn't expect to fall into Sakura's trap and lose two seniors from the Daoist temple and the incense cult. Fortunately, Master Tiangang appeared at the end and killed several heavenly kings from the Tenryu sect and seriously injured Sakura. They thought that they had gained the upper hand, but now, after listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, the Tenryu sect actually had a trap. This was really, what's there to be proud of? Chen stood in the distance and muttered in a low voice, "Will it kill you to say it directly?" Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face, which was slightly different from before, Chen could not describe his feelings. Even Peacock was slightly stunned as she listened, as if what was happening in front of her was just a show. All right, everyone, the dust has settled in Yaoshan Immortal abode and my Beidou school has been opened under your witness. Now that everything here is done, please return along the way you came. Zhang Xiaohua stood up with a smile and cupped her hands. I will see you off. We don't dare to trouble you, sect leader Ren. Everyone returned the gesture. Also, Yao Mountain is now the territory of the Big Dipper sect. If there's nothing else, I ask that the sects of the pugilistic world not stay here for a while, lest you cause a misunderstanding with my disciples. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, also, the corpses at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. I'll have to trouble all the sect leaders to take them away. If there are corpses like these within 100 miles of Yaoshan Mountain, don't blame me. Hee. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had appeared on the throne alone and did not see anyone else, many of the sects still had evil intentions and wanted to wait at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain for a new opportunity. When they heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, it was just a shock in their hearts. As for whether they would stay or leave, only God knew. Alliance leader Zhang San of the Righteous Dao Alliance cupped his hands and left first. Master Chongqing of the Daoist temple and Nanjing of the incense cult looked at each other, nodded slightly, and left at the same time. After Between the Clouds and the Water left, the other sects began to salute Zhang Xiaohua and gradually left. Valley Master Nye and the other two were in the corner. When they saw that most of the people had left, they also saluted and were about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua's voice rang in Valley Master Nye's ears. Valley Master Nye, little you is now at the Misty School. If you're not in a hurry, go to the Misty School and meet her. It's also a good thing to contact the Misty School in the name of Rejuvenation Valley. Oh? Valley Master Nye was stunned. He really could not think of why his daughter would go to the Misty School. However, since it was Zhang Xiaohua who said it, of course it was true. He immediately nodded and said, yes, I understand. I'll go there now. Second brother, what are you doing? Si Yakong was stunned and elbowed Valley Master Nye a few times. Are you having hysteria? Sect Master Rin didn't say anything. What did you agree to? Didn't say anything? Valley Master Nye was stunned and raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua only nodded slightly. Valley Master Nye rolled his eyes and did not say anything. He pulled Si Yakong out and walked to the black and white jade passageway before asking in a low voice, "Big brother, are you sure? Sect Master Rin didn't say anything just now?" "Of course, you can ask fourth brother if you don't believe me." Si Yakong glared at him. Indeed, when the sect masters left, Sect Master Rin didn't say anything. He was standing there the whole time. Zhen Xian nodded and said, "I heard Sect Master Rin ask me to go to the Misty School. He said little Yu was there." Valley Master Nye looked around carefully and said in a low voice, "Huh?" Si Yakong and Zhen Xian were first shocked and then pleasantly surprised. They said, This is the method of the Immortal Dao. Let's not talk about anything else. Since Sect Master Rin asked us to go, we have to go." Si Yakong thought even further. "Sect Master Ren asked you to go in the name of Rejuvenation Valley and let you establish contact with the Misty School. We'll go in the name of the Jade Foundation Alliance to support the Misty School. No matter what, the Misty School is a large sect. If our Jade Foundation Alliance can establish contact with the Misty School, we'll be able to benefit from it too. But what about the incense cult?" Valley Master Nye was a little hesitant. "Second brother, what are you hesitating for? The Misty School is also supported by the incense cult. If you go to the Misty School, won't you be supporting the incense cult? Although the incense cult has said that they won't care about Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years, if you go to the Misty School, won't you be letting the entire pugilistic world know that Rejuvenation Valley is still connected to the incense cult?" Zhen Xian said anxiously. The three from the Jade Foundation Alliance didn't know the inside story of the Misty School and the incense cult. Although there were some rumors, it had nothing to do with them. Who would think too much about it? After hearing Zhen Xian's words, Valley Master Nye nodded subconsciously. "Let's go, second brother." "Who told you to have such a good daughter? I'm so envious of you." Si Yakong repeated Elder Zhang's words as well. After everyone in the main hall left, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked at the empty main hall and the colorful clouds. She smiled and said, the feeling of being a sect master is really not bad." Then she stretched out her hand and the small mansion-guarding spirit steel appeared in her hand. Looking at the golden steel, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "It's a pity. I can only refine 10% of it. I can't control many of the restrictions in this immortal abode. Even these colorful clouds can't be disturbed. There's really nothing I can do." Sigh, not to mention those purple and blue pavilions at the back of the hall. "It's a pity that as the owner of this immortal abode, I can only go in and out of the white pavilions where the servants live. But this is good too. As my cultivation increases, I'll obtain different things. Progressing step by step is the right way." Zhang Xiaohua could only comfort herself like this. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua held the mansion-guarding spirit steel in her hand and spread out her divine sense. She looked at all the places she could control and nodded slightly. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is really useful. If not for the Righteous Alliance not knowing what's good for them and forcing them to stay inside, giving I an excuse to kill them, it wouldn't have been so easy to get these disciples out of the immortal abode. Everyone has left. I will also close the door and decline all guests." With that, Zhang Xiaohua threw the mansion-guarding spirit steel into the air and hit it with a seal. Several rainbow-colored lights flashed out and went to different places. Afterward, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and put the mansion-guarding spirit steel into his pocket. He took out a magic treasure and threw it down the hall. The magic treasure immediately turned into a meteor and disappeared in the air. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the mansion-guarding spirit steel. The immortal abode is really an immortal abode. The way the owner enters and exits is actually different from others. How strange, Zhang Xiaohua said. She made a spell and her figure disappeared from the throne. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1191. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared again, she was already in a remote place at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Yaoshan Mountain in the distance with a smile on her lips. She made another gesture and her figure suddenly floated away, gradually disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Nun Jingyi of the incense cult and master longevity of the Daoist temple exited the Lingxiao palace. They looked at each other, sighed, and walked along the stairs to the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Go, pick one of the corpses in front and have a look. Nun Jingyi ordered and looked at Nun Shuqing. Nun Shuqing also looked unhappy. She looked back at the shining Holy Realm Dweller's mansion on Yaoshan Mountain and whispered, Immortal fate, this Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. It fell into the hands of a kid who's still wet behind the ears. It's a pity that my junior sister Shu Jie's life was so. She died in vain. By the way, Qianxia, tell me the ins and outs of this Ren Xiaoyao in detail. Yes, Your Highness. Qianxia seemed to have not recovered from the surprise of seeing Zhang Xiaohua in Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and was obviously a little absent-minded. Let me tell you. Seeing this, Peacock bowed and said, Ren Xiaoyao was the first time I saw him in Rejuvenation Valley. At this time, there was another burst of thunder on Yaoshan Mountain. Everyone looked up and saw that the stairs extending from Holy Realm Dweller's mansion on Yaoshan Mountain gradually disappeared step by step. When the stairs had completely disappeared, the huge palace gate on Yaoshan Mountain slowly closed. Then, the endless light on Holy Realm Dweller's mansion gradually disappeared and the entire Holy Realm Dweller's mansion gradually turned into an ordinary palace. Sigh, it's really an abnormal momentum, it's really an immortal method, it's really under Ren Xiaoyao's control. Nun Shuqing said, as expected, 3 times in a row, her tone full of regret and indignation. Leader. An inner disciple hurried over, his face full of panic. Don't be hasty. Tell me slowly. Seeing this, Abbess Jingyi knew that something was wrong. However, her face remained calm as she spoke in a low voice. The disciple calmed down, but his face was still full of surprise. He bowed and said, Sect leader, I just picked up the corpse of a female disciple from an unknown sect. I found that this female disciple's body was dry, and there was no blood on her body. What's going on? Not only Nun Jingyi, but Peacock, Qianxia and Shuqing Nun also exclaimed, Are you sure? That's right. Your disciple has confirmed it. Your disciple saw a few more male corpses. Although I didn't take off their clothes to examine them, but just by looking at their faces, they were also like dried corpses. Let's go. Nun Jingyi could no longer keep her composure and quickly walked forward. The disciple also led the way. At this time, the entire foot of Yaoshan was covered with corpses. Some were bent over, some were lying on their backs, and some were half-lying. Not far from where Nun Jingyi was standing, a thin female corpse was lying on her back. Beside her, several inner disciples of the incense cult surrounded the female corpse in a circle. When Nun Jingyi entered the circle, she saw that the woman was dressed in the typical martial arts attire. At this time, her blouse had been cut open, revealing an unusually voluptuous upper body. Her upper body, which was originally full of seduction and even flirtatious, was now abnormally pale and abnormally shriveled. It was like dried bacon without a trace of moisture. What should have been a smooth and sparkling chest was now tightly compressed. Countless fine wrinkles covered it, like 2 slightly larger walnuts. On the woman's chest, there was a small, slender wound. At this time, it was also dried up and shrunk. There was not a drop of blood left. Nun Jingyi squatted down and used her hand to touch the woman's skin. Then she bent down and sniffed the woman's wound. A look of understanding appeared on her face. Then she raised her head and looked around. Her face was filled with confusion. Qianxia also looked curiously, and there was a trace of fear on her face. Nun Shuqing looked and scanned with her divine sense. Then she sighed and almost shouted, Amitabha. After a while, Nun Jingyi was puzzled and asked, Grand Elder, what do you think? What else can I think? All the blood in this child's body has been sucked dry and there is no vitality. I have lived for so long, but I have never seen such a thing. Nun Shuqing sighed. Clean up the people, and send the disciples of Wuming Hall to the nearby town. Find a way to hire some villagers and carriages to take away the dead people of the incense cult and the corpses around the incense cult's residence. Find a beautiful place to bury them. Nun Jing-yi ordered. I have already arranged for the disciples of Wuming Hall. Nun Xuezhen, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice. Nun Jing-yi nodded and said to Nun Shuqing, Grand Elder, is this the abnormality that Ren Xiaoyao mentioned? Then she looked up at the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and said, His divine sense. Oh, it should be the power of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. Yes, it is. If not for the help of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion, how could his divine sense reach here? However, the power of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion is really powerful. Our Imo Xian Palace is far inferior to it. Nun Shuqing nodded. Leader, Master Changxing of the Daoist Temple invites you. An inner disciple walked quickly. Yes, I know. Nun Jing-yi nodded and turned to look at Nun Shuqing. She said, Grand Elder, Master Changxing must ask about the dried corpses. Are you going too? No, I fell out with the Daoist Temple because of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. I am afraid that I will lose face if I see them again. You are the leader, so you can go. I want to hear the story of Ren Xiaoyao. Seeing that Nun Shuqing was not going, Nun Jing-yi took Peacock and went straight to the Daoist Temple's residence. As for Chen, he was dragged by the crowd to play the role of the storyteller in front of Nun Shuqing. When Nun Jing-yi arrived at the Daoist Temple's residence, Bai Yanxiu of Between the Clouds and the Water and the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, had already arrived. There were also several leaders of large sections. Seeing Nun Jing-yi come, Master Changxing went straight to the point. Nun Jing-yi, have you checked the corpses? Yes, we did, but... As she spoke, Nun Jing-yi looked around at everyone and said in a low voice, But I've never seen such a strange thing. Neither have my sect's Grand Elder. Alas! Master Changxing sighed and shook his head. Master Tiangang and the others have never seen such a strange thing either. Do you still need to say it? Bai Yanxiu said curiously. Ren Xiaoyao of Beidou School has said clearly that this must be a trap set by the Tenryu sect. The Tenryu sect is a demonic sect. Who knows what kind of evil weapon they are refining? Hearing this, Master Changxing and Nun Jing-yi frowned slightly. Of course, this was the first thing they thought of, but the Tenryu sect was established at the same time as the three sections. Although the path of immortals and demons was different, they had shared weal and woe for tens of thousands of years. Everyone knew what kind of tricks each other had, but the incense cult and the Daoist Temple had never heard that the Tenryu sect had such a bloody method. In fact, the most important thing was Sakura of the Tenryu sect had set up a trap and was seriously injured by Master Tiangang in the middle of this trap. Could it be the one who was injured wasn't Sakura? Both Nun Jing-yi and Master Changxing were stunned. They looked at each other and unconsciously understood. But Sakura's cultivation couldn't be impersonated. Then who was the one who impersonated Sakura? The Tenryu sect's Sakura alone was enough to give the three sects a headache. If they secretly cultivated a disciple who was comparable to Sakura, then, even if the other 7 heavenly kings were all killed, the Tenryu sect's vitality wouldn't be damaged too much. Alliance Master Zhang San. Do you have something to say? As soon as Nun Jing-yi arrived, she saw Alliance Master Zhang San, who was usually very active, frowning. His expression was uncertain. She couldn't help but feel surprised and asked, I don't have anything to say. Alliance Master Zhang San was a little nervous and directly said, I. Then he came to his senses and squeezed out a smile. I don't have anything to say. You 3 sects don't even have a clue about this kind of thing, let alone us martial sections. Don't you think so? The sect leaders of several large martial arts sects next to him echoed his words in horror. Then, your expression. Nun Jing-yi didn't let him go and continued asking. If your sect's elders were all killed and your elite disciples were also killed, I'm afraid Nun's expression right now would be worse than mine. Alliance Master Zhang San said coldly, My righteous alliance has suffered a great calamity. It's a moment of life and death. Am I wrong to be a little sad? Don't tell me none thinks this blood has something to do with me? Blood, what? Nun Jingyi was stunned and asked curiously, Alliance Master Zhang San seems to know something. What do I know? Alliance Master Zhang San was furious. If Nun is suspicious, I'll leave now. Come find me when you find evidence. Goodbye. Wait. Master Chang Xing immediately stopped him. Alliance Master Zhang San, please calm down. This old monk knows that your righteous alliance has suffered such a great change. Alliance Master must be uncomfortable, and Nun Jing is also thinking about the survival of the entire Jianghu. Alliance Master doesn't need to mind if I ask a few more questions. Alliance Master Zhang San, please don't be offended. Didn't my fragrant cult advance and retreat together with the righteous alliance in the main hall? It's just a few questions. Don't take it to heart. Nun Jing-yi said with a smile. Alliance Master Zhang San snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He also stopped walking. The righteous alliance was in a miserable state. Of the 9 alliance masters, 1 alliance master and 8 vice alliance masters, only vice alliance master Yu, who was guarding the righteous peak, and vice alliance master Mi, who was basically crippled, were still alive. The other 6 vice alliance masters were all dead. The hundreds of disciples who had been brought to the Yaoshan Immortal abode and had the chance to become Vice Alliance Masters were all killed by Zhang Xiaohua. Other than thinking about other things, Alliance Master Zhang San was also thinking about how to take away the thousands of disciples from the Misty School. If he knew that these thousands of disciples had become Zhang Xiaohu's private army, who knew how much blood he would vomit. And these thousands of disciples, to a large extent, they still had to rely on the fragrant cult. Therefore, although he had a stern expression just now, once there was a way out, he immediately took it. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1192. Your Shindao sect? Oh, between the clouds and the water, have you ever seen such a strange thing? Master Changxing turned around and asked. Bai Yanqiu shook his head blankly and replied, The 3 perfected masters of my sect have also carefully examined it. It seems that there is no such precedent in the records of the sect. I remember that in the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, Ren Xiaoyao mentioned whether or not your sect had a black flag, and then, he mentioned the Tenryu sect. I think that this thing might have something to do with the Tenryu sect. Ah, Amitba. Excellent. Master Changxing put his palms together and said in a low voice, The black flag that Benefactor Ren mentioned does not exist in the Dalan Temple. There is no record of it in the ancient records of the sect. I sent Master Tiangang to guard the Sutra Depository and he has seen all the ancient records. If he doesn't know, then it doesn't exist. Moreover, I have already sent hundreds of disciples to examine all the corpses within 10 miles of Yaoshan. There was no exception. All the corpses were completely drained of blood. If this is really the doing of the Tenryu sect, this Tenryu sect has a great plan. I'm afraid we can't deal with it alone. Exactly. I wonder where the blood of these tens of thousands of people has flowed to? In the past, whenever there was a massacre in Jianghu, there would be a bloody smell in the air that lingered for a long time. But now, there is no bloody smell in Yaoshan at all. It is abnormally fresh. It is really strange. This matter still needs to be planned. Does anyone have any ideas? Master Changxing sighed. They couldn't possibly attack the Tenryu sect now, so everyone looked at each other and didn't have any definite ideas. Let's do it this way. Now that the Tenryu sect is the only sect that isn't here in Jianghu, this strange thing is most likely the doing of the Tenryu sect. Let's go back and think of a countermeasure. Tomorrow, we will make a plan. What do you think? Bai Yanqiu said in a low voice. Great kindness, Master Changxing agreed. Our sects will stay here for a few more days for the sake of our survival. I'm sure Headmaster Ren of Beidou School won't blame us. Probably not. Nun Jingyi smiled. After the martial arts sects left, Alliance Master Zhang San called out to Abbess Jingyi and said, Abbess, this humble one, has something to ask of you, for some face. Startled, Abbess Jing-yi glanced at Master Longevity beside her and smiled. Alliance Leader Zhang. What's the matter? Abbess, can I have a word with you? Alliance Master Zhang San's face was slightly red. Ba, I'll go take a look elsewhere. Help yourselves. Master Chang Sheng chanted Buddha's name and left. Seeing this, Bai Yanqiu also took his leave. Between the clouds and the water. Seeing the two of them leave, Alliance Master Zhang San thickened his face and told Nun Jingyi his thoughts. In the end, he added, after this matter, these thousands of disciples of the righteous Tao Alliance will be of great importance. If Nun returns these disciples, the righteous Tao Alliance and the incense cult will form an alliance and not invade each other in the future. What do you think, Nun? At first, Nun Jingyi thought it was something serious, but when she heard the end, a bitter smile appeared on her face. What? Nun isn't willing? Seeing Nun Jingyi like this, Alliance Master Zhang San sneered. Nun, don't forget that the Daoist Temple, the incense cult, and the righteous Tao Alliance have an agreement. Without the righteous Tao Alliance's secret plane map, AI, Alliance Leader Zhang San, your words are a bit coercive. Nun Jingyi said unhappily. If it weren't for the agreement between our three sects, if it weren't for the secret plane map, how could the Daoist Temple and the incense cult stand up for you at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Moreover, I also know that after Yaoshan Immortal Mansion fell into the hands of Beta School, that secret plane is the most important thing to both you and me. Without the sheepskin from your righteous Tao Alliance, the incense cult and the Daoist Temple wouldn't have been able to enter the secret plane. Since none knows. Alliance Master Zhang San was a bit bewildered. AI, Alliance Leader Zhang San may not know, but the Misty School situation you're thinking of right now is exactly what I've planned and hoped for. However, that's only what you're thinking, it's not the truth. Right now, the truth should be like this. Nun Jingyi didn't hide anything and told Alliance Master Zhang San everything she knew. Huh? How could that be? Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned. Then, you didn't send the Immortal Tao expert? How could that be? If we sent the Immortal Tao expert, we'd rather have the inner disciples help the Misty School. Why bother hiding it? Nun Jingyi shook her head. The most important thing is that we've trapped Yen in Shixin Peak for many years. No matter what we did, we couldn't find the location of the sheepskin belonging to the Misty School. If we couldn't find the sheepskin belonging to the Misty School, wouldn't our three sects be unable to do as we wish? Therefore, if we let the Misty School out, not only would it benefit the Misty School, but it would also benefit the Daoist Temple and the Righteous Tao Alliance. Letting the sheepskin out and cooperating with our three sects was one of the conditions the Misty School had for leaving Shixin Peak. None, in other words, if the Misty School doesn't release the Righteous Tao disciple, we have no other way. After listening to Nun Jingyi's analysis, Alliance Leader Zhang San knew that the Misty School also had a weakness that could be used against him as a barrier. Moreover, the Misty School also had an unknown Immortal Tao expert. He couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. He muttered, but the Immortal Tao is so difficult to set foot on. How could Zhang Xiaohu have the cultivation of the Immortal Tao? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. Alliance Leader Zhang San, this is also why we're surprised. If that Zhang Xiaohu isn't a chess piece that we can control, do you think we're crazy? Why would we put this heavy burden on him? What should we do? For the first time, Alliance Leader Zhang San felt somewhat panicked. Nun Jingyi glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, "It's only a little more than a month until the 15th of the first lunar month. Alliance Leader Zhang San doesn't need to worry. When our four sects meet up, Alliance Leader Zhang San can negotiate with the Misty School and give the benefits of the secret plane to the Misty School. Who knows, maybe the Misty School will send your thousands of disciples back." That's the only way. Alliance Leader Zhang San said gloomily. The matter of the jungle. Did you send someone to notify the Misty School? Alliance Leader Zhang San doesn't need to worry. We've already notified Zhang Xiaohu before Yaoshan. It's just that the Misty School's defenses are very tight. We don't know if the news has been delivered yet. The secret plane is the key to setting foot on the immortal Dao. It's also, the key to the revival of the great immortal Dao sections. How could the Misty School not care? None, don't worry. As long as Zhang Xiaohu gets the news, he'll definitely come in time. Alliance leader Zhang San snorted and said bitterly, oh right. Between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanqiu seems to be very smart. Don't let her know about this. Don't worry. Between the clouds and the water doesn't have the sheepskin scroll, and they're a sect that appeared after the incident of the secret plane. How could they know about the secret plane? Between the clouds and the water was born in the Shendao sect. They should also be a great sect with the immortal Dao. How could they not know about the secret plane? Alliance leader, you don't know. This secret plane has long been lost in history. If the sheepskin scroll hadn't appeared, the incense sect and the Dalan temple wouldn't have remembered it. Between the clouds and the water has been destroyed for a long time and is working hard to restore it. How could they know about this? Nanjing Yi said disdainfully. I'm relieved. Alliance leader Zhang San nodded. However, he suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, this secret plane is very close to Yaoshan, and Beidou School in Yaoshan is newly built. I'm afraid it'll attract Ren Xiaoyao's attention. Well, Alliance leader's worries are very reasonable. However, I've also thought about it. The Immortal Mansion is a great immortal opportunity. Beidou School has already obtained this immortal opportunity. If they covet the secret plane, I'm afraid they'll be punished by heaven. Moreover, Beidou School is newly built. Within 10 days, Ren Xiaoyao won't have time to think about other things. None, you're right. However, we still have to be careful. Don't let others know. Alliance leader Zhang San warned again. I know. Nanjing Yi sneered. I came back empty-handed from the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Naturally, I'm determined to get the secret plane. My eagerness is no less than Alliance leader Zhang San's. That's good, that's good. Alliance leader Zhang San smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. Nanjing Yi and Grandmaster Chang Xing discussed for a long time. They were certain that the mastermind behind all this was the Tenryu sect. They couldn't help but sigh and return to their own homes. Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew in the air. She seemed to be like a fish in water or a dragon in the sea. She couldn't help but praise, I don't know what I encountered in this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Not only did I not die from the raging fire, but my cultivation in the path of immortality has also leaped 1,000 miles. Just the Carefree Heart Sutra alone has reached the 16th layer. I can be considered a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. With 2 more layers, the Carefree Heart Sutra will be completed. Also, the core in my Mudpill Palace has increased several times. The range and quality of my divine sense have also increased by leaps and bounds. My God's guidance has also reached the 2nd layer. Not only that, but my God's guidance doesn't seem to have reached the end. I feel like it's improving every moment. Also, my flying technique seems to be twice as fast as yesterday. Could it be that, when I was in the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, that Phoenix absorbed a lot of Qi of heaven and earth? Alright, where's the Phoenix? Why did the basin suddenly burst into flames when the Phoenix appeared? Is the Phoenix not afraid of fire? Did the Phoenix save me? Where did the Phoenix run off to? Zhang Xiaohua had a series of questions, but he didn't have a definite answer. All he knew was that he wasn't burned to death, the Phoenix was gone, and he had obtained 9 magic treasures like the Hao Tian mirror, as well as the immortal guarding spiritual steel of the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Most importantly, he had unintentionally obtained the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, and he had announced the establishment of the Big Dipper sect in front of all the sects in the martial arts world. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but do somersaults in the air. It was as if she had done something extremely interesting. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua could already see Pingyang City. She could also see the small courtyard in the Huanxi Mountain Villa outside of Pingyang City. At this moment, Zhang Byron was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow in the courtyard. Suddenly, Zhang Byron frowned and looked up at the sky. Little Yellow and Little Black immediately trembled and crawled on the ground. They didn't dare to move at all. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1193. Guosufei, Lu Qian, and Xianxia were all sitting in the pavilion, chatting leisurely. The grapevines had already withered away. Although Lu Qian was talking to her mother from time to time, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Byron. Seeing Zhang Byron stop playing and look up at the sky, Lu Qian was surprised. She stood up and shouted, "Byron? What's wrong?" Before Lu Qian could finish her sentence, in the corner of the courtyard, there was a wail. Huan Huan's four legs gave way and it fell to the ground, peeing and shitting. This? Lu Qian was shocked and shouted, "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, sister-in-law, are you calling for me?" A voice descended from the sky, and a tall, thin, bald young man wearing a long robe landed in the middle of the courtyard. "Xiaohua, when did you come back?" Lu Qian was surprised when she heard Zhang Xiaohua's familiar voice. But when she saw her clearly, she took 2 steps back and covered her mouth. She shouted, "You? How can you be Xiaohua?" "No, you are Xiaohua?" "That's not right, how can you be Xiaohua?" Lu Qian panicked and couldn't speak clearly. She jumped out of the pavilion and stood in front of Zhang Byron. Guosufei and Xianxia didn't care about Lu Qian's concern for Zhang Byron. But when they heard the wail of the whale, they also stood up. Then, Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the courtyard. Lu Qian's denial stunned Guosufei. The young man in front of her looked like her youngest son. But when she looked carefully, his face was different. But when she looked again, he looked like her youngest son. What's going on? Xiaohua? Guosufei hesitated. Master. Zhang Byron, who was blocked by Lu Qian, seemed to have reacted. He stuck his head out from Lu Qian's leg and poked with the wooden stick in his hand while mumbling. "Mother, of course it's me." Zhang Xiaohua touched her bald head helplessly and touched her nose, which was much taller than the rest. "But your hair, where did it go? Your nose and eyes, how did they become like this?" Guosufei hesitated. "Gee, mother, I don't know myself." Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to tell her mother that she was almost burned to death. She smiled and said, "I woke up and became like this. I don't know what happened." "Xiaohua, when did you come back?" Zhang Xiaolong came out of the house and saw to see Xiaohua's back. "Your hair, why is it gone?" "Big brother, I just came back." Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he turned around. "Wow, who are you?" Zhang Xiaolong to see to his face to see Zhang's to see. "AI father, Mr. Lu, come out and talk." Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and said helplessly, "There's also Pinger, Tian, and Ji Xiaohua. By the way, disciple, go and call your martial aunt." Zhang Xiaohua knew to explain to her family and disciple, so she called out everyone in the courtyard. The last sentence was directed to Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua came out of the house. Although she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face changed again, her tone was the same as before. She responded casually and ran outside. Shui Tian curled her lips in jealousy and looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously. "Little fish Nya, you don't recognize me either." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xianxia, who was standing in the pavilion and didn't want to come out. "Senior martial brother, you feel different from before," Xianxia said while biting her lips. "How about this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and changed her face back to its original appearance. "Hee, this is the same as before, but it still feels a little awkward." Xianxia shook her head. "Oh, Xiaohua, my child. Have you changed so much that you can't find your original appearance? Can't you change back?" Guosufei suddenly realized and cried out. "Mother!" Zhang Xiaohua sweated and quickly said, No, mother, don't worry. When everyone is here, I'll tell you in detail." Xiaohua. "AI, look at what you've become." Zhang Kai held the pipe in his hand and said with a look of disappointment, "You're already the head of some Beidou school, why are you still so mischievous?" Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a frown and whispered to Zhang Kai, "In-law, let's hear what Xiaohua has to say." "No matter how I look at it, I look like Xiaohua." Io, right, disciple, go to the Misty School's meeting hall and invite your martial uncle. I almost forgot about him. Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and laughed. Yes, disciple will go now. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua call him disciple, Shui Tian immediately jumped up and used his qinggong to jump out of the courtyard. Little Yellow, Little Black, what's going on with you two? Zhang Xiaohua saw Little Black and Little Yellow's appearance and asked. Zhang Xiaohua said and thought the same. Little Yellow and Little Black immediately heard her and their eyes flashed with joy. Two timid voices that did not dare to speak loudly sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Mother, father, is it you? Nonsense, of course it's father and mother. Who else could it be? Others may not recognize me, but how can you not recognize me? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Mother, father, Little Yellow and Little Black called out at the same time. Although their eyes were mostly filled with joy and a trace of fear, but neither of them dared to step forward. What's wrong with you two? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Since they knew that she was Zhang Xiaohua, these two little things should have flown over. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and stretched out her hand to pick up Little Yellow and Little Black. When the two little things saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over, they were obviously extremely afraid. They wanted to retreat, but didn't dare to. When Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to grab them, the two little things first stood up and their eyes were filled with pleading. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was very sensitive to the two little things' emotions and quickly retracted her hand. The two little things' eyes clearly relaxed. Scared? The two little things said in unison. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, but she didn't want the two little things to feel uncomfortable. She waved her hand and said, Then go to the wall and watch the courtyard. The two little things cried out and flew to the top of the wall. They looked outside and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. There was some attachment and some fear. Little fish Nye, Ping, brew some tea for master. Also, bring out the stool and table from the house. Yes, senior. Brother. The two of them replied and were about to go. Why do you need to move the table? Do you think it's summer now? It's already winter. Let's talk inside the house. Guosufei looked at the sky and said, Hee, isn't that so? Mother is still the most attentive. I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Everyone entered the house and just as they sat down, they heard a burst of laughter outside. Xiaohua, I heard that you can't transform anymore? Needless to say, the person who came was the Misty School's big gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu. Master, I didn't say that. Shui Tian came back with Zhang Xiaohu and explained before entering the house. How is it not you? You said that your master looks different from before. If it's not that I can't transform anymore, then what is it? Zhang Xiaohu said as he entered the house. He immediately saw the baldy in the house and stared at Zhang Xiaohua's nose and eyes for a moment. I remember asking you before. You said that as long as you don't use your qi, you will revert back to your original appearance. How did you become like this? Do you think that I'm Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Aren't you Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback and subconsciously took half a step back. I told you. You didn't believe me. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Zhang Xiaohu was circulating his qi, she pursed her lips and said, Why don't you ask a few questions so that you can confirm my identity? I believe you, senior brother. Nye Qinyu said with a light smile. But Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Didn't senior brother already change into his previous appearance just now? If senior brother isn't senior brother, then you don't have to use your current appearance. Why do you have to give yourself away? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Based on what you said, I really don't have to explain myself. Senior brother, please tell me. This disciple also wants to know why senior brother changed into this appearance. Nye Qinyu covered her mouth and laughed. There were a few more footsteps outside the house. Oh Yen was in Huanxi Manor. She actually came later than Zhang Xiaohu. Besides Ji Xiaohua and Qiu Tong, there were also Changgu and Qin. Obviously, the four of them had received the news. Although they were puzzled, they only looked at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't ask anything. Oh Yen entered the house and thought for a moment. She bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Senior Brother Sect Master. Take a seat first," Zhang Xiaohua said with a wave of her hand. "Oh, by the way, didn't you want me to ask you a question just now?" Zhang Xiaohu suddenly said, "Can I ask it now?" "Yes, second brother can ask it at any time." "Well, then, tell me, which wall of the ethereal palace hangs the portrait of the founder of my misty school?" Zhang Xiaohu stared at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and asked. Specifically, the portrait of Senior Yang is not in the ethereal palace. It is in a small jade hall behind the ethereal palace. There are 3 portraits, and Senior Yang's is on the top. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "This is the first one, and the second one is in the inheritance pavilion on the first floor. I can't tell which wall it is on, but anyway, you will see it when you enter the door." "Well, let me ask you again, how should I deal with the disciples of the Righteous Alliance?" "Second brother, do you still need to deal with them? Didn't you already deal with them by other means?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "And I still remember the password when dealing with them. Do you want me to say it?" Chapter 1194. Zhang Xiaohua giggled. "Second brother, don't trick me. How can I say the password? You know it's inappropriate. Do you want me to say it myself?" Zhang Xiaohu blurted out. "What password?" Guo Sufei was puzzled when she heard this. "Mother, you'd better ask Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohu had already determined that this girl was Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing her mother looking at her, Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "It's nothing. I'm just joking with second brother." "All the more reason to say it. Who knows if you're right?" Zhang Xiaolong, who was next to her, heard that it was a joke and unconsciously became spirited. "Well, my disciple, prepare a brush, ink, paper, and ink stone for your master." "Yes. Yes, your disciple will go now." 2 voices sounded and ran out at the same time. Not long after, Xiaohuaji came in with a brush and ink, and Shui Tiantianji came in with a paper. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She picked up the brush and wrote 2 lines of words on the paper like crabs. "I love you, Chin Chin. I love you, Chang'e." Everyone was shocked, then they laughed. They saw Zhang Xiaolong laughing so hard that he almost held his stomach. Even Lu Qian, who was hugging Zhang Byron, was laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. Zhang Kai, Mr. Lu, and Guo Sufei endured the extreme pain and insisted on not letting themselves laugh out loud. Chang'e and Qinchin, however, blushed and stared at Zhang Xiaohu fiercely. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely wronged, with a look of, "What does this have to do with me?" After a long time, everyone stopped laughing. Zhang Xiaolong said, "Don't identify it. If this is not Xiaohua, who is Xiaohua?" Everyone seemed to recall those 2 sentences. Zhang Xiaohu blushed and looked at Zhang Xiaohua bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua was also innocent. She rolled her eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu as if to say, "Who told you not to believe that I am Zhang Xiaohua? Who can you blame?" After a long time, everyone calmed down. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaohua's face and said, "However, this is also good. You look more handsome than before. I'm afraid that you will attract the attention of many girls." This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be unhappy. "Sister-in-law, I used to be very unpopular?" That's true." Zhang Xiaohu finally got the chance and laughed. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei also laughed. "Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, where's your disciple?" After laughing for a while, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "The 2 disciples I sent have not returned yet. Have you found them?" Not only that." Zhang Xiaohua was also afraid that everyone would be confused about her appearance. She quickly changed the topic and said, "I not only found Chu Jing, but also saw Li Jinfeng, young Master Li." "Young Master Li? Why did he go to Dragon Mountain?" Zhang Xiaohu was very curious. "He is a weak scholar. Why is he not studying at home?" Zhang Xiaohua deliberately looked at Qiu Tong, who was beside O Yen. She saw that there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She smiled and said, "This has something to do with Sister Qiu Tong." "Me?" Qiu Tong was stunned. She pointed at her own nose and asked, "Young Master Li and I have only met a few times. How can we be related?" When Yen heard this, her eyes turned a few times. She seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, second brother, not only did I meet young Master Li, I also, I met your Misty School's founder's old lover." "Ah? You actually went to the bottom of Worryless Lake?" Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and almost jumped up. "What? You also know about Senior Yang's private matters?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, she immediately thought that since Zhang Xiaohu could see Yang Haoya's primordial spirit projection, it was normal for him to know about these matters. "Xiaohua, this is Founder Yang's private matter." I didn't tell you," Zhang Xiaohu explained. You don't have to tell me. I know more than you." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Oh, by the way, Founder Yang asked me to go to Worryless Lake and say something to Senior Yu. I wonder if Senior Yu, of course Senior Yu isn't here. Oh, by the way, I really don't know if she's here or not. I didn't go to the bottom of Worryless Lake." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Disciple, make some tea. I want to tell you a story." "Yes, disciple will go now." Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian both ran out. After the two of them made tea, Zhang Xiaohua drank 2 mouthfuls happily. Then, she told them about how she went to Dragon Mountain, met Li Jinfeng, and saved Li Jinfeng. Everyone nodded when they heard this. This Li Jinfeng was indeed chivalrous and courageous. Then they looked at Qiu Tong, who was blushing and shy. Moreover, her eyes were shining with splendor and surprise. In their hearts, they added another, affectionate, evaluation. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them about how she met the projection of Yu Mingxin's soul in Worryless City. Sigh, everyone listened as if they were listening to a story. This was a love story between immortals from tens of thousands of years ago. There was sweetness, separation, and hatred in it. "Continue the tea, disciple," Zhang Xiaohua shouted just as Yu Mingxin was determined to go out and fight. Before Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian could stand up, Nie Qinyu quickly placed her cup in front of Zhang Xiaohua and urged, "Senior brother, what happened to Senior Yu in the end?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cup that Nie Qinyu had used and saw the tears in Nie Qinyu's eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, "What other ending could there be? Don't you know the ending? Back then, didn't you tell me in front of Worryless Lake?" "Senior brother, didn't you say that Senior Yu and Senior Yang's story was different from the rumors?" Nie Qinyu asked anxiously. "Yes. However, Nie Qinyu, you have to know that in this world, there are many ways to start a story, but the ending is sometimes only one way." Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully. Sigh, Nie Qinyu was obviously very concerned about the relationship between Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin. She sighed and said, "Why is it so difficult to hope that people can be together for a long time? If there is no separation and misery, who would care about a happy reunion?" Zhang Pinger also said, "I didn't understand the meaning of Mo Xiong Gong on Lingering Fragrance Peak until now. I finally understand that beautiful women are always ill-fated." The senior brother sect master, young Master Li, what about him? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua talking about Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin, Yin also felt emotional, but in her heart, she seemed to be more concerned about Li Jinfeng. She was too embarrassed to ask, so she stopped herself several times. Yen and Qiu Tong were like sisters, so she naturally knew what she was thinking. She smiled and patted Qiu Tong's hand, asking Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qiu Tong's face was so red that it was about to drip blood, and she was overjoyed. Young Master Li's spring was not far away. Thus, she told him about her departure with young Master Li, how young Master Li insisted on bringing Miss May's body back for burial, and how she met Yuan Changqing of the Lotus Escort Agency and the 2 disciples of the Misty School. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua actually met an old acquaintance, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "I knew it. The disciples I sent out are all abnormally capable and can't be careless." So, they also searched Dragon Mountain for a long time, but that Chu Zhigao hid too well, so they couldn't find him. Yuan Changqing actually became the head of the escort agency? I didn't hear about this before. Later, I'll get someone to invite him over. When we were at the Lotus Escort Agency, we got along quite well. Oh, right, Xiaohua, where's that little disciple of yours called Chu Jing? Zhang Xiaohu suddenly remembered and looked left and right. Where are your two disciples? Did they report to you? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked. Did they just come back and haven't reported to the meeting hall yet? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, It's still early, are still on their way. I'm afraid it'll be half a month before they come back. Zhang Xiaohu and the others were not surprised, but Qiu Tong was the first to exclaim, and then her face became hot again. Sister Qiu Tong, don't worry, Mr. Li is with the escorts of the Lotus Escort Agency and the two disciples of the Misty School. There shouldn't be any danger, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. I'm not worried about Mr. Li. I'm just thinking. Qiu Tong did not know what to say. Sister Qiu Tong is worried about Miss May's body. Nie Qinyu smiled and said. Qiu Tong immediately said, yes. Although it's the 12th lunar month now, but the journey. It'll take dozens of days. I'm afraid there won't be any problems. No. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since Mr. Li wants to do it, how can I not do my best? That's good. Qiu Tong touched her hot face and did not dare to say anything else. Xiaohua, Mr. Li is so kind, you should come back with him, Zhang Kai said. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, yes, father is right, but I have other things to do, so I have to leave early. Other things? Leave early? Nie Qinyu was stunned, then smiled and said, is it because of this that senior brother sect leader's face changed? Little fish Nie, you really have to. Zhang Xiaohua praised, then reached into her clothes and took out something. She smiled and said, everyone look, what is this? The foot-long mansion guarding spiritual steel was in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and it was emitting a faint colorful light. It looked very magical. What is this? Nie Qinyu did not know and asked softly. Xiaohua, where did you find this big blue stone? The blue stone on the southern slope of our Guizhuang house is not so square and bright. Zhang Xiaolong also asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the thing Zhang Xiaohua took out was definitely not ordinary, but he could not see anything unusual after looking around, so he coughed and said, Xiaohua, are you going to establish a sect to build a house? Which kiln is it from? I'll send some disciples to buy more later. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your sect. Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated when she heard that. She shouted, what are you talking about? This is really casting pearls before swine. I have nothing in common with the two of you. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1195. That's right. Little dragon, little tiger, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Lu also scolded and said with a smile, Xiaohua, your jade is really good. There are golden threads on it. Where did you get it? Zhang Xiaohua slumped on the chair and moaned, please, this is the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion's mansion-guarding spiritual tablet. Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Mansion-guarding spiritual tablet. Everyone was surprised and didn't understand what it meant. Guo Sufei pointed at the tablet and said, Xiaohua, what kind of mansion do you think this is? Is it for little black and little yellow? TSK, it's so delicate. It's really hard for you to find a skilled craftsman. Ah? Finally, there was someone who knew what was good. Zhang Xiaohu jumped in front of Zhang Xiaohua. His two big eyes were round and round. He was very surprised and said, Xiaohua, could it be? Zhang Xiaohua was about to nod, but after hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, she couldn't continue. Zhang Xiaohu said, could it be? In your hand? This is Yaoshan's Immortal Mansion? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said helplessly, second brother, I do want to make the Immortal Abode a little bigger than this, but the Immortal Abode covers the entire Yao Mountain, and I don't have that much magical power. Oh, the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has already appeared? Zhang Xiaohu heard and shouted again, "Why didn't you hear the disciples report it? You didn't go to the Immortal Mansion to get some treasures and rob it. What are you doing sitting here? You have a big blue stone in your hand. What's the use of it?" Wait, little tiger, what is this Immortal Mansion that Xiaohua is talking about? You better explain it clearly to us first. Zhang Kai was puzzled when he heard this and said loudly. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were well aware of it. Apart from Chang'e and Qin, who else knew about Immortal Mansion? Oh, it's like this. Father, a few days ago in the southwest sky, wasn't there a rainbow-colored light? Did you see it? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, Yes, I saw it. I was talking to Mr. Liu about it. I'm afraid that some demon is about to descend. Zhang Kai nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu told her about the rumors of the Immortal Mansion and the words of the Misty School's founder. Finally, he smiled and said, Isn't Xiaohua going to start a sect? He wanted to use Immortal Mansion as the gateway to Beidou School, but later he found out that everyone in the world had their eyes on Immortal Mansion, so he gave up the idea and went to the south to pick up his disciple. Yes, you heard it just now. Then what about now? Mr. Liu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, You just said that Immortal Mansion has appeared. Presumably, there is already a result? Yes, Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, it was obtained by Beidou School. Really? Nie Qianyu and the others couldn't believe it, but seeing Zhang Xiaohua's tail wagging, they all cheered. This is Immortal Mansion? Zhang Xiaolong pointed at the life-guarding spiritual steel again. Brother, I told you that Yaoshan Immortal Mansion is on Yaoshan Mountain. This is just a life-guarding spiritual steel. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. But why didn't you stay on Yaoshan Mountain to look after your cave? Why did you come back? Zhang Xiaolong blamed her naturally. If it was occupied by others, who would we find to reason with? Then realization dawned on him. Oh, I understand. You came back to find someone to guard the door. That's not right, Xiaohua. I sent disciples out, and they came back every day. They didn't hear any news of Yaoshan Immortal Mansion's appearance. Could it be? Looking at her two brothers, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said to her eldest brother, Big brother, Immortal Abode isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Now, Immortal Abode belongs to the Big Dipper sect. Unless I, the founder of the Big Dipper sect, agree, no one can enter. So, I didn't come back to find you to guard the door. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohu, Second brother, Immortal Mansion's appearance was yesterday. I'm afraid you won't receive the news until tomorrow. That's right. It's no wonder that the inner disciples of the fragrant cult didn't mention it yesterday. Zhang Xiaohu also realized, I forgot about the fact that you can fly. Inner disciples of fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What are they doing here? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Yen and smiled. This matter, let's talk about it later. It's about Misty School and fragrance cult. Senior brother sect leader, since Immortal Mansion is already ours. The mansion guarding spiritual steel in your hand, what is it? Zhang Pinger asked with joy. Mansion guarding spiritual steel, as the name suggests, it's a steel used to suppress Immortal Mansion. Shui Tian interrupted. Oh, I know. Ji Xiaohua, who had always been quiet, shouted. It's the same as the stone steel in the temple that suppressed the old turtle. Damn, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and said loudly, It has nothing to do with that, whatever old turtle. This mansion guarding spiritual steel is used to control Immortal Mansion. Control Immortal Mansion? What's the use of it? Guo Sufei was even more puzzled. The place where we live needs to be controlled? Yes, whether it was the small courtyard of the Zhang family in Guizhuang House or the courtyard in Huanxi Villa, they all needed to be controlled? Senior brother sect leader, this thing is the key to Immortal Mansion. Yen was worthy of being the owner of Huanxi Villa. She knew the use of the key very well and hit the nail on the head. Yes, it is. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her thigh. Hee, can I have a look? Nie Qinyu laughed. Here, isn't it easy to have a look? Zhang Xiaohua said and handed over the mansion guarding spiritual steel. The 1-foot square mansion guarding spiritual steel looked very heavy. Nie Qinyu used all her strength to take it, but when she grabbed it with both hands, her hands actually went through the middle of the mansion guarding spiritual steel as if there was nothing there at all. Nie Qinyu was stunned and almost fell down. She had used all her strength to take it. Oh, how could this be? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. But when she reached out to touch it, the mansion guarding spiritual steel was still there. There was no change. Let me see. Ouyang also came forward and touched it with her hand. However, she also grabbed nothing. She didn't get anything. Zhang Xiaolong and the others were also curious. Everyone touched it, but no one caught it. It seemed that only Zhang Xiaohua could touch it. It's weird. After touching it with his hand, Mr. Lu pinched his beard and smiled. It's really Immortal Mansion. This key is also different from ordinary ones. Well, only Master can hold it. Others can't steal it. This Immortal Mansion will always belong to Beidou School. Ji Xiaohua said. Master. Behind Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Byron, who had been holding a small stick, came over to poke Zhang Xiaohua with the stick again. Seeing the mansion guarding spiritual steel, Zhang Byron's eyes lit up. He threw the stick aside and grabbed it with one hand. Everyone else's hand was empty, but Zhang Byron's hand was holding the corner of the mansion guarding spiritual steel. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She loosened her hand and let it fall down a little. Unexpectedly, the mansion guarding spiritual steel didn't fall down like Zhang Xiaohua thought. Instead, it was firmly held in Zhang Byron's hand. Zhang Byron laughed and held this little thing with both hands. He was very happy. Then, something even more incredible happened. Zhang Byron took the mansion guarding spiritual steel and put it into his mouth, which was full of saliva. He wanted to bite it. Byron, this isn't for eating. Lu Qian was already used to it. She tried to block it as she spoke. She forgot that she couldn't touch the spirit steel. She swept her hand and the spirit steel was sent to Zhang Byron's mouth. The mansion guarding spiritual steel shrank rapidly as it was sent to Zhang Byron's mouth. In the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by Zhang Byron and disappeared without a trace. Son. Lu Qian was shocked. This wasn't a small marble or a small piece of paper. This was a piece of limestone that was bigger than a limestone. Lu Qian jumped in fright and hugged Zhang Byron. She quickly put Zhang Byron's face down on her knees and used her other hand to hit Zhang Byron's back. It looked like she wanted to hit the mansion guarding spiritual steel out of Zhang Byron's stomach. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was stunned at first. Then, she laughed as if she thought of something. She clapped her hands and said, Good. But you are indeed the first disciple of our Beidou school. Xiaohua, stop fooling around. Byron won't choke, right? Lu Qian was about to cry. Sister-in-law, don't worry. That spirit steel isn't much smaller than Byron. If it was something normal, how could Byron swallow it? Zhang Xiaohua comforted her. That's right. Lu Qian came to her senses and carried Byron. When she looked at Byron carefully, she saw that Byron was all smiles and seemed to be playing with something fun. How could he be in pain? Byron spit it out. Lu Qian said angrily. Mother! Byron's mouth twitched as if he was unwilling. Good disciple, give it to Master. Master will bring you somewhere to play. There are better places. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and said with a smile. When Zhang Byron heard that there were better places, his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and spat out the mansion guarding spiritual steel into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua took the spirit steel and sighed. She put it into the money bag and said, when the mansion guarding spiritual steel is refined to the end, it can be absorbed into the body. It's just that my cultivation is too low and I can't do it. I didn't expect Byron to be able to absorb it into his body without refining it. Everyone was shocked. Especially Shui Tian. Nie Qinyu, Zhang Pinger, and Ouyang didn't have any objections to Zhang Byron being the first disciple of Beidou School. After all, they were considered Zhang Xiaohua's junior sisters. Ji Xiaohua didn't need to say anything. He already saw Zhang Bairen as a young master. However, Shui Tiantian was different. He used to be the first disciple of the Misty School's younger generation. He was definitely a candidate to be the first disciple of the Beidou School. Although he was impressed by Zhang Xiaohua's immortal methods, he still had a grudge against a child who wasn't even 4 years old. At this time, he saw that the spirit steel that he couldn't touch was absorbed into Zhang Bairen's body. Even his master, Zhang Xiaohua, couldn't do it. He was convinced. The first disciple of the Beidou School was Zhang Bairen. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1196. Xiaohua, how did the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion appear yesterday? How did you get it? Zhang Xiaohu asked enviously. Like this. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, cleared her throat, and told her what happened at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Xiaohua, you said, you don't know? You just slept for a while and your face changed? Your hair is gone? Your eyebrows are gone too? Guo Sufei was still concerned about the changes in her youngest son's appearance. The Immortal Mansion was not as important as her son. Yes, Mother, I don't know what happened. I'm very puzzled. This sentence was the truth, so Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. Senior brother head, are you so bold? In front of the leader of the fragrance cult, the abbot of the Daoist temple, the head of Between the Clouds and the Water, and the leader of the Righteous Alliance, you announced the establishment of Beidou School? They actually congratulated our Beidou School? Zhang Pinger's eyes were full of little stars. Of course. Zhang Xiaohua straightened her somewhat thin chest and said, I'm the master of the Immortal Mansion. At that time, their lives were in my hands. If I was unhappy, I would take their lives. How would they dare to disobey? The Righteous Alliance lost hundreds of disciples at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Xiaohua, you're really ruthless. Zhang Xiaohu was more concerned about the Righteous Alliance. Actually, I didn't want to be so ruthless at first, but after a while, I used the power of the Immortal Mansion to make them tell the truth. Only then did I know, these people bullied men and women, humiliated the weak. When I thought of Mr. Li and Miss Mei, I got angry, so I killed them all. At the mention of this, Zhang Xiaohua said bitterly, I don't know how Lu Town is doing. Lu Town is very close to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Xiaohua, oh, should I call you Headren? You're already the head of Beidou School. When will you take over Meng? Chang'e laughed. Nie Qinyu and Zhang Pinger's faces were somewhat unnatural. Zhang Xiaohua said sadly, alas, we still have to wait. Our Beidou School is still too weak. Master, when will we move to the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Ji Xiaohua plucked up her courage and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also taken aback. He scratched his hairless head and said, Master didn't think about it. I just chased all the sect leaders down Yao Mountain this morning. Didn't I just come back? Yaoshan Immortal Mansion is not too far away, you see. Then she looked at Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai and said, Dad, Mom, you two come with me. Second brother has a lot of things to do. He's still the focus of all the sects in Jianghu. Maybe there will be some fights in the future. You're not safe here. Then she thought of something and turned to Nie Qinyu and said, By the way, Nie Qinyu, Valley Master Nie is also in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. He seems to be injured, but it's not very serious. I've already told him that you're in Misty School. He'll come over in a few days. That's great. Nie Qinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, she had always wanted to ask about it. However, she knew that there were many people in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to meet her father. Now that she heard that her father was safe and sound, she was greatly relieved. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaohua, You're right. The Righteous Alliance suffered a loss because of you. I still have thousands of their disciples, which is very important to him. Soon, the Righteous Alliance will launch an attack on our Misty School. Mom, Dad, Mr. Lu, brother, and sister-in-law are no longer safe in Huanxi Mountain Manor. You'd better go to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion as soon as possible. You're not safe here. The Misty School is a place where all the heroes of Jianghu gather. It'll definitely raise a storm of blood. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. According to what you said, so many people died in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. The entire Jianghu has been greatly weakened. Moreover, with the emergence of your Beidou school, it's estimated that in the next few years, everyone's eyes will be on your Beidou school. Who will care about small sects like ours? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Perhaps only Chuanxiang cult and the Righteous Alliance will be unwilling. Then, when we go up Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, won't we be seen by the disciples of other sects? I'm afraid it'll bring trouble to second martial uncle, right? Shui Tian frowned and said, disciple, you don't have to worry about this. I have a good plan. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said. Zhang Xiaohua talked non-stop for a long time. It was getting late and everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger. However, they didn't notice it because they were interested in listening. Now that Zhang Xiaohua stopped, they all realized it. Guisufei, Lu Qian, and Qiu Tong went to prepare the meal. O Yen was also about to go, but she was stopped by Zhang Xiaohu. Miss O, I have something to ask you. O Yen was stunned and nodded. Sect leader Zhang, there's no harm in asking. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Chang'e and then turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you come too. This is about Chuanxiang cult. Maybe you can give some advice. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this matter had nothing to do with her. She was just being used by her second brother to avoid suspicion, so she laughed and said, Okay, I'm the most magnanimous person. Zhang Xiaohu didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's words. He glanced outside and said, Come with me. Following Zhang Xiaohu to the pavilion outside, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and asked, Second brother, do you want to keep it a secret? It's best if you have any tricks. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and placed a few jade talismans around the pavilion. She made a gesture and a silent restriction was casually placed by Zhang Xiaohua. The cultivation of the late stage of qi refining was really different from the middle stage of qi refining. If it was a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be so relaxed. Is it done? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Hey, you guys talk. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Do you need me to seal my ears? No need, Zhang Xiaohu said solemnly. Then he sat on a stone bench in the pavilion and looked at O Yen, saying, Miss O, do you remember the 3 conditions you promised Abbess Jing-yi at Lingxiang Peak's Mo Xian Palace? O Yen blushed and nodded. I remember. Why? Then she suddenly realized something and said in surprise, Don't tell me, the fragrance cult wants my Misty School to cooperate with them? Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, that's right. Yesterday, Abbess Jing-yi sent an inner court disciple over with a decree. She wants our Misty School to fulfill our promise and make preparations to meet them at the right place at the right time. Saying this, the corner of his mouth curved into a bitter smile and said, This? I was very confused. I only realized it after the inner court disciple left. O Yen looked at Zhang Xiaohua and also smiled bitterly. Faction leader Zhang, you know what Abbess Jingyi wants, but where and when? I don't know. That's good. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Because I talked to Xiaohua about this before, I also know a little. Although I don't know when, where, or what, I have a rough idea of who will be involved. After the inner sect disciple of the cult of incense left, I had a discussion with Elder Li, Elder Lu, Vice Faction Leader Wen, Vice Faction Leader Lu, and Hall Leader Shui. We already know the specific location and time, but we don't know where the sheepskin scroll is. Thinking back to that day in Mo Xian's palace, Miss O answered so confidently that you must know the whereabouts of the sheepskin scroll. That's why I had a private discussion with Miss O. O Yen smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua next to her. She felt an indescribable sense of security. When Zhang Xiaohua received the sheepskin scroll and the paper box, she had promised not to tell anyone. Sure enough, although Zhang Xiaohu was her biological second brother and the faction leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua still kept her promise and did not tell Zhang Xiaohu about the sheepskin scroll. Faction leader Zhang. Although I didn't do the wrong thing and I know the whereabouts of the sheepskin scroll, but the sheepskin scroll is not in my hands. Ah? Then, where is it hidden in ethereal heights? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Hee, it's not hidden in ethereal heights. Yen smiled and said, it's in someone's collection. Who? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Far away on the horizon but close in front of you. Yen answered without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohu looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua standing next to him with a smile. He pointed at her in disbelief and said, Him? Xiaohua? Yen nodded and said, it's my faction leader's senior brother. After saying that, she smiled and covered her mouth. Sigh, Xiaohua, you're really good at hiding it. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. I'll keep my promise and keep my promise. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that sheepskin scroll was given to Yen by faction leader O of the Misty School. I'm keeping it for Yen. Of course, I can't tell you. Well, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and asked Yen, this? Can you give me the sheepskin scroll now? Well, of course, faction leader's senior brother said it well. I'll keep my promise and keep my promise. Since I've promised to spread the incense cult, I'll keep my promise. The sheepskin scroll is in faction leader's senior brother's hands. Let senior brother give it to faction leader Zhang. After saying that, Yen let out a long breath and said, well, the matter between me and the Misty School can be considered finished. Don't Yen. There's still a paper box. Zhang Xiaohua said. That longevity pill. I'll leave it to faction leader's senior brother. Big brother didn't say anything. I don't dare to make a decision. Faction leader's senior brother, keep it for yourself. You can use it yourself or give it to others. I won't care. Easy for you to say. What is this longevity pill? I don't even know what it is. How can I use it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Faction leader's senior brother is a cultivator of the path of immortality. If you don't even know about this longevity pill, then I don't even know. I only know that there are rumors in the Jianghu that this longevity pill can prolong one's life. As for whether it can or can't, I don't know. Ah? There's such a miraculous pill? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1197. Speaking of alchemy, Zhang Xiaohua had also refined a lot of elixirs, such as healing, blood replenishing, detoxifying, increasing one's power, and even frightening one's mind. He knew a lot of elixir recipes, but Zhang Xiaohua had never heard or seen an elixir that could increase one's life. If there was such an elixir, then it must be a real elixir. Is there a real immortal in the secret site? Zhang Xiaohua had some doubts, but then he thought that Wan Wuxin, Yang Haoya, Yu Mingxin, and the earliest Sakra all came here from the transmission array in the secret site. They also stayed in the secret site. There was such a magical elixir, they must have taken it long ago, and there was no need to leave any projection of their primordial spirits. Of course, if the longevity pill could only prolong a person's life, it could also be explained. But then, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help laughing. It was the same as what Peng thought at that time. No one knew the length of life. After taking it, no one knew whether your life was prolonged or not. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's horse laughter, Yen said, I'm sure senior brother sect leader has also thought of the strange aspects of this longevity pill, so I'll leave this matter to senior brother sect leader. Then, she got up and said to Zhang Xiaohu, Grandmaster Zhang, I'll go back and pack up. Please come to Huanxi Villa tomorrow, and I'll hand over all the affairs of Huanxi Villa, account books, keys and other things to them. Zhang Xiaohu quickly got up and said anxiously, Miss O. But this matter needs to be discussed again. Yen said with a smile, Grandmaster Zhang, I'm now a disciple of Beidou School. Our Beidou School has been established in Yaoshan. If I don't go to Yaoshan, why should I stay in Huanxi Villa? This. Zhang Xiaohu was at a loss for words. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Second brother, Yen is right. Huanxi Mountain Villa is the private property of the Misty School. It's really inappropriate for Yen to be in charge of it. Our Yaoshan Immortal Mansion also has such a villa, which is enough for our Beidou School's disciples to live in. We should ask the Misty School to take back Huanxi Mountain Villa. Eldest Miss O, don't be anxious. When we return at night, I'll discuss it with Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu again. How about this? After dinner, I'll go with Grand Faction Leader Zhang to explain this matter to the two elders. What do you think? Yen was determined to leave at this time. All right, I'll listen to Miss O's arrangement. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and agreed. I'll go to prepare dinner first. Senior brother, please discuss with gang leader Zhang. Yen smiled and went out of the pavilion. Looking at Yen's thin back, Zhang Xiaohu sighed slightly. Why bother? Second brother, it's awkward for Yen to stay here. Second sister-in-law also has a grudge in her heart. It's better not to meet each other. Everyone will be straightforward. Zhang Xiaohua persuaded. Although that's the case, when I think that I drove Grand Faction Leader O's sister away from Huanxi Mountain Villa as soon as I took over the Misty School, I always feel uncomfortable. What's the matter? The news of the opening of Beidou School's Yaoshan Immortal Mansion will be spread to the Misty School in the next 2 days. You tell the Misty School's disciples that Yen entered Beidou School. Everyone will make a clear choice between Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and Huanxi Mountain Villa. Everyone will only be envious. Who will think of this? Alas, that's the only way. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. What do you mean that's the only way? Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has beautiful lakes and mountains. It's 10 times, no, 100 times better than Huanxi Mountain Villa and Misty Mountain Villa. Anyone will make the same choice. Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully. Tisk. Zhang Xiaohu knew that Zhang Xiaohua was boasting again, but he was also disdainful. Here, second brother. This sheepskin scroll is for you. Zhang Xiaohua handed the sheepskin scroll to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu took it and looked at it with twilight. He said with a smile, it really is the ring finger of Five Claw Peak. I heard from Martial Uncle Lu that Five Claw Peak's Swanjujube Forest requires 4 sheepskin scrolls to be put together. Only on the 15th day of the first month can the method of entering and leaving be revealed. It's really strange. Yes, it should be. This is the method of the immortal Dao. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That day, I saw Swanjujube Forest on my way back to Guizhuang House. Fortunately, I wasn't left inside. That's what. Second brother, you can't be careless. You must have the 4 sheepskin scrolls to reveal the method of entering and leaving. You mustn't take any risks. Of course, if it wasn't so dangerous and so difficult to enter, why would Abbess Jingyi let me out of the Misty School? Just for this sheepskin scroll? She didn't expect it to be in the hands of a disciple of her incense sect. All right, Xiaohua, take it. Zhang Xiaohu said as he handed over the sheepskin scroll. For me? Why me again? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands repeatedly as if she were a great burden. If I don't give it to you, who should I give it to? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, this sheepskin scroll is extremely important. Perhaps during this period of time, people from the incense cult, the Righteous Alliance, or even the Water Cloud Room will come looking for this sheepskin scroll. Leaving it with me is the safest place. Only your money pouch is the safest place in this world. Swanjujube Forest is such a dangerous place. Do you want me to go alone? But you and Master Wen, Master Lu, and the others, they've been to Swanjujube Forest, right? Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. Of course they've been there. But don't you want to go to Swanjujube Forest? Maybe there's something good in there. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Incense Sect and Dalan Temple both want to enter the secret plane. You're now the head of Beidou School. Don't you want to go in and see what they're up to? Moreover, if they were to harbor ill intentions towards you in the secret plane, would you have the heart to let them do so? Don't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua grabbed the sheepskin scroll and said, I give up. 5 Claws Peak is not far from Yaoshan. You can go there when the time comes. I've said it before. Brothers fighting a tiger, father and son going to war. You won't leave them alone. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He patted her hard and said, "Your bald head is really pleasing to the eye. You should have shaved your head long ago." Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and asked again, "By the way, what time and place is it? I'll probably stay in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion for a while. I'll go find you when the time comes." "Oh, my master already told me that they made an appointment with Yanming Jusher of Yanming Villa on the 14th night of the first lunar month at 5 Claws Peaks Index Finger Peak. Abbess Jing Yi didn't make any other appointment. It should be here. All right, the full moon is in the canopy, and we're meeting at dusk. Master Yanming is also a wonderful person." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Unfortunately, Yanming Jusher." Zhang Xiaohu just opened his mouth when he heard Ji Xiaohua shouting in the distance, "Master, second uncle, it's time to eat." "Alright, I'm coming." Zhang Xiaohua had already removed the restriction when Yan left. She turned around and said, "Let's go, second brother. Let's eat first. Later, you and Yan can go and explain to Elder Lu and Elder Li. Tomorrow, prepare a few carriages. I'll bring father and mother to see my Big Dipper sect." "Heh, aren't you going to invite me?" "Of course you're welcome. But at this time, your Misty School has a lot of things to do. Can you leave?" "Heh, I'll go back and discuss with Elder Li. I can steal half a day of leisure." "Well, that's true. All the sects are now in Yaoshan and haven't left yet. The Righteous Alliance. It's estimated that they won't do anything to Misty School before the secret plane. Moreover, all the sects are watching Beidou School. Who will pay attention to my Misty School? Besides, well, don't say any more. Let's eat first. I don't care if you leave or not." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and dragged Zhang Xiaohu to the central room. After dinner, Yan followed Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qinshen to Ethereal Heights. When they heard that Yan was going to return Huanqi Villa to Misty School, Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were hesitant. However, when they heard that Beidou School had already established a sect in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and that Yan was going to go to Yaoshan, their reaction was as Zhang Xiaohua had expected. They were extremely supportive. Then, Zhang Xiaohu sent out elite disciples to assist in the inventory and handover of Huanqi Villa overnight. The Zhang family's arrangement was even simpler. Zhang Kai and Wasufei also learned from their previous experience. They only packed their belongings and did not bring any other supplies. The next morning, 10 carriages were ready and waiting outside the courtyard of the Zhang family's Huanqi Villa. When he saw so many carriages, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he understood and could not help but smile bitterly. Except for the first 6 carriages, which were empty, the other 4 carriages were full of food and vegetables. It was Yan who had bought them overnight and was going to bring them to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in a daze, Yan smiled and said, "Master, Immortal Mansion has just appeared, so there must be no food in it. I took the liberty to buy some first. By the way, the boxes that you gave me last time, I also put them in one place. Come with me, Master, and let's collect them together." "Well, Yan, thank you for your trouble." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. He had long stopped eating, so he really did not think of such things. He really did not know if there was any food in Immortal Mansion. After putting those things into the belt, Yan and Qiu Tong handed over all the affairs of Huanqi Villa to the Misty School, leaving only Elder Yu beside the carriage. Although it was just a simple handover, it was also very complicated. Yan and Qiu Tong came back in a hurry when the sun was high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Ji Xiaohua, and Shui Tiantian were in one carriage. Mr. Lu, Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Qian, and Zhang Byron were in another carriage. Chang'e, Qin Qin, Nye Qinyu, and Zhang Pinger were in another carriage. Yan, Qiu Tong, and Elder Yu were in another carriage. The remaining 2 carriages were loaded with some sundries of the Zhang family, and then they were on their way. However, Little Black and Little Yellow seemed to be very afraid of Zhang Xiaohua. They even ran to Zhang Byron's carriage and left with Zhang Byron. Along the way, they met many disciples of small sects returning from Yaoshan. They talked about the establishment of the Big Dipper sect and the matter of Yaoshan Immortal Abode. However, they would never have thought that the Big Dipper sect, which was at the peak of its power, was in the 4 carriages beside them. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1198. Other than the heated discussions about the Beidou school and their undisguised admiration for the sect leader of Beidou school, most of the people in the pugilistic world were whispering about the Yao Mountain mummies. The entire pugilistic world now knew that while they were fighting for the immortal abode with all their might, the Tenryu sect had laid a huge trap beneath their feet. The Tenryu sect had sucked the blood out of all the dead and injured. This kind of strange thing, everyone had only seen it in ghost stories. They had never encountered it in real life. Now that they really encountered it, everyone felt a chill down their spines and goosebumps appeared on their skin as they thought about it. However, humans were always curious. Who could resist it? Whenever they had free time, they would look around and discuss in hushed voices. As for whether the Tenryu sect was behind it or whether they had any evidence, who would care? In any case, the Tenryu sect was already mysterious to begin with. Now they had been given a strange outer coat. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the carriage and listened to the discussions by the roadside. Her lips curled into a smile. That day, she had exposed the Tenryu sect on Yao Mountain with the intention of causing the Tenryu sect to be in a terrible fix. The more chaotic the Tenryu sect was, the more chances she would have to bring Meng Meng out of the Tenryu sect openly. She would not be in such a difficult situation now. The carriage moved very slowly and only arrived near Yao Mountain on the 4th day. Along the way, although they met many people from the pugilistic world, they had just gone through a near-death experience and were mentally exhausted. Moreover, many disciples from different sects were traveling together. Zhang Xiaohua's group of 10 unescorted carriages was, of course, a little eye-catching, but they did not encounter any trouble. On the 3rd day, the carriage bumped into the Yuli Alliance, which was heading towards Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to expose her whereabouts and only brought Nie Qinyu to meet Valley Head Nie. She instructed him to go to the Misty School first and wait for Zhang Xiaohu to return from Yao Mountain before meeting him. After a few days of recuperation, Valley Head Nie's injuries were much better. Nie Qinyu was happy to see that her father was fine. She gave him the meridian soothing elixir that she had obtained from Zhang Xiaohua. Valley Head Nie was pleasantly surprised and bowed to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua avoided the bow, saying that she was the one who gave it to Nie Qinyu and did not dare to accept it. Valley Master Nie understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. Although he felt regretful, he also felt gratified. Every family's parents would always think for their children first. Nie Qinyu would enter Beidou school and live in Yao Mountain immortal abode in the future. This kind of immortal fate was envied by tens of thousands of people in the pugilistic world. If he did not have such an opportunity in the future, then it was nothing. Nie Qinyu was a little reluctant to part with her father. Everything from the past flashed before her eyes. In the past, no matter how far she had traveled or how much danger she had taken, her roots were always in Rejuvenation Valley and she was always with her father. What about the future? She was a disciple of Beidou school. Not to mention whether it was convenient to enter and leave Yao Mountain immortal abode, just the distance between Yao Mountain and Rejuvenation Valley was more than a dozen days' journey. Zhang Xiaohua understood Nie Qinyu's thoughts. Seeing her return to the carriage unhappily, she could only sigh slightly. Valley Head Nie was not Mr. Lu, nor was he Elder Yu or Chiu Tong. Rejuvenation Valley was a sect in the pugilistic world. Before Beidou school had a firm foothold, he could not casually agree to anything. From afar, everyone lifted the carriage curtains from time to time to look at Yao Mountain, which was getting closer and closer. They wanted to see Yao Mountain immortal abode's appearance. However, although it was a warm winter day and the sky was clear, Yao Mountain immortal abode was shrouded in a faint white fog. Only the faint outline of Yao Mountain immortal abode could be seen clearly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is one of the concealment methods of immortal abode. Previously, when it was born, it was a sign that no one was controlling it. Those strange phenomena all consume vital energy. Now that the vital energy of heaven and earth is not sufficient, this immortal mansion also has to live a tight life. Ha! Nie Qinyu laughed when she got off the carriage. Xiaohua, Yao Mountain is still far away. Why did you get off the carriage here? Mother isn't tired. Let's go up the mountain as soon as possible. Guo Sufei looked at the towering Yao Mountain and frowned. It's okay, Mother. You don't have to climb the mountain. Xiaohua is strong. Just let him carry you. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Hee, Mother, let's go home. How can we climb the mountain? If you really climb the mountain, you won't even be able to touch the door of Immortal Abode. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he took out a cross-shaped Dharma artifact from his money pouch and threw it to the ground. He infused it with a Dharma seal and the Dharma artifact disappeared. Not long after, a milky white halo about 10 feet wide appeared where the Dharma artifact was. This is... Zhang Kai said curiously, this circle of light is... Do we enter through this circle of light? Zhang Xiaohu had seen Immortal Abode's methods and understood a little. And Mother, Father, wait a moment. This is the first time I've used this method to enter Immortal Abode. Let me try it first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stepped into the circle of light. She cast a spell and with a flash of light, her figure disappeared. After a moment, another flash of light appeared and Zhang Xiaohua's figure reappeared. She said with a smile, Mother, Father, and Mr. Lu, come here first. I'll bring you in. Why is it so troublesome? Zhang Xiaolong said, if you're not here, won't we be unable to enter Immortal Abode? Hee, isn't your family's Byron able to swallow the mansion guarding spiritual steel? With the mansion guarding spiritual steel, there's a staircase on Yao Mountain that leads directly to the gate of Immortal Abode. But look, there are many martial artists around Yao Mountain. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. And then you'd better let Byron learn this circle of light. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Zhang Xiaolong blinked and said, Don't worry, big brother. When I'm familiar with Immortal Abode, I'll make some jade talismans for you to enter and exit. We don't need these complicated things, okay? While the two of them were talking, Zhang Kai, Guo Sufei, and Mr. Lu entered the circle of light. Zhang Xiaohua looked and said, Big brother, sister-in-law, and Byron, come in too. When the three of them stepped into the circle of light, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and the 7 figures disappeared. Guo Sufei stood in the circle of light and held Zhang Kai's hand. She felt her body sink and her vision swayed. Before she could close her eyes, the scene in front of her changed greatly. Was this really Yao Mountain? How can there be such a big lake? Guo Sufei exclaimed. Mr. Lu had been to Yao Mountain before. He didn't remember there being a lake on Yao Mountain. He could only look at Zhang Xiaohua with a face full of surprise. Mother, there's no lake on Mount Yao. This is Immortal's abode, and the lake in Immortal's abode is where we'll live in the future. You stay here for a while, I'll bring second brother and the others in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and disappeared again. Although Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the mansion-guarding spirit steel, he could only refine one layer. He still couldn't control most of the places in Immortal Abode. After thinking for a long time, he decided that the only place next to the lake was the servant's residence with a lake and trees. It was similar to Guozhuang House. That was why he directly sent his parents here. Not long after, the pitiful Zhang Xiaohua, reduced to a porter, brought the rest of the people and 10 carriages to the shore. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. No one expected Yao Mountain to have such a beautiful lake and mountain scenery. Senior brother sect leader, is this our Immortal Abode? This is really too big, isn't it? In the future, are we going to live here? Although O Yen had seen the world, she could only stammer as she asked. This is nothing. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. I won't hide it from you. This is just the servants' living quarters. The space it occupies is less than half of the entire Immortal Abode. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohu said incredulously, Xiaohua, you're bragging again. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel and pointed at the golden part. I can only refine 10% of this mansion-guarding spiritual steel. Therefore, we can only live in the lowest level place for now. This lowest level place is already so big. Isn't the entire immortal abode even bigger? As if this wasn't convincing enough, she patted the mansion guarding spiritual steel. Everyone's eyes flashed and they arrived at another cliff. Look, there are 9 pavilions here. We're living in the white one. As for the other 8, we can't go to them yet. Moreover, this is only a part of the immortal abode. As for the other places, I don't know, sect leader Ren, this pavilion doesn't seem right. We were at the lakeside just now. Elder Yu said curiously. Elder Yu, why don't you try stepping on that praying mat? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Elder Yu hesitated for a moment before stepping on it. The praying mat flew toward the white pavilion. Father, mother, Mr. Lu, let's use this too. It's quite fun. Zhang Xiaohua saw the envy in Shui Tiantian's eyes. She waved her hand and said, Disciples, go. Yes, master. Shui Tiantian and Ji Xiaohua said in unison and ran over. Each of them took a praying mat and flew over. Zhang Xiaohu was also tempted. Seeing that his parents were hesitating, he couldn't help but urge, Father, mother, there's Xiaohua. There won't be any danger. Just treat it as fun. Zhang Kai laughed. Only then did he step on the praying mat and look down at the sky. He felt a little dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua hurried over and supported him with one hand. She smiled and said, Father, I'll go with you. As they spoke, the two of them each took a praying mat and floated in the air, flying towards the pavilion. With Zhang Xiaohua supporting him, Zhang Kai mustered up his courage. After flying for a while, he opened his eyes and looked around. He listened to the sound of the wind and laughed. Son, Father also became an immortal for a while today. Everyone behind him was relieved when they heard Zhang Kai's laughter. Guisufei, Mr. Lu, and the rest also got onto the praying mats with the help of Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. When everyone entered the main hall, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were already waiting inside. Chapter 1199. How is it? Is it fun? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. It's fun, it's fun. Shui Tiantian said first. Seeing Shui Tiantian's happy expression, as if he had escaped from the sorrow of losing his father, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy and said, Do you still want to play? Shui Tiantian hesitated for a moment and said honestly, Disciple wants to, but there's still a long time, let's play slowly in the future. Don't get tired of playing, otherwise, there won't be any more fun in the future. Elder Yu pointed at the door and said, Sect Master Ren, the lake is behind us? Yes, Elder Yu, please. When everyone walked out of the palace, sure enough, there was a pool of clear water rippling with the wind and lush green trees. Although it was a plain scene, it had the aura of an immortal. What a good place to go, Mr. Lu praised. To be able to spend one's entire life here, it's not a waste of one's life. Xiaohua, this lake, how do we get there? Zhang Kai was very sensitive and noticed. Isn't that right, Father? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. This small boat requires the use of true qi, otherwise, it would require the use of oars. Wait a moment, I'll go out and find an ordinary boat and oars. Senior brother sect master, are the things in the main hall used for cultivation? Zhang Pinger asked again. You guys are really impatient. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the curious faces of her disciples and turned to Zhang Kai and said, Father, let's go back first. This immortal residence will be ours in the future, we have plenty of time to enjoy it. As she spoke, she waved her big sleeves, and the scene in front of everyone changed. They were actually at the shore of the lake again. Zhang Xiaohu praised, Xiaohua, you really have the cultivation of an immortal. Not at all, second brother, this is all because I used the immortal residence's spiritual steel and used the immortal residence's power. How can I have this kind of magical power? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said. Then she looked at the pond not far away and the pavilion beside the pond and said, The pavilions over there are all empty, everyone can choose one, there's no one living in them. Is there mine too? Zhang Xiaohu asked shamelessly. There is, but there is only one. Don't fight with my disciple for a place. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Xianxia and Xianxia had been shocked and curious all the time, so they didn't say anything. Hearing this, they blushed again. That's enough. Let father, mother, big brother, and big sister-in-law pick first, then your disciple. I'll pick last. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips. Zhang Kai and Guisufei looked at the extraordinarily exquisite small building and said happily, "This? Do we still need to choose? Which one? Is something we can't even dream of." After the elders had chosen at random, Nie Qinyu and the others found a small building that they liked. Of course, Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tiantian lived in the same building. Qiu Tong didn't have to choose and lived with O Yen. In the end, there were still a lot of small buildings left. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony and chose one for himself. Xianxia and Xianxia also chose one next to Zhang Xiao. Well, big brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, you put the things in the carriage with father and mother. I'll take the food and other things later. I'll take my disciples to the front. What about Byron? Lu Qian smiled. Of course he will go. He is the chief disciple of Beidou School. Zhang Xiaohua took Zhang Byron with a smile. Zhang Byron looked around with his eyes wide open, as if he was also very curious and liked it very much. Let's go. Zhang Xiaohua waved her big sleeve and they all disappeared. When they appeared again, they were in the main hall of the Lingxiao Palace. Ah? This place is... Although everyone had used the praying mat just now and had flown through the air, but even Nun Jingyi and Master Chang Xing were dazed by the scene. How could they control themselves? After a long while, O Yen heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader. Are we in the sky? If he accidentally falls down, will he die?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why don't you take a step forward and see?" O Yen stood carefully on the white cloud and didn't dare to move. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, she suppressed the violent beating of her heart and took a small step forward. O Yen only felt that her body was floating, like a fallen leaf in the wind. She slid forward slightly and there were still faint white clouds under her feet. O Yen had only taken one step, but Shui Tiantian had already run several steps ahead of her. Suddenly, everyone was overjoyed. They floated around the main hall, but, no matter how they floated, they couldn't cross the boundary of the red clouds. How about Byron? Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and put Zhang Byron in the air. Immediately, a white cloud formed under Byron's body. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the throne in the center and smiled, "Go, Byron, go there." When Byron heard this, he staggered and slowly flew towards the center, unfortunately, out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. When Zhang Byron reached the border of the red clouds, he was also blocked. Zhang Byron patted the invisible barrier in front of him and opened his small mouth, about to cry. "Ha, Byron, don't cry. Master will take you there." Zhang Xiaohua carried Zhang Byron and appeared on the central throne in a flash. Ha! Zhang Byron saw this and laughed loudly. He struggled out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms and slowly walked around the central throne, playing. Cough cough. "Are it disciples?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 5 disciples in the main hall and coughed. "Yes, master." Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tiantian stopped and bowed to salute. "Yes, senior brother." Nie Qinyu, Zhang Pinger, and O Yen also stopped and bowed. "Yes, yesterday, I announced the opening of Beidou School in front of everyone in the martial arts world. But you were all in Huanxi Mountain Villa, so you couldn't see yesterday's grand occasion. Now, my Beidou School, 6 disciples are gathered in this Lingxiao Palace. It was the biggest occasion since the opening of my Beidou School." "Master, there is still a junior brother? How old is he? When will he come?" Shui Tiantian asked. "And that junior brother of yours is called Chu Jing. He's not much older than Bai Ren. He's also a dying child. He should be on his way now. Perhaps he'll arrive in 10 days or so. At that time, our Big Dipper sect will really be complete. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother. Our Beidou School has finally opened in Yaoshan." Nie Qinyu and the other 2 junior sisters said in unison. "Yes, Everything is difficult at the beginning. My Beidou school opened yesterday because we have a very high starting point. You are also standing at a higher place than others. However, these are all external factors. If you want to step on the path of immortality, you need to work hard and study hard to achieve great success. Yes, we will follow Master's instructions. Everyone bowed to salute. Yes, there is no need to be so restrained. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Look at your senior brother, he is still playing at my feet." When Zhang Byron heard himself mentioned, he raised his head and tilted his head to the side with a smile. Ah! Everyone laughed. That day, when I called myself the Beidou school, it was just a casual remark. I didn't really want to open this school. However, since I got such an immortal opportunity and took the Yaoshan immortal abode, if I don't do something, I am afraid I will be punished by the heavens. Therefore, even though all of you have different aptitudes and different experiences, but I have accepted all of you as my disciples. As for me, I am also an unorthodox cultivator. Therefore, in the future, I will at most play a little role in guiding you. Everything will depend on yourselves. Then he pointed at Nie Qianyu and the others and said, although Nie Qianyu and O Yen are both women and can't practice martial arts, their aptitudes are also different. Nie Qianyu's Carefree Heart Sutra has already made a little progress. If she meets the right conditions, she will be able to set foot on the path of immortality. Perhaps she will be good at formations. You are already old and haven't been able to practice the Heart Sutra. I don't know what your future is. O Yen smiled and said, to be able to live in this immortal abode and accompany my senior sisters and martial nephews is already the greatest fortune of my life. Whether I have any achievements in cultivation or not, I am happy. Great kindness, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, if you always have this kind of attitude, I am afraid you can also achieve something. Then she pointed to Zhang Pinger and said, Zhang Pinger, your martial arts are excellent. You can only walk the path of cultivation through martial arts. Although you have a starting point, your future achievements will be limited. Oh, this is just my guess. Everyone has different experiences. Didn't you see your second martial uncle? Although he also entered the path of cultivation through martial arts, I am afraid his future achievements will be higher than Abbess Jing Yi of the cult of fragrance. Hearing this, Zhang Pinger was happy. She bowed and said, I was abandoned by the cult of fragrance. I am lucky to have a place to settle down. Fortunately, senior brother sect leader accepted me into the Beidou school and gave me such a bright future. How can I not work hard? Even if I don't have any great cultivation, I am deeply grateful. You don't have to be grateful. Everything has a cause and effect. Your achievements may not be bad. Then she looked at Zhang Byron under her feet and said with a smile, this boy. I won't say anything. Since he could swallow the life-guarding spiritual tablet of the Yaoshan immortal abode, his achievements will not be bad. It's just that he is still young. You just need to take care of him. Yes, senior brother sect leader. We understand. The three of them bowed and said, You, Xiaohua Ji, among the younger disciples, you are the one with the worst aptitude. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ji Xiaohua and said, Yes, I understand. I am already satisfied to be able to become your disciple and learn a few fist techniques. I have never thought about the immortal arts. Ji Xiaohua answered honestly. Heaven gave you some luck. You don't need to get up and come to my door. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, If you don't have such a fate, how can you have karma with me? I have also benefited a lot from you. How can I not return it to you? Moreover, you have a simple personality. You have a good foundation for cultivation. Your achievements may not be bad in the future. Thank you, Master. Ji Xiaohua bowed and said, Well, Shui Tian, you are the one with the best aptitude among all the disciples. You have been practicing the Fist of the North Star since you were young. It can be said that you have an inseparable connection with my Beidou school when you entered the school. Although you used to be in the Misty School, but there is karma in the unseen world. Your fate will come in the end. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1200. Thank you for your guidance, Master. If you hadn't accepted me as your disciple, I'm afraid I would have been stranded in Jianghu. Shui Tiantian was also very serious and respectful at this time. Yes, although your starting point is very high, but there's also one thing that's not good. There's martial arts internal energy in your meridians, and your cultivation of the Big Dipper magical fist is also wrong. It's not easy to slowly correct it now, I know. I will use great perseverance to overcome these difficulties. If Master can destroy my martial arts cultivation, I'm willing to cultivate again. Shui Tian gritted his teeth and said. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but be moved. She clapped her hands and said, You have such great perseverance, you can cultivate successfully. It's just that this method is not reliable. The martial arts meridians and the immortal meridians are the same. Even the Dantian has many cultivation methods that are the same. If I destroy your internal energy, won't you be unable to cultivate the immortal path? Shui Tiantian's face turned red. He lowered his head and said, I'm ignorant, but I'll listen to Master's instructions. It's fine. With such great perseverance, what can't you achieve in this world? My Beidou School's Worry-Free Heart Sutra cultivates the middle Dantian. It's different from the lower Dantian that you cultivate in martial arts. The two may not conflict. You can cultivate as much as you want. Shui Tiantian's face was filled with joy. He bowed and said, Thank you, Master. Senior brother sect leader, can I do the same? Zhang Pinger asked impatiently. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. However, if you cultivate again from the beginning, it's not as convenient as cultivating through martial arts. Yes, I understand. Zhang Pinger gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to cultivate again. It's all up to you. I've also just started cultivating, so I don't know what's best. Zhang Xiaohua said, however, since you've all chosen, don't regret it. No one knows what the future will be like. As long as you put in the effort, you'll definitely reap the rewards. We understand. All the disciples bowed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Black and Xiaohua, who were sitting obediently on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder and looking at everything in the hall curiously. They glanced at her from time to time and seemed to be a little reluctant and a little scared. She said, These two little things? I learned from the incense cult. I don't even know their background. I only know that their mothers are called Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. When Zhang Pinger heard this, she covered her mouth in shock. These two vicious beasts were known to the disciples of the incense cult. The two of them can be Beidou School's guardian beasts. Zhang Xiaohua said. She was also talking to Little Black and Little Yellow in her mind. How could these two little things know? He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Alright, actually, I got most of my cultivation from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra is one of the cultivation methods you all can cultivate. As for the cultivation method jade slips in the White Pavilion's hall, as well as the immortal tools and other items, you all can cultivate them. Of course, didn't I just say that the cultivation methods in the White Pavilions are the most basic? With my cultivation, I can only break the restrictions in these pavilions and obtain these cultivation methods. If your cultivation in the Immortal Dao reaches a higher level in the future, you can break the restrictions in the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple pavilions. Then all of you can cultivate the higher level cultivation methods inside. Think about it. I only have the cultivation method in the White Pavilion. If you all can successfully cultivate the cultivation method in the Purple Pavilion and reach the purple cloud in the center of the throne, then, in this world, who will be a match for you? Her words filled everyone's eyes with hope. They all clenched their fists and looked like they were going to work hard. Right, I forgot that the cultivation of the way of immortality relies on the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the Immortal Mansion is abundant. However, I need to make a spirit gathering array for you all to help your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her forehead. A spirit gathering array? What's that? Nie Qinyu asked curiously. All of you follow me. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and picked up Zhang Byron. With a flick of her sleeve, the scene in front of everyone changed again. Although they were still floating in the air, it was pitch black above them. There was almost no light. "Don't worry, watch me," Zhang Xiaohua said. She put Zhang Byron down and took out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. It emitted a hazy light, illuminating the surroundings. This was the place where the phoenix was suppressed in the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua put away the 9 immortal treasures and the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. The wasteland formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth was also destroyed. There was only some gradually increasing and chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth left. After taking out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel, Zhang Xiaohua patted the belt around her waist. Countless 5-colored chalcedony flew out from the belt. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while. Then, she placed her left hand on the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. She formed another seal and hit the chalcedony one by one. As Zhang Xiaohua inserted the seals, the chalcedony gradually emitted a brilliant light. "Go, after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea," Zhang Xiaohua pointed his finger, and all the blue water chalcedony flew into the air. They were like stars in the night sky, arranged in a mysterious pattern. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did the same thing. She sent the other 4 types of chalcedony into the air. But the more she sent, the longer it took. When the last green wood-type chalcedony was in the air, Zhang Xiaohua's face was already pale. Zhang Xiaohua took out a primordial stone and replenished the primordial energy in his meridians. Then, he conjured a spell and spat a mouthful of blood onto the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. The spiritual steel exploded with a bang, and a ray of rainbow light flew out and charged towards the 5 elements spirit-gathering formation that was already set up in midair. "Go!" Just as the 7-colored light hit the formation, Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger and shouted. The 7-colored light immediately exploded like brilliant fireworks, scattering on the 5-colored chalcedony of the 5 elements gathering formation. Hiss! A series of light sounds, as if a fuse had been ignited, the entire 5 elements gathering formation lit up. The chaotic yuan qi in the air was gradually attracted by the formation and projected towards it. Above Yao Mountain, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was also attracted by the immortal abode and guided into the formation. "All right, it's done," Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the depleted yuan qi in her meridians, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She relied on her late-stage qi refinement cultivation and the help of the mansion-guarding spiritual steel to barely complete the 5 elements gathering formation. The inheritance of a sect was really difficult. However, for the time being, Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts were unknown. The 5 disciples looked at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing what he was doing. When Zhang Xiaohua said it was done with a pale face, everyone was also at a loss. Looking at the chalcedony that was as bright as the stars, Nie Qinyu whispered, "Senior brother sect leader, are you creating stars?" Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Patting her forehead, she said, "This is the 5 elements gathering formation that I mentioned earlier. In the future, if you want to practice immortal arts, you can practice in this formation. It'll be twice the result with half the effort." "Is that so? Then, thank you, senior brother sect leader." Nie Qinyu looked at the people beside her and bowed. Forget it. When you know the importance of this formation in the future, it won't be too late to thank me." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly waved her hand. Zhang Byron was the one who knew what was good for him. While everyone was talking, he had already run into the 5 elements gathering formation and very comfortably lay down to sleep. "Little black, little yellow, you two go too." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 2 little things standing on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder. They were still a little afraid of her and thought to herself. The 2 little things were stunned, then immediately became happy. They flew over and rolled around in the vitality to play. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua recovered her true qi. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. I've set up a restriction here. In the future, I'll give you a jade talisman to pass through. When it's time to practice, just come here." As she spoke, she held Byron in her arms. The 2 little things were also afraid. They flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua, but they didn't dare to fly on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder anymore. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand why they had such a change. However, they still called her father and mother in their hearts. It was just that they were a little timid. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she didn't know how to ask and could only leave it at that. Returning to the side of the pond, the fine and soft things in the carriage had already been packed. Only the heavy things were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to start. Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay. She hurried the carriage to the place that Guosufei had already chosen and unloaded them one by one. The small building in the Immortal mansion didn't have a stove. Guosufei and Lu Qian walked around for a long time but still couldn't find it. In the end, they could only ask Zhang Xiaohua if she could build one herself. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections. However, she couldn't use the mansion guarding spiritual steel to create one out of thin air. She could only rely on Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong to build it up bit by bit. Then, Zhang Kai pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side and whispered, "Xiaohua, here, can we open up the wasteland for farming?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and laughed. "What's the matter? Father, why did you suddenly think of opening up the wasteland for farming?" "Hehe, Father has been farming all my life. I'm not used to being idle all of a sudden. Previously, when we lived in the Huanxi Manor, we only ate and drank. We wandered around leisurely and didn't do any farm work at all. I'm really not used to it. Moreover, I've already looked at the back of the building just now. It's all extremely fertile land. If we plant crops, we'll definitely have a bumper harvest. Immortal Mansion definitely won't be lacking in food and drink." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, "Sure, Daddy. The land here is ours. You can do whatever you want. Oh right, even if you want to raise some chickens and ducks, or feed some pigs and sheep, that's fine too. Just tell me." "That's great. Xiaohua, get 2 cattle first. I'll open up the land first. When spring comes," Zhang Kai said and looked at the sky habitually. Suddenly he was stunned. "Here? Why is there no sun here? This? How can we plant crops?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when she heard this. There were restrictions in Immortal Mansion. All kinds of wind, thunder, rain, and snow couldn't fall. Moreover, it was daytime every moment. There was no night at all. "Ha!" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Father, this place is almost like an immortal realm. It's like spring all year round. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote." Chapter 12:01. Like spring all year round? Zhang Kai was stunned. He was a native of Lu Town, and his footprints were all within 200 miles of Lu Town. How would he know that Rejuvenation Valley was like spring all year round? Zhang Kai waved his hand and said, "How can it be like spring all year round? There is no way to grow crops. It is only right to have 4 distinct seasons." Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded and said, "Yes, I will listen to you. Wait a moment. Let me see if this mansion guarding spiritual steel can change the restriction here." Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion guarding spiritual steel, put her hand on it, and closed her eyes. After a while, her face lit up and she opened her eyes and said, "Father, it really works. It is only here. The chi of heaven and earth in other places is very abundant. If the restriction is opened, I am afraid it will be bad for the holy mansion." As she spoke, she flew up into the air. She made a gesture and threw the mansion guarding spiritual steel into the air. Then she pointed with her finger. Several rays of light flashed out from the steel and hit the restriction in the air. Then, there was a sizzling sound, like boiling water being poured on snow. The milky white color above the holy mansion was gradually torn apart, revealing the blue sky, as well as the white clouds and the noon sun. Zhang Xiaohua put away the mansion guarding spiritual steel and landed from the air. She smiled and said, "Is this enough?" Zhang Kai looked at the sky as usual and nodded. "Yes, it is like this. This looks like living on the top of the mountain." "Ah, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. He would not open all the seals on the immortal abode. If he did, all the heaven-earth yuan qi in the immortal abode would escape. All he needed to do was make some slight changes to the seal above the white pavilion, turning it transparent. Then, wouldn't the space above the lake become Zhang Kai's? As for the growth of the crops, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. The immortal abode was full of heaven and earth yuan qi, so what crops wouldn't grow? Following Zhang Kai to the pond, Mr. Liu, Elder Yu, and Zhang Xiaolong had already set up a simple stove and were brewing tea. Seeing Zhang Kai coming over, Mr. Liu said happily, "In-law, quickly come and try it. The lake water here can also be used to brew tea, and it's not much different from the spring water in the Guizhuang house." Is that so? Zhang Kai quickly walked over, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Sure enough, it was as sweet as syrup. He couldn't help but smile. Indeed. Then he looked at the huge lake and said, "In-law, there's so much water. I'm afraid we won't be able to drink it all in our lifetime." Not bad. Father, you won't have to worry about not having tea to drink in the future. Lu Qian said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua also tasted a cup. Sure enough, the lake water was also full of heaven and earth yuan qi. Although it was a little less than the spring water in the Guizhuang house, there wasn't much of a difference in drinking it in the mouth. Everyone sat down and chatted, while Xiaohua Ji and the rest played with Zhang Byron at the side. After chatting for a while, Guo Sufei thought of something. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiaohua, mother has something to discuss with you." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Mother, this will be our home in the future. If there's anything, please speak your mind." Guo Sufei smiled and said, "This place is very beautiful. It's 10,000 times better than the Guizhuang house. What is there for mother to be dissatisfied with?" It's just that. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her mother was a little hesitant, so she said, "Mother, just say it. It's just that, in the Guizhuang house, your grandmother's grave and Xiaohua Ji's mother's grave are all behind the original small courtyard. What mother means is that the scenery here is very good. The feng shui must be excellent. If we are lively here, don't let your grandmother and the others miss us in the Guizhuang house. But this is the immortal's mansion. Mother is afraid." Mother, don't worry. Actually, I've already made up my mind. Once we've settled down, I'll move grandmother's coffins and Ji Xiaohua's mother's coffins here with my eldest brother and second brother. Since you've mentioned it today, I'll go with my eldest brother and second brother. Since we still need to buy cattle, let's do it together. Xiaohua, mother is just thinking about it. If there is anything inappropriate, just forget it. Guo Sufei dissuaded. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and replied, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. The forest behind this building is very quiet, and it's not far from us. If you don't allow it, we'll bury Grandma and Auntie's coffins there. Mother and father go and have a look first. I will go with big brother and second brother. We will be back tomorrow." Guo Sufei quickly said, "Don't be so anxious. Mother just mentioned it first." "How can I be anxious? We have all lived in Huanxi Mountain Villa for a long time. Grandmother must have been lonely for a long time. The sooner they are sent here, the sooner they will be happy." Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "Let's go, big brother and second brother. Let's go and pick up grandmother." "I will go too." Zhang Kai stood up and said, "There are rules when coffins are moved out." "How do you know this?" "Oh, that's fine." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu to prepare 2 carriages. Then, Zhang Xiaohua and the other 3 said goodbye to everyone and took the 2 carriages down Yao Mountain. They didn't come back until noon of the 3rd day. In the 2 carriages were the coffins of grandmother and Xiaohua's mother. Zhang Xiaohua had already cast a spell on the coffins. There were also a few sturdy-looking cattle accompanying them. In these 2 days, Guo Sufei had already found the place to bury the coffins. Zhang Xiaohua and the others also came back with daily hoes and other tools. It didn't take long for the graves to be ready. Everyone followed the rules, burned incense, and kowtowed. They buried the 2 coffins again and cultivated the soil. Then, Zhang Kai was focused on organizing the land and preparing to cultivate. This time, when he went down the mountain to buy cattle, he also bought a lot of seeds. He wanted to do a big job. Zhang Xiaohu had left the Misty School for several days. It was time to go back. Zhang Xiaohua sent Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qin Qin down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohu still held Zhang Xiaohua and said, "It's exactly 1 month before the 14th day of the first lunar month. Don't forget it." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I won't. Yao Mountain is very close to Wuzhua Peak. When the time comes, you come here first and I will go with you." Then she took out a jade talisman from her arms and said, "Take this jade talisman. When you get here, just inject your true qi." Well, Zhang Xiaohu took it and put it in his arms. Then he said, "By the way, if young Master Li, Chu Jing, and the others come back, what should I do? Just send Chu Jing here?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I have 2 sisters-in-law. Can't you let young Master Li meet Sister Chiu Tong? Send someone to follow young Master Li to bury Miss May's coffin and send them here. If you can't come, give this jade talisman to young Master Li." "Oh no, Chu Zhigao has the jade talisman I gave him. Ask him to come to Yao Mountain and crush the jade talisman. I will know." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had arranged it well, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. He turned over and unloaded the horse from the carriage. The 3 of them said goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua and went straight back to the Misty School. Sure enough, half a month later, Li Jinfeng and the others came back. After reporting to their families that they were safe and buried Miss May's coffin, they went to Yao Mountain Immortal Mansion. Seeing such a beautiful and fairy-like scene, they were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. At this time, by the lakeside, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong had already tidied up a few plots of land. Some different seeds had already been sown, and the stove for cooking was also prepared. However, due to the large number of people, it was very troublesome to prepare the food. Seeing Li Jinfeng's weary face and hearing Li Jinfeng's story, Chiu Tong, who was very interested in Li Jinfeng, felt her face burning. She hid beside Yen and didn't talk to Li Jinfeng directly. Li Jinfeng didn't know that Chiu Tong's attitude towards him had changed. First he sighed. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, he was overjoyed. However, when he saw Chiu Tong, he became silent again. He wasn't as calm and composed as he was in front of Mei Qinglian. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly observing from the side. She saw that the 2 of them wanted to say something, but they were shy and did not say anything. They were also thinking about each other. They often glanced at each other and then pretended not to notice. Then, they would glance at each other and then look away. It was like the feelings of a teenage couple. Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny, but when he thought of the sweet and distant relationship between her and him, Zhang Xiaohua missed the dream of being together with him in dire straits. I wonder, how is the discussion between the 3 immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and the other sects of the pugilistic world? Will they attack the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. The 3 immortal Dao sects and the Alliance of Righteous Dao were not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaohua. They were going to attack the Tenryu sect on a whim. They had lost many people in the fight for the Yaoshan immortal abode. Even the seniors of the immortal Dao sects were seriously injured. The 3 immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and a few other large sects had discussed for 2 days at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. They all felt that although the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect had been seriously injured, the disciples below the heavenly king level had not suffered any casualties. On the other hand, the various sects at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain had lost many high-ranking disciples and ordinary disciples. The strength of the various sects had decreased greatly. If they were to fight against the disciples of the Tenryu sect, they would not have much chance of winning. The most important thing was that although everyone suspected that the Tenryu sect had set up a trap, there was no evidence at all. Other than the Beidou School's headmaster who saw some black flags, even the Dalan Temple's master Tiangang did not see anything. Since there was no justification for the attack, everyone's suspicions died down. In the past 2 days, many disciples from various sects had left, so there was no news of the tragedy. Therefore, Alliance Master Zhang San of the Alliance of Righteous Dao proposed that the various sects send their elite disciples to the Tenryu sect to investigate carefully to see if there were any clues left behind by the Tenryu sect. The various sects would return to their respective sects to recuperate and restore their strength. They would discuss the details after they found the Tenryu sect's flaws. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip me. Chapter 1202. Zhang Xiaohua's Beidu school was newly built and only had a few junior sisters and disciples. It was still far from being a big school, so of course, she didn't know about the news in Jianghu. While she trained her disciples, she also hoped that the various sects in Jianghu would work together to attack the Tenryu sect. Back to the Yaoshan Immortal abode, Zhang Xiaohua used the Immortal's guardian spirit steel to set up a spirit gathering array in the palace where the phoenix had undergone nirvana. It gathered the qi of heaven and earth drifting within the Immortal abode, as well as the qi of heaven and earth in the air above Yaoshan. The concentration of qi of heaven and earth in the palace increased by the day. A month's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For the Misty School, it was just a short period of recuperation and preparation. But for the Beidu School, this month's time was absolutely crucial. It was an earth-shattering change. For the people of Jianghu, the path of immortality was an ethereal and wonderful hope. There was an insurmountable gap between the path of martial arts and the path of immortality. In order to overcome this gap, the various sects in Jianghu racked their brains to find a smooth path to the path of immortality. The path of immortality's incense sect, the Dalin Temple, and the Alliance of Righteousness's path of martial arts set aside their personal grudges and joined hands to prepare a secret location, hoping to find a way to inherit the path of immortality in the secret location. All of this was because of the qi of heaven and earth. The lack of qi of heaven and earth was the main culprit behind the path of immortality 10,000 years ago. With the support of Zhang Xiaohua's spirit gathering array and the gradual recovery of qi of heaven and earth, the Beidu school of Yaoshan Immortal Abode seized the opportunity to rise to the top of the path of immortality. Especially with the discovery of the Peiyuan pill, it was like Zhang Xiaohu's Dantian had Yang Haoya's True Yuan. It allowed the Beidu school's disciples to have their first strand of true qi in their dantians when they first started cultivating the Carefree Sutra. They were also able to sense qi of heaven and earth at the first moment. What was difficult for others to draw qi into their bodies was too easy for them. Could it be that, in ancient times, stepping into the path of immortality was an extremely simple matter? Or is it that the 6 disciples of my Beidu school are all rare talents? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the disciples sitting cross-legged under the spirit gathering array. She pinched the beard that had grown out of their chins and fell into deep thought. Under the 5-element spirit gathering array, Zhang Xiaohua's disciples, with the exception of Zhang Byron who was still lying down and sleeping, were all sitting cross-legged, pretending to be serious in their cultivation. Nie Qinyu was the first disciple Zhang Xiaohua had taught the first level of the Carefree Sutra. Nie Qinyu had already started cultivating diligently when Zhang Xiaohua was spreading the scourge of the incense cult. However, the qi of heaven and earth in Rejuvenation Valley was still limited. Although Nie Qinyu could sense qi of heaven and earth, the amount of qi that she could draw into her body was still very small. She was far from being able to refine it into true qi. Under the spirit gathering array, there was sufficient qi of heaven and earth to draw in. In addition, there was also a strand of true qi formed by the Peiyuan pill in her dantian. Under such circumstances, Nie Qinyu could easily draw the qi of heaven and earth into her body and refine it into her first strand of true qi. Before this, Zhang Xiaohua had also given Nie Qinyu a meridian-nourishing pill, which had perfectly refined Nie Qinyu's meridians. This was like adding wings to a tiger. Nie Qinyu had become the first disciple of Beidu school to set foot on the Immortal Dao, and this had only taken Nie Qinyu 2 days. The second disciple to set foot on the Immortal Dao had exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua had originally thought that this person would be Xue Tian. Unexpectedly, the ordinary-looking Ji Xiaohua, who had never practiced martial arts, had never come into contact with internal energy, and had never been placed with high hopes, had set foot on the immortal Dao 15 days later than Nie Qinyu and 3 days earlier than Shui Tiantian. This made Zhang Xiaohua go wild with joy. After all, this was still someone named Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to think that he could achieve such an achievement. Seeing that Ji Xiaohua, who had no foundation in martial arts, had set foot on the immortal Dao 1 step earlier than her, Shui Tiantian, who had always wanted to compete with Ji Xiaohua for the position of senior brother, became even more determined. However, it still took him 20 days to form his first strand of true qi in his dantian. In comparison, Chu Jing was neither hot nor cold. He set foot on the immortal Dao on the 22nd day. When Chu Zhigao and Chu Jing's grandmother learned of this, they ran to a corner of the lake, drew a small circle, burned some paper, and kowtowed with tears streaming down their faces, as if to comfort the ancestors of the Chu family in the immortal Dao. After the young disciples set foot on the immortal Dao, Yen and Zhang Ping'er showed no signs of breaking through for the time being. After another 5 days, on the 27th day, Yen, who had no foundation in martial arts, set foot on the immortal Dao before Zhang Ping'er. Zhang Ping'er took 29 days to form her first strand of true qi in her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua thought of his discerning eyes and the fact that his disciples were all peerless talents. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud. If he knew that Peacock, Qin, and Yuan only had 18 days to stay in the inheritance palace of the incense cult, and that the 3 of them also set foot on the path of immortality within the time limit, what would he think? According to the rules of the incense cult, among these 6 disciples, only Nie Qinyu and Ji Xiaohua could be considered to have truly inherited the incense cult, and the other 4 were going to be eliminated? Beidu School's spirit gathering array, and incense cult's spirit gathering array, was much stronger? From this, one could see how important the Immortal Mansion was to the 3 Immortal Dao sections. One could also understand why Master Tiangang, Reverend Shu Qing, and Reverend Hao Yun would risk their lives in order to seize the Immortal Mansion into their own hands. If the Immortal Mansion was in the hands of the incense cult, wouldn't they be able to create many Immortal Dao disciples in a short period of time? How could Reverend Jingyi be worried about her own inheritance? As for the incense cult, Misty School, and Shundao sect, the origin of the 3 Immortal Dao sects, what about the secret plane? If the incense cult lost the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, how could they not put all their energy into it? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was happily watching the 6 disciples under the spirit gathering array absorb the spirit gathering array into their bodies, and Zhang Byron was sleeping soundly. The world's spirit gathering array was gradually being absorbed along with his breathing, and Little Black and Little Yellow were also using a strange posture beside him. The world's spirit gathering array was slowly being inhaled and exhaled by the 2 little things. In the Nanzhao town, which was hundreds of miles away from the secret plane, in the courtyard of a big family, Reverend Jingyi was sitting in a rather large central room, talking to Reverend Shu Qing, Reverend Shuezhen, Peacock, Qin, and Yun. Reverend Jingyi frowned slightly and whispered, "Yatin, Immortal Mansion, has there been no movement?" Reporting to the sect leader, since the day Ren Xiaoyao took back the steps to Immortal Mansion, they haven't been put down, and no one has come down from Yaoshan. Reverend Shuezhen cupped her hands and said, "That guy is actually practicing in seclusion?" Qin cried, "Not necessarily." Reverend Jingyi shook her head and said, "Every time the steps to Immortal Mansion are used, the amount of world's spirit gathering array is enormous. I think, if Ren Xiaoyao wants to enter and leave Immortal Mansion, there must be another simple way. It's just that, as for what method, it's not something we can recklessly guess." Sect leader, didn't Ren Xiaoyao warn us? Don't leave anyone near Yaoshan. If we eat the disciples of the incense cult and investigate nearby, I'm afraid we'll provoke him and make him unhappy. Peacock said worriedly, It's not just the disciples of the incense cult who aren't afraid. The Dalin Temple, between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance, which one of them didn't send spies? Reverend Jingyi waved her hand and said with a smile, "Even if Ren Xiaoyao finds out, we can just say that this disciple is a registered disciple of the incense cult. When he finds out, she has already been expelled from the cult. What she did at Yaoshan is her own behavior. It has nothing to do with the incense cult. He, sect leader, is wise. Qinshan heard this and laughed. That guy will have nothing to say. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about Yaoshan and Beta School anymore. We were at Yaoshan, we were so angry, we tore our faces apart, and we even sacrificed Junior Shujia's life, but we still didn't gain any advantage. Instead, some nameless guy got ahead of us. I really don't know how he managed to control the entire Immortal mansion. Reverend Shuqing waved her hand and said, "That guy is the best at stepping on dog shit." Qinshan concluded, "Oh right, Junior Shuezhen, is there any news from the Dalan Temple?" Sect leader, ever since the monks of the Dalan Temple entered Baozhen, we couldn't find any trace of them. Our disciples didn't dare to go too deep, and after 10 days of investigation, we still couldn't find any news. It's not a big deal. Who would have thought that the disciples of the incense cult have already returned to Dianqi Lake, and we can still stay in Nanzhao town. We'll just wait until tomorrow night, and the Dalan Temple will appear at Wuzhua Peak on time. Sect leader is wise, hiding in the city. That's right, I was thinking of finding a remote mountain village to settle down. What about the Righteous Alliance? Reverend Jingyi asked with a smile. The evil tiger gang in this area seems to be a small branch of the Righteous Alliance. Wouldn't Alliance leader Zhang San be like a fish in water here? He's long gone. Reverend Shuezhen laughed. Then, Misty School. What's Zhang Xiaohu doing? Sect leader, there's something strange about the Misty School. Reverend Shuezhen looked confused. I've sent disciples to inform Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, but both of them said they were busy with internal affairs and couldn't come in person. That's fine, I have some spies among the disciples of Wuming Hall, but they also disappeared without a trace. There's no news at all. It's really strange. Then, what about the Immortal Senior from the Misty School? Is there any news? No. My disciples didn't find anything useful. If it wasn't for my scruples, when we were in the secluded ground, I would have captured Li Jian and the others and asked them what had happened to the ethereal sect. Please don't. Reverend Jingyi hurriedly waved her hand and said, to be able to restore the internal strength of Li Jian and thousands of other Misty School disciples. I'm afraid that even Master Tiangang of the Dalan Temple can't compare to this level of cultivation. At this juncture, we'd better hide. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1203. Leader, it's strange. Since the Misty School has such a senior immortal, why didn't he do anything when the Misty School was destroyed? Even this Yaoshan immortal abode. He didn't appear? Could it be that he doesn't care about the Yaoshan immortal abode? Shuqing Nun was surprised. Who knows? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. No matter whether he appeared or not, wouldn't Ren Xiaoyao have taken advantage of him in the end? If I knew this would happen, I would have let Shimujuan stab him to death on Lingxiang Peak. I'm afraid. Shimujuan is no match for Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock reminded her in a low voice. Isn't that so? Nun Jingyi gritted her teeth at the mention of this matter. Of all my calculations, I never thought that senior martial sister Jinggang, Shimujuan and Yu Zhuochuan were killed by this bastard. Sigh, it's not just leader. Although Elder Jinggang and her 2 disciples have grudges against Ren Xiaoyao, but when it happened he always had an alibi. We were all confused by his strength and thought that he was just a brute with great strength. Who would have thought that he was a man of immortality? Suddenly, Nun Jingyi seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was very interesting. Shuqing Nun noticed it and asked curiously, Leader? What did you think of? Grand Elder. I suddenly thought, is Ren Xiaoyao the person who has a deep connection with the Misty School? Ah? Peacock and Qinshan exclaimed and blurted out, No. No way. Shuqing Nun also shook her head slightly. I think it's impossible too. Jingyi thought for a moment and said, Ren Xiaoyao came from Rejuvenation Valley with Peacock. Ever since Ren Xiaoyao came, how many things have happened in my sect? The sudden change in Twilight Orchid, the death of Grand Elder Jing Gang, the tremor in Mount Jihua, the collapse of the sect-protecting formation. Yes, there were also the thousands of Misty School disciples at Shixin Peak recovering their martial arts. I wouldn't have dared to think about these things in the past. But they all happened in the short span of a few months. I don't believe that it has nothing to do with Ren Xiaoyao. Jingyi, every single one of the things you've mentioned is shocking and can't be done without great magical powers. According to what I know, the sudden change in the Orchid Dusk refinement, the shaking of Mount Jihua, and the collapse of the sect-protecting formation are all natural disasters. I'm afraid only immortals can do these kinds of things related to heaven and earth. As for the other two, they might be Ren Xiaoyao's doing. Shu Qingnun nodded. Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Shixin Peak for a little more than 2 months. To recover the martial arts of thousands of Misty School disciples. I don't think he has that much time. Peacock thought for a moment and said, also, who knows if the martial arts of the Misty School disciples were recovered at Shixin Peak or after they left Dianqi Lake. Chen also added. Leader. Swift said softly, whether Ren Xiaoyao is an immortal or not, that's another matter. Didn't you hear what Alliance leader Zhang San said? Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist. It's because he obtained the Immortal Mansion that he has so many magical powers. Jingyi Nun pondered for a moment and shook her head. If Ren Xiaoyao killed Great Elder Jing Gang, all of this can be easily explained. If it wasn't him, then it's even more confusing. Many things can't be explained. But if Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist and he borrowed the power of the Immortal Mansion, then what we saw in the Immortal Mansion can be explained. Sai, let's not talk about it. Even if Ren Xiaoyao is the real culprit, we can't do anything if he hides in the Immortal Mansion of Mount Yaoshan. Leader is right. Master Jing Xian's death is as confusing as Master Jing Gang's death. At that time, Ren Xiaoyao hadn't come to our incense cult. It's not good to blame Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock agreed. Everything depends on strength. Let's first deal with the matter of the secret plane. If we can find the method of inheritance in the secret plane this year, our incense cult will be able to cultivate more immortal disciples. In a few years, not only our incense cult, but also the Daoist Temple, Misty School, and even the Alliance of Righteous Path will have many immortal disciples. At that time, we'll be able to raise our voices and verify this matter with Ren Xiaoyao. Jingyi Nun said coldly, Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu, has he left for the Five-Claw Peak? Leader, 5 days ago, I sent a disciple to Ethereal Heights to urge Zhang Xiaohu. I think he won't delay the gathering tomorrow. Of course, the secret plane is a great temptation for the 4 immortal sections. Zhang Xiaohu has no reason not to be tempted. Moreover, this is also a promise from him. Abbess Jing Yi suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, that's right, where's Bai Yanqiu from Shuiyun Club? She's a very ambitious woman. About the secret plane, we have to be careful of her. Leader, Bai Yanqiu went all the way south. After walking for 100 miles, she disappeared. I can't tell. Since there is no trace of them, that is extremely normal. If we let our disciples see their traces all the time, it would be more conspicuous if we tried to cover it up. Abbess Jingyi laughed and said, only Chang Xingdashi, Zhang San, Alliance leader Zhang San, and our cult were conspiring about the secret plane. Even Zhang Xiaohu only found out about it a month ago. Even if Bai Yanqiu's magical power is extensive, she definitely wouldn't know that after we left Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, we immediately made our move at Five-Claw Peak. She must have hurried back with Immortal Hao Yun to heal. Yes, if Chen didn't get the 9-heaven Black Lotus seed in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, my injury wouldn't have healed as fast as us. Immortal Hao Yun and the others must still be worried about their injuries. Shu Qingnun said with a smile. That's right. In this way, apart from Beidou School, my fragrance cult has benefited the most from Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Jingyi Nun smiled and said, "In addition to the heaven and earth handkerchief, the 9 heaven black lotus seed, 2 flying swords, several magic weapons, and even 3 immortal cultivation methods. Yes, leader. This Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not a heartless person. Otherwise, he would never let us take these things away." Peacock nodded and said, "Sigh, even if that's the case, senior sister, think about it again. In this Yaoshan immortal mansion, how many good things would there be?" Chen was quite envious. This guy is really lucky. No matter how many treasures there are, they're still his. What's there to be envious about? Peacock glared at her. That guy. Chen narrowed her eyes and clenched her teeth tightly. It was as if she wanted to bite off more things from that guy in her heart. In the distant Yaoshan immortal mansion, that guy in Chen's heart had already been bitten into 70 or 80 pieces. At this time, he was teaching Nie Qianyu some formation problems. To be honest, as a master, he was not very competent. Other than providing some cultivation methods, some elixirs, some cultivation experience, and some formation arrangements, he could not explain the other details of cultivation, things to pay attention to, and so on. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's method of cultivating the Carefree Sutra was rather strange. Who in this world would dare to try it? Even Zhang Bairen would not dare. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua knew his own situation. From the beginning, he had planned to let each disciple walk on their own path of cultivation. As the master, he only gave a little guidance. In this way, these 7 disciples would have 7 different paths? Fortunately, other than the Carefree Sutra and the orthodoxy of Fire Dragon Immortal, there were also many cultivation methods in the White Attic. They were not inferior to the inheritance of the Misty School. In addition to the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple attic, there were also cultivation methods and artifacts that Zhang Xiaohua did not have the ability to obtain. This Beidou school's disciples could be said to have unlimited room for development and unlimited potential. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua, who was demonstrating the incantation to Nie Qianyu, felt his heart throbbing. It was as if there were countless invisible hands grasping his heart tightly and squeezing it into countless tiny pieces. Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard. He screamed and fell into the void unknowingly. Senior brother sect leader. Nie Qianyu was anxious. Just as she was about to go forward, she saw the pale-faced Zhang Xiaohua quickly fly up again. His eyes were full of fear and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He looked around in panic. "Master!" The disciples who were cultivating nearby were also awakened and ran over. "All right, it's all right." Zhang Xiaohua straightened his body and took a deep breath. He waved his hand and said, "I'm all right. You all can leave for now." "This?" "Yes, master." After hearing this, the disciples hesitated for a while and left. Byron and the 2 little ones also left. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the spirit gathering array and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The sudden throbbing just now was very short. When Nie Qianyu cried out, the throbbing had already disappeared without a trace. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hands. The fingers on his left and right hands constantly moved, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, from simple to complex, and finally almost mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually formed a faint shadow. The shadow was like a glimmer of light, gradually becoming clear. Looking at the gradually forming outline, it was really Zhang Xiaohua's Sky Dao Starry Sky, the increasingly clear hand of karma. And the movement of Zhang Xiaohua's technique was exactly the way of karma that he had been comprehending recently. With a loud bang, just when the hand of karma had a certain degree of outline, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved again. He could no longer control the qi between his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw his hands. The hand of light and shadow around him suddenly collapsed. Then, Zhang Xiaohua spat out a small mouthful of blood. His face was full of dispiritedness. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and sat cross-legged. He looked up at the spirit gathering array that was not very rich in the qi of heaven and earth. He took out a small yuan stone from his arms and adjusted his breathing. After an unknown period of time, a faint brilliance appeared from the void and flew to Zhang Xiaohua. It stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and stopped moving. Chapter 1204. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and pinched the light with her hand. She scanned it with her divine sense and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? It's already the 14th of the first lunar month? Alas, it's true. A few days ago, Mother and Father were still decorating the small building with lanterns and decorations, saying that it's the new year. This time, it's really fast. Second brother, wait a moment. I'll be there in a while. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she patted the light, and it flew away with a whoosh and disappeared. Alas, I really don't know what happened just now. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and thought to herself, I've never encountered such a situation before. The Karma Hand's incantation is really profound. I thought that with my cultivation in the late stage of qi refining, even if I can't comprehend half of it, I should be able to complete the incantation. At least, I should be able to understand where this throbbing came from. But I didn't expect that. Not only did I not complete the incantation, but I also suffered a backlash. If it wasn't for my shallow understanding of the Karma Hand, I'm afraid that I would have been seriously injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought and walked out of the round palace. Nie Qinyu and the others didn't leave. They just stayed outside and waited. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they all looked worried and went forward to ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Master is fine. It's just that there are some things that I don't understand. You don't have to worry. Then she looked outside and said, You all can continue to cultivate like before. Master will go out for a while. I'll be back in 2 days. Okay, Master, be careful. Senior brother sect leader, be careful. Everyone bowed respectfully and flew back into the palace to continue cultivating. Seeing Little Black and Little Yellow, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She wanted to call the two little things, but on second thought, the two little things looked very similar to their mother. Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing would definitely recognize them. If they misunderstood, the orchid and Mulyen were thousands of lives. Even if she had 100 mouths, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Little Black and Little Yellow. It was better not to bring them along. Little Yellow and Little Black seemed to have felt it as well. They paused in midair and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and they followed the crowd into the palace. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the Spirit Gathering Array was exactly what they liked. They would not be happy if they did not stay in there for a while longer. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu and the others, everyone except Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. They immediately bowed and said, Congratulations on the establishment of Beidou School. Greetings, Headmaster Zhang. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was slightly stunned. Then she flicked her sleeves and helped everyone up. She smiled and said, We're all old acquaintances. There's no need to be so courteous. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua was that in addition to Zhang Xiaohu, there were also Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, Xue Qing, Ant Qin, Chang'e, Qin Chen, and others at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Second brother, are you all going to the secret plane? Since all of you are here, what about ethereal heights? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Of course we're going to the secret plane, but not all of us are going. It's still early now. We hid our whereabouts all the way and came here in several directions. Naturally, there are some things we need to discuss with Beidou School. Beidou School? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and nodded. It's almost noon now. There's still some time before evening. Come on, please come to the palace for a chat. With that, she threw out the cross-shaped magic instrument and called everyone to come into the light circle. With a flash of light, everyone came to the Lingxiao Palace. Needless to say, the people of Misty School only woke up from the shock after a long time. Their eyes were filled with eagerness and awe. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua with more respect. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the central throne and smiled in a low voice. Everyone, the position in the Lingxiao Palace is determined by the profound cultivation. It's not that I don't want you to come close. Please forgive me. Hee, sect leader Zhang, although your sect did not deliberately publicize the matter of the Yaoshan immortal abode, the unimaginable abnormality has long been spread among the disciples of various sections. The name of the Lingxiao Palace is also strange. My ethereal sect has already received the news from the pugilistic world. If we can all get close to the central throne, I'm afraid this immortal mansion would have been controlled by the Daoist temple and the Xianxia cult. Hu Yuni bowed and smiled. Yes, Elder Hu is right. I didn't mean to be rude. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Oh right, Elder Hu, I wonder, does your Misty School have anything to discuss with my Beidou School? Hu Yuni turned around and glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Elder Hu, Xiaohua is this seat's blood brother. If it's related to this seat, then there's naturally no need for you to step forward. This seat only needs to talk to him. But if it's something related to the Misty School, Xiaohua has already helped my Misty School a lot. My Misty School? To be honest, I can't repay him. So, it's not easy for me to talk about the matters between the Misty School and Beidou School. Master Zhang, my big sect leader means, if he asks, I'm afraid you won't agree to everything. If you were alone in the past, we would have just talked about it. But now you're the master of Beidou School and you have disciples. Your first consideration should be the Beidou School's interests. So, it's better for us to talk to you. Li Jian said with a smile. That's right. I also feel that Master Zhang is too good to my Misty School. If I can't be intimate with Beidou School in the future, I'll be really unhappy. Lu Qingyang didn't dare to speak loudly. I see. Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and thought, maybe I should change my attitude. I can't just be a little brother who helps others. So, he nodded and said, the two elders are right. Since you all represent the Misty School, I should also consider myself as a member of Beidou School and not treat myself as Zhang Xiaohu's brother. That's right. In the Jianghu, brotherhood is precious, but compared to the inheritance of a sect, a person's life is too short. We should still put the interests of the sect first. When Wenhai also nodded and said, Yes, I underestimated you. Thank you for your advice, heroine. Please wait a moment. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he waved his big sleeves and said loudly, Niet Xinyu, O Yen, wait a moment. After that, a light flashed and O Yen and Niet Xinyu appeared out of thin air, standing right next to the people from Misty School. O Yen and Niet Xinyu were slightly stunned when they saw the people from Misty School, but they still bowed to Zhang Xiaohua first. Greetings, senior brother sect leader. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Everyone from Misty School wants to talk to my Beidou School. I am not experienced enough. One of you is the eldest senior sister, and the other is experienced in business. Help me make a decision. Yes, senior brother sect leader. The two pretended to be serious and saluted. Then, they turned around and greeted the people from Misty School. Hu Yuni and the others had watched O Yen grow up. At this time, when they saw O Yan's appearance, they couldn't help but smile. Lu Qingyang even shouted, Yanzi, are you cultivating? You can cultivate internal energy? O Yen smiled and said, Yes, fifth brother. Senior brother sect leader has been kind enough to teach me the supreme secret of Beidou School. Now I can be considered to have set foot on the path of immortality. Hu Yuni and the others were surprised. Apart from being surprised, they were also full of expectation and disbelief. Li Jian stuttered, Yen's Beidou School was only established a month ago. You also just came to Yaoshan a month ago. How could you? Second brother, these are the methods of our Beidou School's senior brother sect leader. I feel like I'm in a dream. O Yen said with a smile. That's good, that's good. My third brother can rest in peace in the underworld. Hu Yuni's eyes were almost filled with tears. At the mention of O Peng, O Yan's expression turned gloomy. She lowered her head for a moment, then bowed and said, Elder Hu, let's not talk about the past. May I know why your esteemed sect came here today to discuss with my Beidou School? Then she apologized to Niet Xinyu, Eldest senior sister, I'm very familiar with the Misty School. I may have overstepped my boundaries. Please don't take it to heart. Nie Qinyu hurriedly smiled and said, Don't say that, junior sister. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Junior sister is in charge of all the chores in Beidou School. This is also senior brother sect leader's order. I'll just listen from the side. In the end, it's still up to eldest senior sister and senior brother sect leader to decide. Ou Yen said modestly. Ou Yen turned to Hu Yuni and said, Beidou School is newly established. Everything is my first time. Please forgive me, Elder Hu. Ha, it's fine, it's fine. Who doesn't have a first time in their life? Hu Yuni stroked his beard and said, Since ancient times, heroes have always been young. In the future, the Jianghu should be yours. I'm old. I don't dare. Elder Hu, please enlighten me. Lian said, Well, this time I came to Misty School because I have 3 things to discuss with Beidou School. Hu Yuni said with a serious face. 3 things? Ou Yen nodded. Elder Hu, please tell me one by one. Sect leader Zhang. Hu Yuni looked at Ou Yen, then cupped his hands and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Actually, sect leader Zhang's kindness to Misty School is like a new life. To be honest, my Misty School's conditions to Beidou School are somewhat belittling. Even if these conditions are not discussed with Beidou School, as long as Beidou School needs my Misty School to do something, my Misty School should agree to it. Huh, didn't Elder Hu say it just now? In the past, I was the one who helped my second brother, so it can be considered I's own matters. These matters, everyone is well aware of them. Just use them as the basis for the cooperation between our 2 sections. There's no need to mention them again. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Sect leader Zhang's breadth of mind. I admire you. Hu Yuni nodded and said, I remember that when sect leader Zhang took Shui Tian in as your disciple, you asked Tian about the fist techniques she used to practice in Misty School. After my investigation, I confirmed that there are a total of 321 disciples in the Young Eagle Hall of Misty School who practiced Beidou School's fist techniques under Zhang Qingyue and Shui Tiantian's guidance. Furthermore, there are still 303 disciples alive. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1205. Seeing that Ou Yen was somewhat puzzled, Hu Yuni continued, Beidou School is newly established, and there's only sect leader Zhang and 7 disciples in the school. This really doesn't match the reputation of Beidou School. My Misty School has nothing to congratulate you on. These 302 disciples will be sent to Beidou School as ordinary disciples. Firstly, it's a congratulatory gift, and secondly, it's a bit of repayment for sect leader Zhang's kindness to my Misty School. Ou Yen stared blankly for a moment, then her face immediately lit up with joy. She said happily, Elder Hu's gift is very good. It can be said to be timely assistance. However, these Kitty Hawk Hall disciples have been nurtured by Misty School since they were young. Elder Hu, doesn't your heart ache if you give them to my Beidou School all of a sudden? Hee, Yen Zi's words are very true. These 302 disciples were all people I took away from Misty Mountain Villa in the past. These many years I've been living with them day and night, and I have deep feelings for them. I indeed have high hopes for them. However, if these disciples are compared to the great kindness that Beidou School has shown to my Misty School, the difference is too great. Only by giving these disciples to Beidou School and expanding Beidou School's strength can I express my Misty School's gratitude. That's right, Elder Hu. These 302 Kitty Hawk Hall disciples have been nurtured by Misty School since they were young. Since they were young, they've regarded Misty School as their sect. Now that they've suddenly come to Beidou School, I'm afraid it won't be easy to restrain them. Ou Yen asked calmly. Hu Yuni nodded and said, Yen Zi's question is indeed good. However, these disciples are still young, and most of them are about the same age as Shui Tiantian. They've been living outside Misty Mountain Villa for the past few years, and their feelings towards Misty School are a lot weaker than those of ordinary disciples. Of course, I'm not saying that they don't have Misty School in their hearts. It's just that people strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower depths. Beidou School stands at the forefront of the path of immortality and occupies Mount Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. If they know that they can cultivate in Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid not everyone will fight to the death. Yen nodded slightly. Also, with the relationship between sect leader Zhang of the Misty School and sect leader Zhang of your sect, I'm sure they'll be able to accept the transfer from the Misty School to the Beidou School. Elder Hu said with a smile. Sect leader Zhang, to be honest, there are some drawbacks in sending young disciples here. If it were any other sect, our Misty School would never dare to do such a thing. It's easy to cause misunderstandings. When Wenhai cupped his hands and said, however, I'm thinking the same thing as you, Elder Hu. Beidou School doesn't lack anything except for manpower. As for the development of Beidou School, if we only rely on Miss O, Miss Nye, Shui Tian, and the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to develop even a little bit in the next 10 years. Elder Hu made this suggestion and gang leader Zhang also agreed. I think it's really feasible, so I made the suggestion. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu's smiling face and knew that this guy must know that she had the soul-absorbing pill and wasn't afraid of spies, so she agreed. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about what tricks the ethereal sect had up their sleeves. After all, in this immortal abode, with the mansion guarding spiritual steel in hand, everyone could only surrender and be manipulated. Zhang Xiaohua still had a lot of trust in Wenhai. Seeing Wenhai's explanation, she nodded slightly and said, I understand what Swordsman Wen said. Since it's the Misty School's kindness, you won't be disrespectful. Hee, that's great. Wenhai said with a smile. As for the handover of the 302 disciples, let Yen be in charge after the secret plane. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Thank you for your trust, sect leader Zhang. Elder Hu cupped his hands and said, only if sect leader Zhang accepts these 302 disciples will we have the face to discuss the second matter with sect leader Zhang. Elder Hu, what's the second matter? Please enlighten us. Yen nodded. Speaking of the second matter, it has something to do with Valley Master Nye of Rejuvenation Valley. Elder Hu glanced at Nye Qinyu and said with a smile. What about Rejuvenation Valley? Nye Qinyu asked curiously. A month ago, Rejuvenation Valley visited our Misty School and formed an alliance with our Misty School. Oh, of course, our Misty School isn't a member of their Yuli alliance. It's a mutually supportive relationship. Yuni explained, when I heard Valley Master Nye mention the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult, I suddenly had an epiphany. I want to form a complementary relationship with Beidou School, just like Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Nye Qinyu asked, Elder Hu, what are your plans? It's simple. Every year, our Misty School can help Beidou School select young disciples with outstanding aptitudes and send them to Beidou School until Beidou School has the ability to select disciples. What does our Beidou School have to do? Yen asked after a moment of contemplation. Every year, your school needs to help our Misty School promote 5 disciples to step onto the path of immortality. 5 disciples? Yen shook her head and said, how many immortal path disciples are there in the pugilistic world? Your Misty School wants our Beidou School to promote 5 immortal path disciples every year. That's impossible. Yen didn't report this to Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, she directly denied it. Yuni thought for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, actually, what our Misty School can do for Beidou School is too little. We can only show the strength of our Misty School in the next few years. When the Beidou School's young disciples are fully developed, our Misty School won't be able to catch the eye of Beidou School. So, overall, I'm afraid that our Misty School won't have too many immortal path experts. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to agree, Yen said, Elder Hu, that's not right. As the saying goes, small streams flow long. Our Beidou School's disciples are all focused on cultivation. I'm afraid that we won't interfere much with worldly affairs. If our Misty School does a good job, we might be able to hand over everything to the Misty School in the future. Elder Hu was overjoyed when he heard this. He smiled and said, if that's the case, the number of disciples per year can be reduced to 4. 2. Yan said, our Beidou school still has its own disciples. 2 is indeed too little. How about 3? Elder Hu said earnestly. This. Yan turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. She seemed to be satisfied and wanted Zhang Xiaohua to make the decision. He. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'll allow this, but there are still some other conditions. Approved? Hu Yuni was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. How many Immortal Path disciples could there be in the pugilistic world? Beidou School could actually let 3 Misty School disciples enter the path of immortality every year. Not to mention 5 years, in just 3 years, 9 disciples would enter the path of immortality. This was comparable to the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohu didn't reveal Hu Yuni's bottom line in advance, but judging from his surprised expression, it was obviously beyond his expectations. Yes, I'll allow it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, not only that, everyone in the Misty School in the main hall, as long as it's possible, I can help you enter the path of immortality. Ah? When Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Xue Qing's faces were flushed. They knew that Zhang Xiaohu was about the same age as them. If Zhang Xiaohu could enter the path of immortality, then so could they. Li Jian and the others were already old, so Zhang Xiaohua's words were obviously meant for them. Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and Madame Qin were also overjoyed. The incense cult and Between the Clouds and the Water both had methods to enter the path of immortality through martial arts. Beidou School must have some methods as well. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Everyone bowed. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I's help isn't without conditions. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, the things you need to raise your cultivation to the path of immortality must be provided by your Misty School. Also, the techniques and pills used by the 3 disciples must also be provided by your Misty School. This. Hu Yuni and Li Jian were at a loss for words. They didn't know that 3 things were needed for 3 disciples to enter the path of immortality, so they could only turn to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, these conditions, my Misty School agrees. After all, these things need a lot of money, so there's no reason for Beidou School to pay for my Misty School. Since sect leader Zhang agrees, then it's easy to handle. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and smiled. Zhang Xiaohu glared at him but didn't say anything. Seeing that the 2 factions had reached an agreement, Yan was also happy. She asked, then what's the 3rd suggestion, Elder Hu? Oh, this 3rd suggestion isn't anything special. It's just an addition to the first 2 suggestions. It's the icing on the cake. Hu Yuni thought for a moment and said, if sect leader Zhang doesn't have any objections to the first 2 suggestions, my Misty School and Beidou School would like to further form an alliance. Under the premise of complementing each other, we can advance and retreat together in the Jianghu, going through thick and thin together. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He had previously told Zhang Xiaohu about this relationship, hoping that Beidou School and Misty School could become close brothers, just like he and his second brother. However, he had only said it casually back then. Moreover, Beidou School hadn't been established yet, so it was easy for him to say it without thinking about the consequences of his words. Now that he heard Hu Yuni and Yan's negotiation, Zhang Xiaohua realized that his previous thoughts might have been too simple. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's frown, Yan couldn't make a decision. She thought for a moment and said, Elder Hu, can you elaborate further? Hu Yuni also said seriously, actually, this 3rd suggestion is something we suddenly thought of before we came. Since our Misty School's sect leader Zhang and your sect's sect leader Zhang are blood brothers, we dare to make this suggestion. I can't explain it in detail, but if our Misty School is in danger of being wiped out, I hope that your sect's sect leader will lend us a helping hand. Our Misty School will also take responsibility for all of your sect's trivial matters in the Jianghu. When Yan heard this, she frowned. This exchange seemed to be extremely disproportionate. The Misty School had only helped Beidou School with a simple matter, but in exchange, they had asked for Beidou School's help when their own sect was about to be wiped out. This really didn't make sense. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1208. Seeing Yan's hesitation, Hu Yuni smiled and said, "Actually, Beidou School seems to be at a disadvantage, but if you think about it carefully, under the leadership of sect leader Zhang, our Misty School's strength has increased greatly. Other than the Dalin Temple, the Incense Sect, the Righteous Alliance and the Tenryu Sect, no other sect has dared to provoke us. We won't be facing such a crisis for many years, but your sect can come to our Misty School at any time." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder Hu is right. Although our Beidou School has been established, our strength is limited. Elder Hu must have seen the future of our Beidou School and thought of this alliance. Moreover, in the Jianghu today, after the Battle of Yaoshan Immortal Abode, the strength of the various sects has been greatly affected. Not to mention the small sects, among the large sects, the Righteous Alliance has lost the strength to compete with the Misty School. If we talk about sect annihilation, I'm afraid the Misty School won't be in the same situation as before." Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "As long as my second brother is the sect leader of the Misty School, I may not care about the ordinary crisis of the Misty School, but when it comes to sect annihilation, how can I not take action?" Hehe, sect leader Zhang is right. This old man knows, but life is limited. As long as sect leader Zhang is in charge of Yaoshan Immortal Abode, you can say this, but what about the future? My Misty School has been around for tens of thousands of years, and the Beidou School has been around for at least tens of thousands of years. The future is not something we can think of. This old man is doing this because I want the Misty School and the Beidou School to be in harmony for generations, and to be in alliance forever." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and shook her head. Harmony for generations, an alliance forever, this is too difficult. Your Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya, and the Incense Sect's founder, Yu Mingxin, their relationship is extraordinary. Even the Shindao Sect's founder, Wan Wuxin, came from the same place as those two founders. Their relationship is needless to say, their thoughts back then weren't they the same as yours? But what happened to the Shindao Sect? What happened to your Misty School? Anyone in the Jianghu who has some sort of inheritance knows this very well. Elder Hu, do you think that we can do better than them? Sect leader Zhang is right. Actually, when this old man came, I also thought about a lot of things. But everything depends on one's effort. If this old man doesn't do it now, in a few years, or even 10 years, I won't have the chance to do it again. If we just rely on the relationship between the two sect leaders, I'm afraid it won't be very reliable. For both the Beidou School and the Misty School, this is extremely unrealistic. Hu Yuni said sincerely, "So, this old man knows that this matter is a bit ridiculous and unrealistic. But, for my Misty School, this old man is willing to do this stupid thing. No matter what the relationship between the Misty School and the Beidou School is in the future, this old man has tried his best. This old man has no regrets." Good, Hu Yuni's words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil. She stood up and said, "Elder Hu, this old man has tried his best. This old man has no regrets sounds very pleasing to my ears. Although my Beidou School's starting point is very high, but, after all, it's congenitally deficient and has a weak foundation. These are exactly what the Misty School has. If my sect and your sect can learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, we'll be able to complement each other. Oh Yin, this matter is settled. Discuss it with Elder Hu later and see what to do." Yes, senior sect leader. Oh Yen was extremely happy when she heard this. Also, as for the new disciples, you'll see how to recruit them and how to operate them. These things should be handled by Hall Master Shui, right? You'll have to communicate with him. Yes, I won't let the two sect leaders down. Shui Qing bowed and said. Hu Yuni's face was flushed. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sect leader Zhang, this old man has a small request. Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, Elder Hu, please speak. That, how is Shui Tiantian now? Has been by my side and has always been guided by me. Now that he suddenly left, I'm a little worried. Hee, I thought it was something big. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and waved her hand. A ray of light flashed, and Shui Tiantian appeared in front of everyone sitting cross-legged. Tiantian, yes, master. Shui Tiantian opened his eyes and was stunned when he saw everyone from the Misty School. However, he still bowed to Zhang Xiaohua and said, May I know why master has called this disciple over? Misty School's elder who missed you and wanted to come and see you. Grandmaster? Shui Tiantian turned around and looked at Elder Hu's familiar face. His eyes were wet as he bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Hu. Good child, get up, get up. Hu Yuni's eyes were also red. He helped Shui Tiantian up and asked, Tin, are you all right? Reporting, Grandmaster, this disciple is fine. Shui Tiantian finally couldn't help but call out, Grandmaster. Then he felt that it was inappropriate and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was only smiling and didn't mind, he was relieved. As long as you're fine. You don't have to be too greedy for cultivation. You're still young. Slowly build your foundation. Don't be like before. Keep the hatred in your heart, Grandmaster. Shui Tiantian couldn't help but cry. He knelt down and kowtowed. Grandmaster, this disciple is really sorry. You treat this disciple like family. But this disciple is unscrupulous and fed you poison. This disciple deserves to die. Sigh, don't mention the past anymore. Hu Yuni sighed. This isn't your fault. It's all Shui Yupeng's fault. He was blinded by greed and used you as a tool. What crime have you committed? But he's still this disciple's father. This disciple thinks about it day and night. I don't have the face to see Grandmaster again. Actually, thinking about it again, Shui Yupeng had no choice but to do this for your safety. This old man, sigh, forget it. He's already gone. My poison and serious injuries have been cured by your master. You don't have to blame yourself too much. This old man has no son and has always treated you like a grandson. As long as you're doing well in Beidou school, this old man is happier than anything else. Speaking of which, during the years when Hu Yuni led the Misty School's disciples to exile, he had been carefully cultivating Shui Tiantian, treating him as the future hope of the Misty School. After a long time, he naturally developed feelings for him. Although Shui Yupeng's scheme was involved in the end, it was impossible for Hu Yuni to resent Shui Tiantian. This disciple knows. This disciple is very happy in Beidou school. Shui Tiantian said with tears on his face. Suddenly, as if he had something fun to share with the adults, Shui Tiantian couldn't hold back the joy on his face. He looked at Hu Yuni and said, Grandmaster, this disciple has something to tell you. Seeing how Shui Tiantian seemed to be hiding an excellent toy and wanted to show it to Hu Yuni in hopes of receiving his praise, Hu Yuni's heart softened. He recalled how Shui Tiantian would always show off to him when he was young before he mastered a move. Hu Yuni's tone became even more benevolent. What's wrong? What kind of martial art did you master? Grandmaster? Shui Tiantian was just about to say something when he thought of something. He quickly turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know and only nodded slightly to express her agreement. Only then did Shui Tiantian turn around and say with a smile, when this disciple was following Grandmaster, Grandmaster always said, if this disciple mastered martial arts in the future, I would be able to inherit the Misty School's immortal path and step onto the immortal path. You also said that your greatest wish was to let this disciple step onto the immortal path. To revitalize the Misty School. Sigh, that's right. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have almost fought with sect leader Zhang and let the Righteous Alliance take advantage of me for nothing. Hu Yuni sighed and said, at that time my body was already on the verge of death. If I didn't make arrangements for you, my Misty School would never be able to rise again. However, fortunately, sect leader Zhang is the pillar of my Misty School. This old man, has long been relieved. He, Grandmaster, this disciple, has already stepped onto the immortal path a few days ago. Shui Tian said with a smile. Ah? Hu Yuni was stunned and immediately became ecstatic. Tian, you're also a person of the immortal path? Yes, Grandmaster, this disciple is stupid. I even entered the immortal path after senior brother Ji. It's nothing. Shui Tian said shyly. Jishawa? Hu Yuni was even more shocked. He also stepped onto the immortal path? However, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate and immediately cupped his hands at Zhang Xiaohua. Sect leader Zhang, this old man's tone is a little reckless. I've seen Xiaohua before. He doesn't have any foundation in martial arts at all. That's why I'm so surprised. It's fine. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Sect leader Zhang, how many of your disciples have yet to step onto the immortal path? Li Jian suppressed his surprise and couldn't help but probe. In my Beta school, other than martial nephew Zhang Byron who's still young, the other 6 disciples have already reached the immortal path. Nie Qinyu said proudly. Everyone in the Misty School, including Zhang Xiaohu, looked at each other. It had only been a month since the Beta school was established, and it had already cultivated 6 disciples of the immortal path. And these disciples were all known by the Misty School. No wonder, they easily agreed to cultivate 3 disciples of the immortal path for the Misty School every year. It's so easy for the Beta school. Xiao, you're too unkind. Zhang Xiaohu said with a frown. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1209. Second brother, this is a matter between Beidou School and Misty School, not a private matter between you and me. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. Master Zhang is right. That's exactly what we should do. Since Master Zhang approves, it's easy to do. Let Nie Qinyu and O Yen communicate with you about these things. We're all family. Just do what we've been doing for the past decades and let the disciples worry about the future. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and said, by the way, it's almost time. Are Elder Li and others going to the secluded plain? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, Elder Li has just recovered from his injury and his internal strength has not fully recovered. This time, he just came to talk about cooperation with Beidou School. He definitely can't go to the secluded plain. Then he pointed to Aunt Qin and Shui Qing and said, Hall Master Qin and Hall Master Shui also came to talk about things. They won't go. Well, in this case, Elder Li, are you going back now or, Master Zhang, I haven't been to Holy Realm Dweller's Mansion yet. How about I stay here for a few more days? Hu Yuni said with a smile. Of course, Tian also misses you very much. You can go back with my second brother after the secluded plain. Zhang Xiaohuan nodded and said, and I'll have to trouble Hall Master Shui and Hall Master Qin with many things. Let's strike while the iron is hot and draw up a charter for future operations. Everyone in Misty School was overjoyed. The earlier they formed an alliance with Beidou School, the earlier the Misty School could improve their strength, and the earlier they could set foot on the path of immortality. Well, second brother, shall we go now? Zhang Xiaohua got up and asked. Let's go. Chang'e and Qin won't go. It's only a day's work in the secluded site. I'll see my parents when I come back. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, by the way, Xiaohua, you'd better dress up like a senior who had a relationship with my Misty School. The Fragrance Cult and the Dalan Temple both have immortal masters. If my Misty School doesn't have any, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns in the secret plane. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In any case, they all know that there is such an expert of the immortal Dao. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. Aunt Qin, Shui Qing, and the others disappeared and were sent to the side of the lake. Then, he sent Zhang Xiaohu and the others to the foot of Yao Mountain and said, Wait here for a while. I will wash up and dress up now. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a handsome Taoist pan and with a moderate figure appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Li Jian and the others had only heard about it from Zhang Xiaohu, but they had never seen him. At this time, they only felt that it was incredible. Just now, he was Zhang Xiaohua, but in a moment, he became a completely different person. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to be used to it. He glanced at him and said, "Taoist Pan, this place is not far from the secluded site. We still need to cover our tracks. I'm not familiar with this road. Deputy Gang Leader Wen and Deputy Gang Leader Lu have been there before. Please lead the way. What do you think?" "Well, I'll listen to Gang Leader Zhang's instructions," Zhang Xiaohua whispered. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a few jade talismans and handed them to everyone. He smiled and said, "I have a feeling that this secluded site may not be safe, and there may be something that I can't take care of. This is the jade talisman of the way of immortality. I just learned it recently. It's quite magical to use. Take it. Take them. If you encounter any danger, just crush them. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to protect you for 2 hours." Everyone took it and was stunned. The jade talisman looked like a rabbit. Zhang Xiaohua's face was burning. He whispered, "Case, this jade talisman is not very successful. If it's perfect, it should look like a rabbit." "Is it really a rabbit?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I thought I was wrong." Then, he carefully put the jade talisman into his arms and said, "A rabbit is not bad. It's better than an ingot." "Second brother," Zhang Xiaohua shouted. The others were puzzled, but seeing Zhang Xiaohu's treasured look, they also carefully put away the jade talisman. "Let's go." Zhang Xiaohu ignored Zhang Xiaohua and looked around. He waved his hand and said, "Vice Gang Leader Wen, please lead the way." At this time, the sky was getting dark and the evening mist was heavy. Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming and Zhang Xiaohu used their qing gong to hide their presence and went to Five Claw Peak. Zhang Xiaohua hid her figure and followed Zhang Xiaohu's back. The night had already fallen, and the round moon was gradually moving towards the sky. Tonight was a clear and sunny day. Under the water-like moonlight, the Five Claw Peak pierced straight into the night sky. A chilly wind blew past, blowing the withered grass and yellow leaves into the air. A few afterimages flashed past, and then their silhouettes appeared in the moonlight. Below the Thumb Peak, on a large piece of flat land, Zhang Xiaohu and the others stopped next to a crouching ox rock. Reporting to sect leader Zhang, "It's here." Last time, lay practitioner Yanming said it was next to this crouching ox rock. Looking at the crouching ox rock, which was exactly the same as it was a few years ago, when Wenhai couldn't help but feel emotional. He pointed at the rock and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Good." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and asked, "It's already past 9, where are the people from the Daoist temple and incense cult?" Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua whispered something to him. "Oh, understood." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly, looked around, and jumped onto the crouching ox rock. He sat down cross-legged, as if he was regulating his qi circulation. Li Jian and the others were in a protective position, surrounding the crouching ox rock. After half an hour, a slight rustling sound came from the east. When Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes, he saw several Daoist temple monks in monk robes had quietly appeared not far from the crouching ox rock. Under the moonlight, they were Master Chang Xing, Great Master Chang Gung, Master Chang Xing, and 3 skinny monks. Zhang Xiaohu had already received information that these 3 skinny monks were Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, and Master Yuan Ming. He immediately felt deep veneration for them. He jumped up from the crouching ox rock and went forward to salute them. Zhang Xiaohu from the Misty School greets Master Chang Sheng and all the other masters. Master Chang Sheng and the others floated in the air and arrived at the scene. When they used their divine senses, they noticed Zhang Xiaohua standing not far behind Zhang Xiaohu. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu coming over to salute them, only Master Chang Sheng put his palms together and smiled. "Sect leader Zhang, you're early." "I wouldn't dare." I'm a junior in Jianghu. Since I've been summoned by my seniors, of course I have to wait early. Zhang Xiaohu said respectfully. Although the Daoist temple was one of the participants in destroying the Misty School that day, Zhang Xiaohu did not directly confront the Daoist temple. There were not many monks that day, and Master Chang Sheng had a good reputation in Jianghu. He did not allow Zhang Xiaohu to be disrespectful. Amitabha, Master Chang Sheng chanted the name of Buddha. He then raised his head and said, "How should I address all of you? Why haven't I seen you before? My name is Panin. I've been cultivating in seclusion. I'm a nameless itinerant cultivator. It's normal that the elders don't know because I have an old relationship with the seniors of the Misty School. I also received some favors from the seniors of the Misty School. By chance, I found out that the Misty School was in trouble. That's why I lent a helping hand. However, I don't care about worldly affairs. The affairs of Jianghu are intertwined with gratitude and grudges. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. Your grudges? I don't care. Fellow Daoist, you're very generous. Thousands of people from the Misty School, all of them recovered their martial arts. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority. How can I be a nameless itinerant cultivator? However, I don't know if the Misty School has passed down any immortal cultivation techniques for generations. Master Tiangang said in a low voice. Master Tiangang's name is well known throughout the world. I've admired you for a long time. However, I don't like fighting and lack the desire to win. But I'm afraid we're not fated to meet. Just as they were talking, another voice sounded. Master Panin, you live up to your name. I've admired you for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and saw a group of people slowly approaching from the mountain path not far away. They were the Misty School's disciples who had arrived earlier. Looking at Nun Jingyi, who was speaking, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You're just a piece of trash. How can you live up to your name?" Nun eyes admiration, but I can't accept it. While they were talking, the Misty School's disciples had arrived. They were Nun Jingyi, Nun Shuqing, Nun Shuezhen, Peacock, Qinchin, and Yun. Fellow Daoist, your name has spread throughout Jianghu before the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. I don't know how many people admire you, but I wonder, why didn't you come to the fight for the Immortal Mansion? If you did, I'm afraid that the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion wouldn't belong to Beta School anymore. The appearance of the Immortal Mansion can only be obtained by the virtuous. I have never dared to consider myself virtuous, and I'm used to cultivating in a quiet place. As for the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, it's better to keep it as bait for others. Hearing this, Master Tiangang, Nun Shuqing, and the others' faces changed slightly. The Yaoshan Immortal Mansion wasn't just their bait, it was the bait for the entire Jianghu. All the sects in Jianghu were defeated at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. If there was any sect that benefited, other than the Beidu School, it would be the Misty School that didn't participate in the fight for the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion at all. Nun Jingyi stood not far away, coldly looking at Zhang Xiaohu and calmly said, "Sect leader Zhang, it's only been a few months since we parted at Mo Sungong. Are you all?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu smiled, but didn't go forward. He cupped his hands and saluted. "Ever since I left Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've been very well. Thank you for your concern, Tun. As for the grudge between the Misty School and the Incense Cult, I don't think I need to say anything. I've already told the inner sect disciple you sent, so there's no need for me to repeat myself. Sect leader Zhang's methods are good. Even I admire you greatly. In addition, this sect leader Pan behind you is actually playing with the incense cult in the palm of his hand. I truly admire you. Nanjing, do you think my Misty School's torment is light?" Lu Qingyang shouted, "If it weren't for my sect leader Zhang's wisdom and courage, my Misty School would be." Let's go to the secret plane according to our original agreement. Master Longevity waved his hand and said, "No matter what grudges there were between our four sects, before we come out of the secret plane, there must be no friction. Everyone knows that Beidou School has taken the initiative in the Yaoshan Immortal abode. This secret plane is the key to the revival of our 4 sections. If anyone messes up this important matter, the other 3 sects will join forces to punish them. Alliance leader Zhang San stood not far from Zhang Xiaohu. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after hearing Master Longevity's words, he swallowed his words. Let's go. Master Longevity waved his sleeves and took the lead. Master Tiangang and the others also floated in the air and followed. Then the incense cult followed. Alliance leader Zhang San was about to move when he heard Zhang Xiaohu say in a low voice, "Does the martial arts sect have to walk before the immortal path?" As he spoke, he leaped up and used the ethereal steps, which was comparable to the levitation technique. He lightly brought Li Jian and the others with him. The Alliance Master Zhang San was furious. Just as he was about to regain some of his dignity, he felt a frosty gaze sweep past Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's handsome face, he jumped. Daoist Pan? Alliance leader Zhang San almost groaned. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly and used the levitation technique. Her body floated in the air and followed behind Lu Yueming, heading towards the direction of the ring finger of 5 Claws Peak. This Alliance leader Zhang San was a little dumbfounded. Looking at their backs, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and touch his chest a few times. Then he waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Everyone's qinggong was excellent and they even had the levitation technique. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the dense forest in the middle of the ring finger peak. The dark and silent forest was like a monster that had not moved since ancient times. It was lying there quietly. Even the brilliance of snow could not cover the forest. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the forest. She felt that the forest was exactly the same as when she first came. There was nothing special about it. However, when her divine sense swept past every jujube tree, a trace of uneasiness was transmitted from her divine sense to her heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought of the indescribable throbbing in her heart before the Misty School's visit. She couldn't help but be shocked. She thought to herself, could it be that tonight's trip is a great omen? The more she thought about it, the more mysterious the jujube forest became in her eyes. Faction leader Zhang, this jujube forest? I'm afraid there's something strange about it. Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice. With eyes cultivation, it's difficult to see the truth of this place, if it's possible. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Master Changxing said in a low voice, "Everyone, this place is an ancient divine array. If you don't have the map that leads to the array, no matter what your cultivation is, as long as you enter the forest, you'll definitely die. There are records of this place in the ancient books of the Dalin Temple. It's also very clear that you should never take the risk to enter." You're right, Master Changxing. Our incense cult also has similar records. Moreover, this sheepskin scroll has been lost tens of thousands of years ago, so we've all put this forest at the back of our minds. Now that the map has reappeared, it's time for our 4 schools of immortal Dao to revive. Nun Jingyi nodded. All right, according to the ancient books, this forest array can only be opened under the morning sun on the 15th day of the first lunar month. At any other time, it's a dead array. Therefore, we'll have to wait here until tomorrow morning to enter the array. Master Changxing continued, by the way, someone from the Misty School entered the array a few years ago. Is this old monk's words true? Reporting to Master Changxing, our vice faction leader Wen Wenhai entered this array a few years ago. It's exactly as you said. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wen Wenhai and stepped forward. That's good. Since someone from the Misty School has entered, tomorrow morning, let's invite the Misty School to be the first to enter. What do you all think? Everyone hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Well, since someone from the Misty School has entered, I wonder if you can tell us in detail about the layout of the secret plane? Master Changxing asked with a smile. Master, after we enter, if there are treasures, how should we distribute them? We haven't finished discussing these matters, yet you want the Misty School to provide information. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Master Chongqing was stunned. Nanjing Yi said apologetically, since faction leader Zhang didn't want to see us, we could only send our inner disciples to pass the message. We haven't told faction leader Zhang the specific details yet. Yes, Master Chongqing nodded slightly and said, according to the ancient books, the secret plane is quite large. Some places have their own universe. It's far from the size of the mountain we see now. Therefore, when the 4 sects enter, we'll divide whatever we see equally. If we can't divide it equally, the sect that wants to get the remaining items will have to compensate the other 3 sections. As for the items within the restriction, it'll depend on each sect's actions. Whoever has the ability to take more will take it based on their ability. After he finished speaking, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, faction leader Zhang, what do you think of this method? Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. He looked at Master Chongqing, Great Master Chonggung, and Master Chongqing behind him. Well, there were also 3 skinny and shriveled masters. He felt bitter in his mouth. Was there a need to say more? The inside was full of immortal Dao restrictions. The Daoist temple had come prepared. Of course, they would take the lead. However, thinking about the unpredictable Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, of course, the secret plane? We have to rely on our own strength to fight for treasures. If we walk behind others, we'll only be blind. Then he glanced sideways at Alliance leader Zhang San. At this time, Alliance leader Zhang San had already calmed down, as if he hadn't heard anything. He raised his head to look at the dense forest under the moonlight, his eyes full of admiration. Well, would Vice Faction Leader Wen please explain a little? Master Chongqing said with a smile. Yes, please wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and gave Wen Wenhai a look. Thus, Wen Wenhai whispered about the last time they entered the dense forest. The process wasn't very detailed, and the objects inside were also vague. What? Is there only such a small place? Master Chongqing frowned. Are there only those old medicinal herbs inside? Nanjing Yi was also shocked. Speaking of medicinal herbs, there were many in Yulon Grand Canyon. Her incense cult didn't need to mess around here. Reporting to the 2 seniors, this is indeed what this disciple saw back then. As for any restrictions, formations, or other immortal Dao methods, this disciple doesn't know. I reckon that Yenming Jusher back then might not know either. Wen Wenhai said with a wry smile. Well, that's indeed true. Master Chongqing and Nanjing Yi both nodded. After a while, Master Chongqing asked apologetically, faction leader Zhang, this old monk has overstepped. I wonder, what did faction leader O obtain in this secret plane back then? Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 12:11. You destroyed the Tan family, Yenming Villa, and Wan Jianfeng? What? You don't know anything. Lu Qingyang coldly snorted. What? Jianghu is filled with grudges and vengeance. If you don't have strength, don't be blinded by greed and go looking for treasures. Otherwise, you'll only end up with your family destroyed. Nanjing Yi also coldly snorted. Actually, I just want to confirm whether or not this jungle is worth the risk. Master Chongqing pulled a long face and asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, actually, it's nothing. It's just a few qi-generating pills and a few bone-strengthening pills. In addition to this, your school seems to have another jade box. Nanjing Yi laughed. Zhang Xiaohu calmly said, inside that jade box is a sword manual. My Misty School had already arranged for the young Eagle Hall disciples to practice it before Boss O passed away. Nanjing Yi nodded slightly. It seemed that this sword manual, she knew about it. Yes, O Ping, and the other's explosive increase in internal strength should be the effect of this qi-generating pill. Master Chongqing also nodded. Since this kind of pill is in the small house, there might be more hidden in the array. That's right, Vice Boss Wen, in the small house. What else is there? Nun Jingyi asked again. This. When Wenhai thought for a moment, then looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "There's nothing in the house. Apart from some incense burners, a jade table, a square table and 3 chairs, there's nothing else." At this point, when Wenhai seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "That's right, on the wall on the right, there are 3 portraits hanging. It's just that they're too old to be seen clearly." Portraits? Not only was Nun Jingyi surprised, but Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing far behind them, was also surprised. "Who are the people in the portraits?" Nun Jingyi asked nervously. "This. One seems to be a swordsman with a saber, another seems to be a scholar with a folding fan, and the last seems to be a masked woman." When Wenhai thought for a moment and said, "Is the woman holding something in her hand?" Nun Shuqing asked. "Oh, it seems, it's a long whip." Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing's faces were filled with joy. Seeing Wenhai's confusion, they couldn't help but sneer. "That scholar with the folding fan is your Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya. You don't even know how to kowtow in front of him. This is really blasphemy against your founder." "Me?" When Wenhai's expression changed. But, thinking that it was impossible for the other party to lie to him, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "Our Misty School's immortal inheritance has been lost for a long time. It's normal that deputy faction leader one has not seen the portrait of founding Master Yang. Could it be that all the inner disciples of your school have seen the portrait of founding Master Yu? Ancestral Master Moon?" Nun Jingyi was slightly stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a different light. "You actually know the name of the founder of the incense cult?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said nothing. "All right, since we know that there's a portrait of the founder of the immortal path in the secret land, then there must be something extremely important inside. We have a reason to take the risk and enter." Master Changsheng laughed and looked around. He walked to the north side of the forest and sat down cross-legged. The other masters also sat down next to him. Nun Jingyi saw this and smiled. She led Peacock and the others to the opposite side of the Dalan temple and sat down. When she was seated, she didn't forget to say in a low voice, "Faction leader Zhang, all the inner disciples of the incense cult have seen the portrait of founding Master Yu." "Oh?" Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback. Then, he remembered what Zhang Xiaohua said about the manor beside the carefree lake. "I'm impressed." Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and led Li Jian and the others to form a triangle with the other 2 factions. Faction leader Zhang San couldn't get a word in edgewise. He waited for the 3 factions to sit down before finding a place to lead his disciples. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohu not far away, he sighed and ordered his disciples to go first. He then walked to the side of the Misty School's disciples. "What are you doing here?" Lu Qingyang asked angrily. This humble one has something important to discuss with faction leader Zhang." Faction leader Zhang San looked at Zhang Xiaohu behind Lu Qingyang and whispered, "There's nothing to discuss. The Misty School and the Righteous Alliance are mortal enemies." Lu Qingyang scolded. Hee, there's no such thing as an eternal enemy in this Jianghu. How can there be an eternal ally?" Faction leader Zhang San chuckled and said, "This humble one is just proposing a deal to faction leader Zhang. If faction leader Zhang doesn't agree, just listen. There's no need to take it seriously." Sigh. Zhang Xiaohu stood up and cupped his hands. "Faction leader Zhang, there's really nothing to discuss between our 2 factions. If it weren't for the importance of this forest, we wouldn't have come at all." Hee, since faction leader Zhang knows the importance of this forest, what if this humble one uses the things in the forest to make a deal with your faction? Faction leader Zhang San smiled. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be surprised and said curiously, "The things in the forest are extremely important. Could it be that the Righteous Alliance has something more important than these things?" If faction leader Zhang is interested, this humble one will say it. Otherwise, this humble one will turn back. Faction leader Zhang, please speak. This lord really wants to hear it. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. "Well, it's like this. The things in the secret plane, The Righteous Alliance owns 25% of them. If faction leader Zhang agrees to this humble one's deal, this humble one will give faction leader Zhang 10% of them. What do you think? Seeing that faction leader Zhang San was somewhat reluctant, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed and he asked curiously, "What do you need this lord to do?" Hee, it's very simple. This humble one wants faction leader Zhang to return the thousands of disciples of the Righteous Alliance. What do you think? Bah! Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Lu Qingyang spat out thick phlegm and scolded, "Those are thousands of disciples. They're already the disciples of the Misty School's Martial Arts Hall and Great Martial Arts Hall. You just touched your lips and you want me to return them to you? Moreover, we still don't know what's in the secret plane. How can those things be compared to these disciples?" That's right, faction leader Zhang. You see, this lord hasn't even opened his mouth and Elder Lu has already seen that this deal is unfair. What else do we have to talk about? Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Faction leader Zhang San was slightly anxious and said in a low voice, "Faction leader Zhang, at first glance, this deal is indeed inappropriate. But think about it again. Although my thousands of disciples have already become the disciples of your two halls, but can you be at ease with them? Don't you still have to take out a lot of people to supervise them? Moreover, you still don't feel at ease letting them go. Rather than feeling this uncomfortable, it's better to directly let them go and return them to this humble one. Wouldn't it be better to obtain the treasures in this secret plane?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's face reveal a strange smile, he continued, "Moreover, although the number of these thousands of disciples is large, they're not of one mind. They can't be compared to the disciples cultivated by your Misty School. If you obtain some treasures in the secret plane, such as the chi-generating pill that you just spoke of, then all of a sudden, you can cultivate your trusted disciples into top-notch experts. Wouldn't that be much more convenient than using these thousands of disciples? As Elder Lu said just now, who knows how many treasures there are in this secret plane? Look at the posture of the Daoist temple and then look at the posture of the cult of incense. Faction leader Zhang, don't you think that there's a huge secret in this secret plane? If our two factions don't work together, then wouldn't we be eaten up by the other two factions until nothing is left? Of course, this humble one can't guarantee that there are enough treasures inside that can be compared to the thousands of disciples. However, for the thousands of useless disciples, I think that faction leader Zhang should take this risk." Zhang Xiaohu revealed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this situation, Alliance leader Zhang San added fuel to the fire. "Faction leader Zhang, this is a ladder that our alliance is handing to your noble faction. We know that your Misty School's strength has increased greatly, and our Righteous Alliance has suffered heavy losses. However, if our Righteous Alliance stacks everything on a single throw and attacks your Misty School with all our strength, do you think those thousands of disciples you've recruited will listen to you or to our alliance?" This. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to panic. Of course, this is just our alliance's assumption. If we really do this, our Righteous Alliance will suffer heavy losses. I'm afraid that we won't be far from being destroyed. This isn't something that our alliance wants to see. Presumably, faction leader Zhang won't do this and let the Daoist temple and the cult of incense reap the benefits. Alliance leader Zhang San laughed. 20%. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to understand Alliance leader Zhang San's meaning. He also knew that Alliance leader Zhang San would fight to the death, so he called out decisively. Alliance leader Zhang San was stunned, then laughed softly. Faction leader Zhang is indeed a smart person. No wonder even Abbess Jingyi had to suffer at your hands. However, our Righteous Alliance only has 25% in total. I don't think there's any hope for those formations and restrictions, so 20% is really too much. Alliance leader Zhang San, these are thousands of disciples. If it were a few hundred, I would have agreed long ago. Why would I waste my breath here? If it were a few hundred, our alliance wouldn't have come here and lowered our face to make this deal with you. Forget it, who told our alliance to be in the wrong first? 15% is our bottom line. If you don't, we'll turn around right now. Alliance leader Zhang San turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohu pulled Alliance leader Zhang San back and laughed. 15% it is. To be honest, these thousands of disciples are troublesome in my misty school. If the Righteous Alliance takes them back, I'll be more than happy. Alright, faction leader Zhang San is straightforward. Let's clap our hands and make an oath. Alliance leader Zhang San raised his right hand. Zhang Xiaohu also raised his right hand. Just as they were about to clap hands, Li Jian reminded them, faction leader Zhang San, you must consider this carefully. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Alliance leader Zhang San raised his hand, and their palms collided. Alliance leader Zhang San retracted his right hand and cupped his hands. Once this matter is settled, our alliance will send a disciple to receive them. I hope faction leader Zhang San won't go back on his words. You. Zhang Xiaohu retracted his right hand, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Ah. Alliance leader Zhang San chuckled and returned to his disciple's side. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve, and knew that Zhang Xiaohua would definitely agree to it. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the side, was already overjoyed. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 12:12. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's remorseful face and his whispered explanation to Li Jian and the others, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. After these thousands of disciples returned to the Righteous Dao Alliance, they would become the backbone of the Righteous Dao Alliance. If they were to nurture their own team one by one, in a few years, the Righteous Dao Alliance would already belong to Ethereal Sect even without Ethereal Sect attacking. The Dalin Temple and the Incense Cult seemed to know that the leader of the Alliance of Righteous Sects, Zhang Xiaohu, had something to discuss with the Misty School. Therefore, they lowered their heads and regulated their breathing, ignoring the whispers between Zhang Xiaohu and the elders of the Misty School. Beside the quiet forest, the low, intermittent chirping of insects served as a foil to the mystery of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She extended her divine sense and scanned the area 1,000 feet around the four sects. She seemed to have found something. 1,000 feet away, there was a large area of rocks. There were no trees, and the huge rocks reflected the moonlight slightly. Wherever the cold wind blew, the grass between the rocks swayed. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the area and found that it was normal. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that there was something wrong. Hero Wen cough, Vice Sect Leader Wen, about 1,000 feet north of here, is there a large area of rocks? Zhang Xiaohua asked in a low voice. About that, reporting, Elder, I came here at night from Index Finger Peak. I didn't check the surroundings. When Wenhai said apologetically, Is there anything strange there? Zhang Xiaohu asked. No. Zhang Xiaohua was about to answer when her expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly said, I have something to do. I'll come back later. As she said that, she put her hand in Zhang Xiaohu's hand and turned around to cast the flying spell. She left on her own. Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment. Pinching the soft object in his hand, he immediately knew that it was the extremely precious sheepskin scroll. He casually stuffed it into his bosom without a trace. Then, he heard the elder behind him ask in a displeased tone, Sect Leader Zhang, where did fellow Daoist Panin go? Now is the time to cover his tracks. Why did he leave? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He couldn't say that it was midnight and his brother needed to sleep, right? He could only say, I'll let you know, Grandmaster. Daoist priest discovered that something was amiss 1,000 feet away. He personally went to take a look. What? 1,000 zhang away? Master Longevity sucked in a breath of cold air while Nanjing cried out in alarm. What? Am I wrong? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He turned his head and asked Wenhai, What did you say just now? Sect leader, Daoist Pan, and just asked me if I passed by 1,000 feet away from here. He felt that there was something wrong there. Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing all had ugly expressions. Standing here, one's divine sense could see 1,000 feet away. That was a waste of time. Moreover, he knew the flying spell. This Daoist priest Panin? Which generation's senior master was he? Nun Jingyi's face turned green when she thought of 1,000 feet away. She couldn't understand when the Misty School had such a senior who had such a deep relationship with them. Master Longevity looked into the distance at Zhang Xiaohua, who had long disappeared, and said in a low voice, "With this senior's help, this trip to the secret plane will be safe." Then, everyone sat down in their respective places. However, after waiting for a long time, the full moon had already set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't returned. Nun Jingyi wanted to get up several times, but when she saw that Master Longevity didn't move, she restrained herself. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. Just as she was about to get up, Master Longevity also stood up. The two of them looked at each other and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. They cupped their hands and said, "Sect leader Zhang, we know that your sect's Daoist priest Panin's cultivation is profound and there won't be any problems with him going to investigate. However, he's been gone for a long time. I'm afraid there might be some mishap? If we go to help, what do you think?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly in his heart. What could he say? He could only nod and say, "I'm also surprised. Did something happen to Daoist priest Pan? It's only 1,000 feet away. If something happened, there would have been a commotion. I don't think it's anything urgent. Maybe Daoist priest Pan saw the beautiful moonlight tonight and hid in a corner to admire it. That's also possible." At this point, he saw the strange expressions on the two's faces and immediately said, "Although I'm also worried, my cultivation is shallow and I don't dare to go. What if I trouble the elders of the Daolan Temple and the incense cult? I'm also worried that something might go wrong." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish speaking, Master Longevity waved his hand. Great Master Changgung and Master Changxing floated up into the air and went straight to the south, 1,000 feet away. Since the two great masters have gone, I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaohu stopped nagging. 1,000 feet away was actually not far. Just as Zhang Xiaohu stopped talking and turned to look to the south, everyone frowned slightly. They wanted to know what Daoist priest Pan had discovered. Suddenly, two extremely bright lights came from 1,000 feet away. Then, there was a faint cry of surprise, followed by a rumbling sound. Hearing this familiar rumbling sound, Master Longevity's expression changed immediately. Shindao sect. That's right, it's between the clouds and the water. Master Jingyi also gritted her teeth. This Bai Yanqiu is really everywhere. Changgung Changxing. Master Tiangong's expression also changed. Master Yuandao waved his hand and pulled out the demon-subduing pestle from his back. Master Yuanming also threw his hand, and the Mao bead also turned into the size of a plate and flew into the air. However, before the two of them could fly 100 feet away, they heard a voice in the distance. "Don't worry, great masters. We'll come." Wasn't that the voice of Bai Yanqiu between the clouds and the water? The two great masters, Yuan Dao and Yuan Ming, paused in the air for a moment before flying back to stand beside Master Tiangang. They didn't put away the demon-subduing pestle in their hands and the Mao bead in the air. Master Longevity and Master Jingyi looked coldly at Bai Yanqiu, who was flying over from afar, and Changgung and Changxing, who were captured by Hao Feng and Daoist Hao Yu. They didn't say a word. When Bai Yanqiu flew closer, he cupped his hands and smiled. So the incense cult, Daolan Temple, and Misty School, other than my 4 immortal Dao sects, between the clouds and the water are all saber-rising. But why is the Righteous Alliance also here? Today's moonlight is beautiful, but how did this barren mountain attract the most famous 4 immortal Dao sects in Jianghu? Bai Yanqiu, my Daolan Temple's Changgung and Master Changxing. How are they? Master Changxing couldn't help but ask when he saw the two great masters being captured and their divine sense blocked by Hao Yun. It's nothing. They just suffered some minor injuries. Bai Yanqiu chuckled. Our disciples between the clouds and the water were admiring the moon, But these two great masters came to disturb us and disturbed our mood. Daoist Hao Yun just punished them slightly. The Mountain River Map. Master Jing Yi clenched her teeth. That day on Mount Yao, Bai Zhangmin used the Mountain River Map to hide the figures of the disciples between the clouds and the water. He wanted to seize the initiative when the immortal mansion of Mount Yao appeared. Who knew that the immortal mansion wasn't on Mount Yao, but in the void above Mount Yao? Bai Zhangmin's Mountain River Map exposed his whereabouts. Why didn't I think of that? This Mountain River Map is the best at hiding one's aura. With the surrounding terrain, even the divine sense of the immortal path can't detect it. Master Jingyi is really brilliant, but I also didn't expect that these two monks would suddenly appear when we were hiding well. Where's Master Panin? Zhang Xiaohu asked in a timely manner. Master Panin? Bai Yanqiu was stunned. He shook his head and said, Master Panin flew away from us? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and turned to look at Master Chongqing, expressing his innocence. At this time, Master Chongqing didn't want to investigate further. He only sneered and said, Between the clouds and the water captured two great masters of my Dalan temple. Do you want to declare war on my Dalan temple? I wouldn't dare, Bai Yanqiu replied with a smile in his eyes. I'm not talented. I know that my words carry little weight, so I have no choice but to ask the two great masters to be my bargaining chip. As long as Master Chongqing agrees to my conditions, I'll immediately release the two great masters. Master Chongqing sneered, my Dalan temple can be easily coerced. Bai Yanqiu, what do you want? Please say it quickly. If it's feasible, we can agree to it. You should leave as soon as you get the benefits. Otherwise, our four sects will join forces and destroy your descendants between the clouds and the water. Abbess Jingyi, why are you so angry? What else could I have come here for? I just want to enter the secret land with you and get some benefits. What secret land? Bai Zhang, what is he talking about? Why can't I understand? Master Jingyi laughed. Is that so? Master Jingyi, you're not being honest. You're bullying my descendants between the clouds and the water. Have they ever been destroyed? Bai Yanqiu laughed and waved his hand. Ping, come here. Ping, Everyone was stunned. From afar, a figure slowly walked over using qinggong. Looking at the figure, his qinggong was very poor. Presumably, his martial arts weren't high either. However, when that person walked into the arena, the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San shouted, Situ Ping? You're actually a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water? Then Misty Schools when One High was also shocked. Leader Situ? Then he shook his head and said, I really didn't expect it. Everyone, who do you think this person is? It's the leader of the evil tiger gang, Situ Ping, who was led by Wan Jianfeng's disciple, Ma Xiangyang, when Wen Hai and Yanming Jushi entered the forest for the first time. You, how could it be you? Siping, you actually dared to deceive this old man? Alliance Master Zhang San repeated this sentence. When he joined forces with the incense cult and the Dalan temple to force Peng to death, he had already lost sight of Situ Ping. At that time, he had sent many people to look for him, but there was no news. Later, when the Righteous Alliance took over the Misty School, there was no need for Situ Ping to exist anymore. Thus, he threw this person to the back of his mind. What he didn't expect was that Situ Ping would appear when he least expected it. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 12-13. Situ Ping, you're the leader of the evil tiger gang, but you're also a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. You told us about Wan Jianfeng, the sheepskin scroll, and the forest. Was it by Yanqiu's order? When we confronted the Dalan temple and the incense cult, we couldn't find you. Were you taken away by Between the Clouds and the Water? Alliance leader Zhang is indeed a smart person. It's exactly as you said. However, the Evil Tiger Gang and the Evil Tiger Mountain Villa have been used by the Alliance of Righteous Sects for a long time. I miss them very much. I've always wanted to go back and see if they're still the same as before. Bai Zheng, you're too calculative. Alliance leader Zhang San sighed. Hee, Alliance leader Zhang San is too kind. Ping, only found out about it by chance. That's why he hurriedly reported it to me. If I had known about it earlier, wouldn't have been here. Actually, Bai Zhangmin didn't have to use so many tricks. He could have just destroyed the 4 sects and obtained the 4 sheepskin scrolls. Alliance leader Zhang San said, puzzled. That's what I thought, but Alliance leader O of the Misty School and Yang Ruping are both descendants of the Immortal Path sects. If I acted rashly, between the clouds and the water would have been exposed. If your 3 sects caught wind of this, with the strength of your 3 sects, between the clouds and the water, would I still be safe and sound? She then said hatefully, to be honest, I've also done a lot of tricks in the other 3 sections. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. None of the sheepskin scrolls fell into the hands of between the clouds and the water, so, today I had no choice but to do this. Alliance leader Zhang San gritted his teeth. He had been plotting since he got the information about the sheepskin scrolls from Situ Ping, as well as the secret of the Immortal Path. The destruction of the Misty School was also part of Bai Yanqiu's plan. Now that the incense cult, the Daoist Temple, and the Misty School were greatly weakened, the alliance of righteous sects was even more miserable. This was all thanks to Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water. How could he not bear a grudge? Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water was the instigator of the decline of the alliance of righteous sects. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu had been labeled as such by alliance leader Zhang San. Then, alliance leader Zhang San said coldly, "What? Bai Zhangmen, what do you mean? You've been plotting for so long, involving the famous 4 sects in Jianghu, and now you've captured the 2 masters of the Daoist Temple. Are you planning to take the treasure for yourself?" Alliance leader Zhang San, you're exaggerating. How can I, between the clouds and the water, have such a big appetite? Between the clouds and the water is not the Beidou School, and this secret plane is not the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. How can I, the leader of this sect, take all the treasure for myself? Then, Bai Yanqiu looked at Master Changsheng and Nun Jingyi and said with a smile, Between the clouds and the water is also a big sect with immortal inheritance, so we're also qualified to enter this secret plane. I don't have many requests, I just want to enter the secret plane with the alliance of righteous sects and the Misty School, and have the same treatment as them. Nun Jingyi was a little hesitant. She looked at Master Changsheng and said in a low voice, The 2 masters Chang Gung and Chang Xing are in the hands of Between the Clouds and the Water. Master, please make the decision on this matter. Master Chang Sheng pondered for a moment, and told her about the agreement between the sects and said, if Between the Clouds and the Water joins, each sect should get 20%. Master Chang Sheng. You can't say that. Between the Clouds and the Water doesn't have a sheepskin scroll, how can she get 20%? I'm afraid 5% is already a lot. Alliance Master Zhang San shouted. 5%? Bai Yanqiu sneered. Alliance Master Zhang San has a good plan. Could it be that you're treating Between the Clouds and the Water like a beggar? Then how many places do you want? Alliance Master Zhang San also sneered. 20%. Bai Yanqiu glanced at Chang Xing and Chang Gung and said decisively, Between the Clouds and the Water wanted 20%, so the other 4 sects naturally also wanted 20%. The Alliance of Righteous Sects wanted to give the Misty School 15%, so the Alliance of Righteous Sects only had 5% left. How could Alliance Master Zhang San agree? 20%? Alliance Master Zhang San laughed so hard that his waist almost bent. He pointed at Bai Yanqiu, shook his head, and said, You're really imaginative. Seeing Alliance Master Zhang San laugh, Master Chang Sheng frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Alliance Master Zhang San, how about this? My Daoist Temple will give up 5% to make up for your Alliance of Righteous Sects losses. What do you think? So that's how it is. Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned, then nodded slightly, and said with a smile, If Master Zhang San says so, our Alliance of Righteous Sects will naturally agree, Hearing this, Master Changxing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask Bai Yanqiu to let them go, he heard Alliance Master Zhang San say, "But our alliance of righteous sects fell at the hands of between the clouds and the water. If they get the benefits, how will our alliance of righteous sects have a place to stand in the future? So, please understand, Master Changxing. Today, I can't agree to let between the clouds and the water enter the secret ground." "Zhang San," Master Changxing scolded, "don't you dare challenge this old monk's bottom line." Bai Yanqiu was also shocked. He looked at the few martial arts disciples of the Alliance of Righteous Sects with interest, and said slowly, "Alliance Master Zhang San, aren't you afraid of being killed by the elders of Between the Clouds and the Water? With just these few martial arts disciples?" "He, of course, Between the Clouds and the Water has the ability to do so. Our Alliance of Righteous Sects also has no power to fight back, but can the Daoist Temple agree? Can the Incense Sect agree? Can the Misty School agree?" Then he bowed to Master Changxing and said, "Master, I'm afraid that I've made things difficult for you. However, without my parchment, I'm afraid that this secret ground is just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water." Then, as if he thought of something, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, look at my memory. Where did I hide the parchment? I really forgot about it. But it's true. Other than myself, no one else knows where it is hidden. If I really forgot this secret ground, I'll never be able to enter it again. Oh, I remember again. Master Changxing, when we leave the secret ground tomorrow morning, won't the Daoist Temple, the Incense Sect, and the Misty School escort me to a safe place?" The elders' faces were ashen, Nun Jingyi was deep in thought, and Zhang Xiao, who looked on coldly, Bai Yanqiu, was in a difficult position. There was only the sound of the wind blowing. The moon was also covered by the thick dark clouds that were blown by the wind, and no light could be seen. The wind gradually became colder. Little by little, the small snowflakes that were like grains of salt slowly fell down. After an unknown period of time, Master Changxing sighed, stepped forward and said, "How about this? Bai Zhangnan, you also know that without the parchment of the Righteous Alliance, none of us can enter the secret ground. If Alliance Master Changxing doesn't want your sect to enter, can your sect wait outside? My Daoist Temple can give 20% to your sect, leaving only 5%. Bai Yanqiu narrowed her eyes, as if the snowflakes had hit her eyelashes. She thought for a moment, looked up at the sky and said, "This damn weather, why is it suddenly snowing?" Master Changxing didn't answer, but Bai Yanqiu murmured again, "It should be early in the morning now. In another 2 hours, the sky will be bright. If we can't find a place to enter the forest when the sky is bright, I'm afraid that even with the parchment, we won't be able to enter the forest." Master Changxing's face changed again, and he said coldly, "Bai Zhangnan, what do you mean?" Bai Yanqiu stroked her hair and said with a smile, "What can I mean? I'm just reminding Master that tonight is a cloudy day, and there's heavy snow. The sunlight may not appear, and we may not be able to find a place to enter the forest." "Bai Zhangnan, you're mistaken. This is us, the 4 sections. It doesn't include Between the Clouds and the Water." Alliance Master Changxing said fearlessly. "Bai Zhangnan, do you think 20% is too little?" Master Changxing suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Yes, it's a little too little. We Between the Clouds and the Water are also from a large immortal sect, and we also rushed into the forbidden ground and the formation. Master won't let us enter the secret ground, so what does this so-called 20% mean to us Between the Clouds and the Water?" Bai Yanqiu said frankly. "Bai Zhangnan, please speak frankly." Master Changxing lost his patience. "All right, since Master wants me to speak frankly, then I won't be polite." Bai Yanqiu said as she stretched out her hand and made a 5 sign. 50%? Master Changxing shook his head. The Daoist Temple only has 25%. This 50%? I definitely can't agree. Master, you're mistaken." Bai Yanqiu said with a smile like a flower, "The 50% I'm talking about is 50% of all the treasures that the Daoist Temple obtained in the secret ground. Roar, Master Chang Xing roared like a lion raising its head. Bai Zheng, you've gone too far. A gust of wind blew from Master Chang Xing, blowing straight toward Bai Yanqiu. The sound also shook Bai Yanqiu's head slightly. Just as Bai Yanqiu moved slightly, Master Chang Xing moved. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers directly grabbed toward Bai Yanqiu's face. Be careful, Master. Daoist Hao Feng, who was beside Bai Yanqiu, reminded. As soon as Master Chang Xing roared, Bai Yanqiu felt that something was wrong. Without waiting for him to open his eyes, his body floated up and flew backward. Seeing this, Master Chang Xing's body did not change. He urged the vital energy in his meridians and also floated up. Then, a suction force appeared between his 5 fingers out of thin air, covering Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu was even more shocked when he saw this. He blurted out, "Dragon controlling hand?" Actually, how could this be an ordinary dragon controlling hand? When the suction force covered Bai Yanqiu's face, an indescribable throbbing appeared in Bai Yanqiu's heart. It was as if the palm was gradually expanding, so big that it grabbed Bai Yanqiu's entire gaze. This is bad. Seeing Master Chang Xing use such a method, how could Bai Yanqiu not know how powerful it was? As his body retreated rapidly, he was about to take out a Dharma artifact from his back. However, Master Chang Xing's palm was right in front of Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu did not even have time to retreat. How could he have the time to take out a Dharma artifact? Chapter 12-14. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked by the sudden change. Before he could see the fight between Master Chang Xing and Bai Yanqiu clearly, he heard a 7-colored brilliance flash beside Bai Yanqiu, followed by a miserable scream. When Zhang Xiaohu focused his gaze, he saw a 7-colored ring flashing past Master Chang Xing's chest. It was Master Tiangang's Wheel of Expansion. When Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming took out their respective magic tools, Master Tiangang also took out his Wheel of Mortal Evolution. However, he hid his traces and stayed close to the ground, so that Master Daoist Haofeng of the Water Cloud sect would not notice him. Now that he saw Master Chang Xing take action, how could Master Tiangang not know that this matter could not be settled peacefully? With a hand seal, the mortal wheel flew up. Daoist Haofeng had just warned Bai Yanqiu and did not expect that the mortal wheel would fly into his back from the ground. How powerful was the mortal wheel? As soon as it came into contact with Daoist Haofeng, it immediately drilled into his flesh. Not to mention that Daoist Haofeng did not have a protective light shield. Even if he had one, it would have been damaged if he was caught off guard. As a result, the Wheel of Mortal Expansion spun and flew out from Daoist Haofeng's chest. Daoist Haofeng loosened his grip and Grandmaster Chang Xing fell to the ground. Grandmaster Yuan Ming pointed his finger and the Maomu Pearl shot towards Daoist Haoyu, who was still holding Grandmaster Chang Gung. Junior brother, Haoyu was right beside Master Chang Gung. Seeing that Master Chang Gung was killed by the Wheel of Expansion before he could save him in time, his eyes were already wide open. He shouted with a ruthless look in his eyes. Seeing the Mao Pearl flying towards him, his hand moved slightly and a defensive jade talisman was shot out. His other hand reached out slightly and grabbed Great Master Chang Gung's throat. Then he exerted force. Great Master Chang Gung's head tilted and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was dead. Grandmaster Yuan Ming originally wanted to save Grandmaster Chang Gung, but he didn't expect Daoist Haoyu to be so ruthless. He didn't care about his own life and wanted to kill Chang Gung. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and fiercely activated the true qi in his meridians. Grandmaster Yuan Ming's injuries hadn't healed yet, and now that he activated his true qi, his meridians were injured again. The Molu Pearl suddenly expanded, and with a bang sound, it hit Daoist Haoyu's back with extreme speed. Master Haoyu's defensive light barrier had not been completely released. After being hit by the Mao Pearl, it immediately shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Master Haoyu also spat out a large mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, Master Haoyu stubbornly held on. He waved the lightning hammer in his hand and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, flashing towards the Mao Pearl. Just as Master Yuan Ming was about to use the Mao Pearl to save Great Master Changgung, Master Yuan Dao also waved his demon vanquishing pestle and directly flew to Master Chang Xing's side. At this moment, Nun Shuqing was shocked. She also waved the plain cloud white flag in her hand and countless small white lotuses appeared around Master Chang Xing, protecting him tightly. Then, when he saw Daoist bright moon snapping Daoist Changgung's throat, Daoist Yuan Dao roared, "Go!" The demon fall pestle immediately turned into a stream of light and slammed towards Daoist bright moon. "How dare you!" Master Hao Yun shouted from the side. His tone was also filled with grief. He threw a small black shadow in his hand upwards. Dong! A huge tremor came from that black shadow, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Heaven's shaking drum? Seeing this, Master Tiangang laughed instead of getting angry. This heaven-shaking drum has already been damaged. What's there to show off? It's a pity that you don't have the heaven-shaking hammer. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to beat this heaven-shaking drum. We would have to avoid it. Master Tiangang laughed loudly. The mortal wheel whistled as it flew towards Master Hao Yun. Is that so? Master Hao Yun laughed nastily. He reached into his bosom and took out a short object that was only 3 inches long. Heaven-shaking hammer? Master Tiangang was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he had never seen a heaven-shaking hammer before. At this moment, the mortal wheel also approached Master Hao Yun's body. Back to Master Chang Sheng and Bai Yanqiu. Master Chang Sheng clawed at Bai Yanqiu's face. A powerful gravitational force was born from Master Chang Sheng's palm. Bai Yanqiu was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. However, Master Chang Sheng's levitation technique was only slightly better than Bai Yanqiu's. The 5 fingers were getting closer and closer to Bai Yanqiu's face. When he retreated, Bai Yanqiu's hair that was coiled into a bun on top of his head also scattered. Beautiful hair like clouds was originally a kind of beauty. However, at this moment, it became Bai Yanqiu's shortcoming. That strand of black hair fell into Master Chang Sheng's hand. A ruthless look appeared in Master Chang Sheng's eyes. He wrapped his fingers around the black hair and gently pulled it back. Ouch! A scream came out of Bai Yanqiu's mouth. However, no matter how painful it was, Bai Yanqiu did not dare to stop. Bai Yanqiu stretched out his left hand and was about to use his true energy to cut off the hair. At this moment, she only felt the strength in Master Chang Sheng's hands suddenly increase. She did not dare to hesitate anymore and fiercely shook her head. Suddenly, a large strand of hair was pulled out from Bai Yanqiu's scalp by Master Chang Sheng. With a whoosh, Bai Yanqiu sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, with a bang, Bai Yanqiu felt that he seemed to have bumped into someone from behind. Bai Yanqiu did not think too much and grabbed that person with his backhand. "Lord Sect Leader!" That person exclaimed. It was Sidu Ping, who had hidden here because he saw a conflict. Bai Yanqiu did not care who she was. He used his strength and shook it forward, blocking Sidu Ping's head in front of Master Chang Sheng's hand. Then, with the force of Sidu Ping's forward push, Bai Yanqiu's figure flipped and floated far away, while Master Chang Sheng was blocked in front of Sidu Ping. Amitabha! Excellent! Master Chang Sheng chanted the name of Buddha. He was merciless. Before Sidu Ping could breathe, he pointed his finger. Sidu Ping's head was easily torn apart like a watermelon. Sidu Ping's corpse fell to the ground. Ha! Bai Yanqiu, who had escaped far away, laughed loudly and said, "A monk is merciful. Master Chang Sheng, you have broken your vow to kill. Subduing demons and eliminating devils is the mercy of Buddha. This old monk has never abstained from killing. Bai Yanqiu, hand over your life." Master Chang Sheng was really angry. Seeing that Bai Yanqiu was far away, he took off the prayer beads hanging in front of his chest and threw them into the air. The prayer beads also expanded with the wind, covering Bai Yanqiu like a fishing net. Hee, Bai Yanqiu laughed coldly. He took out a bow from somewhere. It was the heaven-shaking bow that she used in the Huayu Palace of the Spreading Incense cult. Seeing Bai Yanxiu draw the bow, he did not knock an arrow. He released his fingers, and with a bang, a ray of red brilliance appeared from the bowstring. It went straight toward Alliance Master Zhang San, who was dumbfounded. The Master Changxing was slightly angry. Just as he was about to use the prayer beads to block Alliance Master Zhang San, he saw a black shadow as fast as lightning flash in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. It hit the red brilliance. With a bang, the brilliance scattered. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a long whip that looked like a python. One end of the long whip was in Abbess Jingyi's hand. "Good, Abbess Jingyi, look after Zhang San." Master Changxing was overjoyed. He activated his true qi and cast the spell in his hand. The prayer beads whistled and covered Bai Yanxiu's head. After Abbess Jingyi defeated Bai Yanxiu's attack, she stood in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. With a peach blossom whip in her hand, she looked around and shouted, "Junior Sister Xuezhen, bring the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult over and protect the disciples of the Righteous Alliance." Then she shouted to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect Master Zhang San, the situation is critical. I'm sure you can see that Sect Master Zhang San is a person who has stepped into the path of immortality. The people of the Righteous Alliance are protecting Sect Master Zhang San. If anything happens to Sect Master Zhang San, none of us will be able to enter the secret ground." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and then looked at the battle not far away that he could not participate in. He nodded slightly. Thus, the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult quickly walked to the left side of the Righteous Alliance disciples with swords in hand. The people of the Misty School also walked over to the right side of the Righteous Alliance disciples. However, they were still some distance away from the Righteous Alliance disciples. One could see the dissatisfaction in their hearts. 3 Zhang to the left of Master Changxing, Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle flew towards Daoist Haoyu. The lightning hammer in Haoyu's hand had just sent Master Yuanming's Molu pearl flying. It was already too late for him to activate his true qi. He had no choice but to turn around and use the lightning hammer to strike the demon's subduing pestle. A huge force came from the demon's subduing pestle, causing Daoist Haoyu's arm to go numb and his body to retreat a few steps. Not good. Without waiting for Daoist Haoyu to stabilize his body, the Molu pearl in his divine sense came crashing down towards Daoist Haoyu's head. Daoist Haoyu did not dare to be negligent. Lowering his hands, his body squatted on the ground and exerting force with both hands, his entire body shot out like an arrow in the dark night, sticking close to the ground and flying towards the right. But at this moment, Daoist Haoyu's face suddenly changed. He tried his best to stop his body and head towards another direction. But just now, he had used all his strength. How could he move away just because he wanted to? With a pu sound, the demon's subduing pestle transformed into a flying sword and appeared in the darkness. It was the demon's subduing pestle that Daoist Haoyu had blocked earlier. Master Yuandao pointed at it and buried it in the direction where Daoist Haoyu's body was retreating. Daoist Haoyu was caught off guard and was struck by the demon's subduing pestle. That demon's subduing pestle had pierced right into Daoist Haoyu's head, smashing it into pieces. Although Daoist Haoyu was already dead, his rapidly moving body did not stop. Sticking close to the ground, he slid for a long distance. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The salt-like snowflakes were gradually getting bigger. A thin layer of grayish-white snow covered the ground. Daoist Haoyu's body cleared away the layer of snow on the ground, revealing the withered grass under the snow. His blood stains had dyed the withered grass red. At this moment, a dong sound of a drum sounded. It was like a shock to everyone's heart, causing everyone's heart to jump for no reason. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 12:15. This. Master Yuandao and Master Yuanming joined hands to kill Daoist Haoyu and were about to deal with Bai Yanxiu when they heard this drum. They unconsciously looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Don't. Another sound followed. Everyone's heart was still beating along with the sound of the drum, and many people's faces were flushed red. Just as the drum sounded, Master Qinggong's mortal will also arrived in front of Daoist Hao Yun. However, the vibration of the drum seemed to have set up a layer of invisible defense around Daoist Hao Yun. When the mortal will came into contact with the invisible restriction, it couldn't fly any further. It tried several times, but it couldn't fly even an inch closer. Thump, 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 thump. One sound, two sounds, one sound after another, the drum beats became more and more concentrated, and the faces of the people present became bright red. First, they started to jump along with the drum beats. It was as if everything in the field was controlled by the drum beats. Quick, break his defense, or else we'll all die from heartbeat. Master Tiangang shouted. Woo woo, 2 consecutive sounds rang out. The mola bead and the demon subduing pestle flew over, each striking the restriction formed around Daoist Master Hao Yun. No light could be seen, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through. Pa! With a clear shout, Nun Jingyi's whip flew over again, and lashed around Daoist Hao Yun. Nun Shuqing, who had just rescued Master Chongqing, moved the plain cloud white flag in her hand, and countless small lotus flowers appeared around Daoist Hao Yun. Each flower emitted a bright light and disappeared in a flash. Daoist Hao Yun, who was holding the heaven-shaking drum and heaven-smashing hammer, had a green light flickering on his face. His forehead was already covered in sweat, but when he activated the heaven-shaking drum, he saw the death of his 2 junior brothers, and his eyes were filled with anger. Now that he saw the various magic tools attacking him, he knew that today would be the end of a life-and-death struggle. After the green light faded from Daoist Master Hao Yun's face, the beating of the drums became even more intense. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong. Among the people present, those with profound cultivations leapt into the air and clenched their teeth, desperately striking the magic tools in their hands towards Daoist Master Hao Yun. Those with shallow cultivations used their hands to cover their ears and circulated all the power in their bodies to resist the beating of the drums. However, the sound of the heaven-shaking drum did not seem to be heard by the ears, but directly struck their hearts. In the Righteous Alliance, several martial arts experts were lying on the ground, their bodies rolling non-stop. Their hands were covering their ears, and their teeth were grinding. It was as if all the blood in their bodies had gathered on their faces. Their faces were red, as if they were about to bleed. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Ah! The Righteous Dao Alliance members could no longer hold on. After this loud sound, blood slowly flowed out from their 7 orifices. The hands that were covering their ears also slowly loosened. Their eyes that were filled with fear opened wide as they stared blankly at the falling snowflakes in the sky. Gradually they lost consciousness. Looking at the Righteous Alliance's Alliance Master Zhang San, he could no longer hold back. When the Righteous Alliance members fell to the ground, he immediately sat down cross-legged and silently circulated his heart technique, circulating the inner strength in his body to resist the beating of the drums. But the heaven-shaking drum was a famous weapon of the immortal path. Even Master Tiangang would be wary of it. How could martial arts' inner strength resist it? Seeing his heartbeat quicken and his face bleeding, Alliance Master Zhang San panicked. He immediately reached into his clothes and took out a scarlet-red triangular flag. The strange red color of the flag was extremely obvious in this snowy night. Holding the flag in his left hand, Alliance Master Zhang San took out a green stone with his right hand. He bit his tongue, and with a piu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the flag. After absorbing the blood, the flag suddenly emitted a blood-red light, following which, a faint red and black smoke was formed. The moment the smoke appeared, Alliance Master Zhang San threw the flag into the air and held the stone in his left hand. His right hand moved slightly and his mouth muttered. The smoke followed Alliance Master Zhang San's fingers and slowly expanded, gradually enveloping Alliance Master Zhang San within it. On the left side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Fragrant Sect, Peacock, Chin Chin, and Yuan, were all red in the face. They gritted their teeth and their bodies trembled slightly. However, they still sat cross-legged. The weak qi in their bodies circulated rapidly, barely resisting the terrifying beating of the drums. Nun Xuezhen, who was sitting next to the three of them, was just as relaxed. She was also sitting cross-legged, but she first covered her ears with her hands, and then she took them down again. Just as she was about to adjust her breathing, she couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her ears again. After a few times, blood gradually seeped out of her mouth and nose. On the right side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Misty School had already felt that something was wrong when Daoist Master Hao Yun took out the heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-smashing hammer. They immediately sat cross-legged. Zhang Xiaohu sat at the front, circulating the Kun Peng transformation mantra in his meridians. The mantra of the Kun Peng transformation mantra was the most important thing about fighting in the air, flapping one's wings, and trying to compete with the heavens. As for this shocking drum sound, it was like a hurricane in a dark rain. Wave after wave, Zhang Xiaohu still had a sliver of leeway to resist it. As for Li Jian and the others, although their internal energy was high, they were unable to resist the beating of the heaven-shaking drum. After a few beats, they were already bleeding from their ears and noses, rolling on the ground. They were not much stronger than the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. With a loud dong, just as the hearts of the Righteous Alliance disciples were shattered, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, and Lu Yueming's bodies also shook violently. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out from their noses and mouths. Their eyes and ears were also bloodshot. Zhang Xiaohu also jumped along with the beating of the drum. His hands involuntarily went to cover his ears, but just as his hands passed by his chest, he suddenly remembered the rabbit jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had given them at Yao Mountain. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted, "Elderly, quickly, Xiaohua gave me the jade talisman." As he spoke, he took the jade talisman from his chest. Without even looking at it clearly, he immediately exerted force in his hand. With a pa sound, the jade talisman that didn't look like a rabbit was crushed. A faint golden light flashed and a thin layer of light appeared around Zhang Xiaohu. With the formation of the light shield, the deafening beating of the drum gradually decreased. In the end, although the sound of the drum was deafening, it could only be heard in the ears and could no longer directly penetrate into Zhang Xiaohu's heart. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief. When he hurriedly looked back, he couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, Li Jian had already crushed the jade talisman and was in the process of forming a light shield. However, Lu Qingyang and the other two were already vomiting blood. Although they had already taken out the jade talisman, they didn't have the strength to crush it. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly helped them crush the jade talisman one by one. Only when he saw the three faint golden light shields rise did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Jian also stood up and hurriedly went over to check the pulse of the three people. Only then did he feel relieved. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu and the three people lying on the ground, his eyes were full of complex emotions. Dong 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 dong. A series of rapid drum beats. At this time, in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian, it was no different from the usual drum beats. On the side of the fragrance cult, Senior Nun Xuezhen screamed and vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Peacock and the other two also began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Righteous Dao Alliance. In the red and black mist, Alliance Master Zhang San's face was pale and his facial features were somewhat ferocious. His 7 orifices were also oozing blood. Pu piu piu. 3 inaudible sounds of blood spurting out were already covered by the sound of the heaven-shaking drum. However, the person who spurted out blood was not someone else, but Dao Master Hao Yun, who was beating the heaven-shaking drum. These 3 mouthfuls of blood were spat out on the heaven-shaking drum. The heaven-shaking drum absorbed the 3 mouthfuls of blood essence and its brilliance became even brighter. It slightly expanded by half. As for Dao Master Hao Yun, who spurted out the blood essence, after a flash of green, his face suddenly became pale and he seemed to have become thinner and weaker. Reverse blood corroding essence? Master Tiangang shouted, "Quick, Yuan Dao, use the demon-subduing pestle to attack." This brat is already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. We need to hold on for a while longer. Even if we can't kill him, the backlash from the heaven-shaking drum will definitely kill him. Master Tiangang's words were extremely true. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking hammer were ancient divine weapons. They were not something that ordinary Qi practitioners could wield. This was also the reason why Dao Master Hao Yun did not take out the heaven-shaking drum earlier. Just the heaven-shaking drum alone. Dao Master Hao Yun would not be able to recover his Yuan Qi for several months after using it, not to mention the heaven-breaking hammer. Dao Master Hao Yun was also injured. If not for the fact that Dao Master Hao Yu and Dao Master Hao Feng were both killed, he would definitely not have used the heaven-shaking drum at the same time. Seeing that Master Tiangang and the other great enemies were not injured and only a few ordinary disciples of the Righteous Alliance died, Dao Master Hao Yun could not help but feel anxious. He knew that he could not hold on for long. He immediately used a secret art similar to the reverse blood corroding essence, channeling all of his Yuan Qi into the heaven-shaking drum. When Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming heard Master Tiangang's words, they forcefully suppressed the blood in their chest and also circulated their Qi. With a wave of their hands, the demon-subduing pestle slammed down like a mountain. The Mao Pearl was like a full moon as it struck towards Dao Master Hao Yun's back. Master Tiangang's wheel of evolution also spun rapidly, crashing towards Dao Master Hao Yun's chest. At the same time, Nun Shuqing unfurled the plain cloud white flag and many small lotus flowers also attacked Dao Master Hao Yun. Nun Jingyi's 7 orifices were bleeding slightly and her limbs were weak. She held the peach blossom whip in her hand. Just like Master Changsheng, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, she attacked by Yanqiu. "All of you, go to hell!" Dao Master Hao Yun roared loudly. His face rapidly shrunk and his entire body's Qi essence was flowing away. With a wave of his right hand, he raised the heaven-breaking hammer in his hand and struck towards the heaven-shaking drum. Master Tiangang's face was as red as blood. At this moment, it was slightly pale. He knew that this strike contained all of Dao Master Hao Yun's cultivation. Regardless of whether other people lived or died, this Dao Master Hao Yun would definitely die. However, if this strike hit the heaven-shaking drum and the sound of the drum spread out, how many people would survive would be hard to say. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.